Deep in the heather-strewn hills and glens of the Scottish Highlands lives many a beautiful woman. But only some are as deadly as today's subject, the alluring Bavanshi. The Bavanshi is a vampiric female creature from Scottish folklore. They are similar in nature to the classic succubi and vampire, without the fangs. Although where succubi and vampires tend to want many things, such as power, wealth, and youth, the Bavanshi wants only one thing: blood. The Bavanshi is a withdrawn creature that will seldom if ever enter towns or villages. They are generally said to inhabit the forests of the Highlands, which is where they seek their prey. The Bavanshi is commonly thought to take the form of an attractive young woman. Yet they are known to be shapeshifters, so a reliable description cannot be found. Some say that she appears always with a cloak of green fabric. Others say she appears naked and dances through the woods. Most stories agree that the best way to tell if the beautiful woman you have seen is a Bavanshi is to look at her feet. The Bavanshi are thought to have cloven hooves that betray their otherworldly existence. The Bavanshi is known to attack men, and most commonly young hunters, who, blinded by their lust and the image of the beautiful woman in the woods, would become pliable to the Bavanshi's whims. She would invite the men to dance with her in the dark moonlight, and through some form of magic or enchantment, her ethereal movement and mystic dance would lull the men into a drunken, dreamlike state. At this point, she could easily overpower the weakened men, then slit their throats with her sharp talon-like nails, abruptly waking them from the hypnotic frenzy just to feel their life slip away. The Bavanshi would then begin her crimson feast, and drink of the blood she had spilled. It was said that the Bavanshi had keen senses, especially that of smell. In fact, it was thought that the scent of fresh blood from the hunter's kill would often attract the bewitching damsel of the forest, and ironically, spell the same fate for the hunter. Concerning the shape-shifting nature of the Bavanshi, some things were noted. First, the Bavanshi favoured the form of a wolf, a large hooded crow, or raven when hunting her prey. In animal form, her power was diminished, but it granted her the ability to observe and some say protect her forest home from the men. Tales tell of women out in the forest alone at night being approached by a beautiful creature with a long emerald green dress. Hypnotized by the bewitching vision, they would follow deeper, only to re-emerge covered with blood and transformed into a new sister for the Bavanshi. One lucky hunter, who escaped the captivating enchantress, told that he had heard a strange accented voice only within his mind during his harrowing encounter. It is thought that the Bavanshi can communicate with some form of telepathy and comprehend most any language. The Bavanshi have a few known weaknesses. The first is their detest of sunlight, which is said to burn their pale white skin. During the sunlit hours, they seek refuge in burial chambers and coffins, only rising at night to feed. Some stories say that a Bavanshi would only rise to feast once a year. It was known that constructing a stone cairn over the grave of the Bavanshi would stop them from rising ever again. Their second great fear was iron, which is the only substance known to cause them harm. This is true of many fairies and enchanted creatures. It is for this reason that tamed horses were a constant source of anxiety for the Bavanshi due to their iron-shod hooves. One of the most famous tales of the Bavanshi was told by a Mr. Donald Mackenzie, collector of Scottish folklore. It begins with 4 young men out hunting in the woods. Being a fair distance from any town or village, they were forced to shelter for the night within a shailin, which is a kind of empty, small, brick-built hut found in Scotland, commonly within remote and wild areas of the Highlands. As the men lit a fire and had a meal, they began to drink. There was a call for music, One of the men started to sing a well-known song, while the other three began dancing and making merry. All of the three dancing men thought to themselves, how wonderful it would be if they had some dancing partners. Almost as if someone could read their thoughts, there was a knock at the door. Once opened, 4 green-cloaked women could be seen, standing at the entrance to the Shaolin. They claimed to have been travelling, gotten lost and required shelter for the night. The men were quick to welcome the 4 ladies into the hut. The women asked about the song they had heard as they approached, and the men told them of their wish for dancing partners. The women looked overjoyed, and 3 of them gladly took part, while the 4th sat near the singer. When the dancing began, the 3 removed their cloaks, and each of them wore a magnificent emerald dress. The men could now see the women in full. Their awe-inspiring features and radiating eyes had the 3 dancing men entranced. As the dance became slower, and the bodies of the men and women moved closer, and in time with the hypnotic rhythm, suddenly, the singing man saw drops of blood on the Shaolin floor. As he looked up, one of the dancing men's throats had been cut. His partner took on a more demonic presence, her hands now like the razor-sharp talons of a hawk. With a start, the man shot up and screamed, then saw the green-clad woman, who had been sitting next to him, rising to give chase. As fast as the man could, he bolted to the door and ran out of the Shaolin, the infernal female hard on his heels. With no hope of outrunning the beastly woman, he dived beneath the horses tied to the side of the hut, closed his eyes and waited for death. But nothing came. Slowly, as his eyes reopened, he saw the woman was circling the horses and himself in an almost animalistic manner, a haunting expression on her face. But she would not come any closer. Not knowing how he was still alive, yet alone safe, the man didn't move the rest of the night. He just lay beneath the horses and stared at the enchanting creature waiting to kill him. Just before the sun began to rise, he saw all the women leave the hut. Once he was certain they had gone, he got up and rushed inside the Shaolin, only to find the 3 desecrated bodies of his friends, each with their throats cut, chests ripped open, and drained of all blood. He made it safely back to town and recounted his harrowing tale of when he met the Bavanshi. There is another similar tale in which 4 men rest in a cave for a night. 3 of the men wish for a beautiful woman to spend the night with them, but the 4th man, who was accompanied by his hunting dog, said that this was no place for women, and that he was glad that his wife was safe at home. Just then, a group of radiant young women entered the cave and began to seduce the men. Well, all the men apart from one. He would not be unfaithful to his wife and disregarded the bewitching woman. During the night, the Bavanshi killed and drained the blood of the 3 men. But as for the last man, he made a bold stand, with his back against the cave wall and his trustful hunting dog barking and snapping at any of the hellish women who dared come close to his master. The Bavanshi were eventually chased from the cave, and the man and his dog returned to his wife. Many things can be said about the real-world origin of the mythological Bavanshi. Some tales say the Bavanshi are actually deer spirits or goddesses who would punish hunters that had not performed the correct rituals or offered an adequate sacrifice to the spirits of the forest. There is some substance to the stories that the Bavanshi were created by the Christian Church, which was expanding into Scotland at the time. The tale was told to give men fear of joining the fairies' dance, or being unfaithful to their marriage vows. Either way, it was to uphold the new Christian belief system. But most people believe these terrifying creatures were invented by women, married women in fact, to keep their menfolk from sleeping with young, beautiful, yet strange women during far-off hunting trips. Many times, these men were told never to leave their horse while travelling, especially if you see an attractive woman. She could be a Bavanshi, and your horse's iron hooves would protect you. Thank you for listening. The rivers and streams found all throughout Scotland are known to be dangerous, as this is where many dark and wicked spirits dwell, like the Kelpie or the Shellycoat. When dealing with the Fae, nothing is as it seems. Even an old woman washing her clothes in the water may turn out to be a portent of death, a messenger from the other side. The Benia, known as the washerwoman or washer at the ford, is said to be an omen of death. She can commonly be found in dark, lonely places next to streams or pools. Here the spectral woman washes the blood-stained clothes of those about to die. Many suggest that only those doomed to die could see the washerwoman, but this is not always the case. In the Highlands, there was a belief strongly held that if a woman died during childbirth, her soul would be trapped by the Fae and she would become a Benia, doomed to perform the hideous task of bringing the message of death to others for all time. Some say that this terrible fate could be avoided if the dead woman's clothes were washed in a river on the day she died. If not, her spirit would wash the clothes of the dead for eternity. There are many different descriptions of the Benia, and she seems to have different properties depending on her location. In Perth, it is said that the creature was a small, overweight woman, dressed in green, and if you were able to get between her and the river, your life would be spared. On the Isle of Skye, the Benia was said to take the form of a small yet pitiful child. If you could sneak up behind the child and grab her, she would reveal to you when and how you would die. If the spirit sees you first, then you would become paralysed for the remainder of your life. One of the stranger descriptions of the Benia comes from the Isle of Mull, where she is said to have unusually long breasts. These would interfere with her washing, so it was common practice to have them slung over a shoulder. This way the breasts would hang down her back. It is said in Mull that if you saw this spirit, not to walk away. Instead, quietly approach from behind and suckle from the breasts. Claiming to be a foster child, she would accept you as kin and grant you whatever knowledge you seek. She would even cease her washing if the clothes were that of her new kin or their friend. On the other hand, someone who was kin of the Benia could offer the blood-soaked clothes of an enemy and seal their fate. The most common description, however, is that of a tall, malnourished woman, old and shriveled, with a large hooked nose and a single nostril. Her arms ended in rough, calloused hands with sharp, claw-like nails. The same was true of her webbed feet. A terrifying sight to behold in a dark evening. Like the others, this creature could be apprehended and mastered, forced to communicate at the tip of a blade. Being a spirit of the other realm, granted the Benia immense knowledge and power. Some even thought that by capturing the spirit, they could force her to grant them their greatest wish. Many have tried and failed to tame the Benia, and suffered a foul death as punishment. At times the washerwoman was known to sing an eerie, mournful dirge as she soaked the blood-stained garments. Some thought that if you heard this song, you would be fated to die a violent death. Others said that the song itself was a portent for a great calamity. In old Scottish folklore, there are many tales that speak of encounters with the washerwoman. One comes from the island of Benbecula and was told by Gilly Casfluch, or the wet-footed man of Clanranald. The man was returning home and heading to the upland of Benbecula. He was skirting the western edge of a loch when he spotted in the distance an old woman washing clothes at the waterside. Knowing that this could be the dreaded Benia, he slowed his pace and began to sneak closer. As he drew nearer the pale woman, he could hear a cold, moaning lament hanging in the night sky. His fears were realised. This lone woman was the nightmarish spirit known as the Benia. Understanding the legends of her power and the tragedies they portend, Gillicus Fluch became determined to master the washerwoman. He crept ever closer, low to the ground with silent steps. The space between them shortened. Finally, within arm's reach, the man pounced and grasped the mysterious woman. "Let me go," wailed the Benia. "Give me freedom of feet. The reek from your grizzled beard is near putting stop to my breath. Much more would my nose prefer, and my heart desire, the mist of the mountains." "I will not allow thee away," claimed Gilly, "till you promise to grant me my 3 choice desires." With the cold and tired look of defeat, the woman said, "Tell them quick, ill man." With no hesitation, Gilly gave his list. "You will tell me for whom you're washing that shroud and crooning that dirge. You will grant me my choice of wife, and you will keep abundant the seaweed in the creek of our town." The Benia, with a mournful expression, answered the man, "The shroud I am washing, and the song I am singing, belongs to the great Clanranald of the Isles himself, and he shall never again, in his living life, walk within the countryside of Benbecula." Without waiting for the spectral woman to finish, Gilly tore the shroud from her hands, lashed it to his spear, and launched both into the loch. He left the Benia, and with all the strength he could muster, rushed back to the head of his clan. When he arrived, Gilly was told that Clanranald had come down with some illness, and was resting in bed. Quickly Gilly went to his bedside, and told him of the washerwoman and her grim omen. Clanranald leapt from his bed, and in a panic ordered a cow be killed and a coracle be made. A coracle is a small one-personed boat made from willow rods and cowhide. The leader's orders were carried out with all swiftness. The completed coracle was brought to him. It is said that the great chief Clanranald left the island and headed to the mainland. This is the last time he was ever seen. It would seem that in some fashion, the prophecy of the Benia came true. Clanranald never again walked within the countryside of Benbecula. Another quite popular tale of the Benia comes from just north of the Cromarty Firth, where a young maid was returning home on a Sunday morning. She was walking down a well-trodden path next to a shallow stream, when she suddenly came across a strange sight. No more than 10 feet from her was a tall, emaciated woman. This strange person was standing in the stream just beyond a cluster of rushes. The bizarre female was beating clothes on a small flat stone. The shirt she was working on that moment seemed to be covered in a dark red stain. Not wanting to become involved with the old woman's grim task, the maid hurried by. On passing the woman, she dared another glance. It was then she saw a pile of 30 or so shirts and smocks on the far side of the stream. Every single one was stained in dark red blood. The maid was disturbed not only by the bloody clothes, but also the woman's unnatural aura. She turned her eyes from the abnormal sight, quickened her step, and headed for home, with an uneasy feeling deep in her heart. Later that same day, during the Sunday service at the local Fern Abbey, the roof would collapse, burying the unfortunate congregation. This incident led to the death of 36 parishioners. After this unfortunate event, the maid made mention of the strange woman at the stream to her grandfather, who still remembered the tales of the Doinashee and the spirits of the land. He told her she had seen the Benia, and that the blood-stained clothes were owned by those doomed to die in the abbey. The historical records do seem to reinforce this last tale. On Sunday the 10th of October, in 1742, during a service, lightning struck the abbey, causing the stone-flagged roof to collapse on the congregation. The number of dead was estimated at 50. The minister survived due to the stronger construction of the pulpit. After this terrible accident, the minister ordered a new church to be built south of the original abbey and would reuse the original stone. The Benia is often compared with the Irish Banshee. The Banshee is a mythical fae being from Irish folklore. It is said that those who hear the scream of the Banshee were doomed to die. However, this is not an accurate comparison, as the Banshee is far more malevolent. The Benia is forced to wash the blood from the clothes. She is a spirit trapped against her will, and takes no pleasure in her endless task. A more accurate comparison to the Irish Banshee would be the Scottish Queenig, a fae spirit commonly heard wailing and crying before a catastrophe. Many say that the cries of a Queenig were heard the night before the massacre of Glencoe, but that may be a tale for another time. The washerwoman who pretends death is actually quite a common concept in Celtic mythology. One of the oldest tales comes from Brittany in France and tells of Les Lavandières, or the Midnight Washerwoman. This would be a group of 3 women who would go down to the water's edge at midnight and clean the shrouds of those about to die. In France, it is said that these women would ask passers-by to aid in the cleaning. The washerwoman would drown those who refused to aid in their task. In Wales and Cornwall, passers-by would try to avoid the washerwoman, as if they were seen they would be forced to help wring out the sheets. It was said that if a helper twisted the sheet in the same direction as the washerwoman, it said that their arms would be torn from their sockets and their body engulfed by the sheet. On the other hand, if they twisted the sheet in the opposite direction, they would be granted 3 wishes. It is interesting that the spectral washerwoman can be found in all Celtic lands, apart from England. There are some scattered tales on the English border, but it is not prevalent in the folklore of the country. Religious scholars have suggested that these washerwomen may in some form represent the triple goddess of the old Celtic tradition. In Scotland, the triple goddess was not worshipped. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The people of the old Scottish Highlands feared these deities and would perform rituals and magics to keep them away. Known as the Cailleach Mór, or divine hags, all the workings of nature belonged to these women. The Pictish belief in the goddesses of nature seem to be indigenous to Scotland and predate the Celtic triple goddess. In the ancient Pictish tradition, there was many matriarchal customs. The Picts recognised succession only by the female line, and would in their own way venerate the female rulers of nature. On the subject of old deities, there are some tales of the Benea that suggest she was the Celtic goddess Clota, which is the patron goddess of the River Clyde and was worshipped by a Welsh tribe who lived in the Strathclyde area during the Roman invasion. In all, the Benea, or the washerwoman, is an incredibly interesting being and can be traced back through many countries and many years. But still to this day, there are dark, lonely lochs and rivers hidden away within the deepest forests of Scotland, where the Doineshi still rule, and the tormented soul of the Benea toils away with her endless task. So, as the harvest comes to an end and the darkness is drawing in, I am sure we are all preparing for Samhain, when the spirits of the dead will return, and to protect ourselves we don the guise of the dead, for they never attack their own. This is the perfect opportunity to talk about a creature deeply rooted in the history of Samhain, the devious Cat-She. The Cat-She is a mostly malevolent fairy or spirit from Scottish and Irish folklore. It commonly appears as a black cat. The Cat-She is said to be as big as a large dog, and often seen with an arched back and sharp bristle-like fur. The identifying mark of a Cat-She, apart from its size that is a spot of white-coloured fur on the chest of the beast. When around humans, the spectral cat will walk on all fours, but some tales say that if you were to sneak up on a Cat-She, you may be able to catch them walking on their hind legs and singing to themselves. The Cat-She can be found all over Scotland, from John O'Groats in the north right down to the borders in the south. Some have even been seen in Ireland. But most tales of these unnerving black cats come from the Scottish Highlands. The Highlanders did not trust the Cat-She. In fact, they feared it greatly, for it was said that the Cat-She could steal the soul of a person, dooming them for eternity. The Cat-She harvested the unclaimed souls of the Highlanders by crossing over their body as it waited to be buried. No longer was the soul free to be claimed by the gods. Now it was trapped in an unending purgatory. It was of such a great concern to the Highlanders that many of the old customs surrounding funeral arrangements were created specifically to keep the Cat-She away. A constant vigil of watchers, called the Fail Fadalach, were to guard the corpse day and night before the burial to keep the Cat-She away. There were many methods used to deter the dark feline from its prey. It was known that the Cat-She liked the warmth, so there was to be no fires lit anywhere near the body. Also, catnip was used to distract the creature, as well as music, which the Cat-She enjoyed. Other methods were to challenge the spirit to contests of speed, strength, jumping. Some would even test the Cat-She on its knowledge of riddles and songs. All this would be kept up until the sun rose on the following day, and the body could safely be buried, soul intact. The Cat She is commonly associated with Samhain, the Celtic festival which represented the end of the harvest and the beginning of the darker half of the year. Many of the Samhain traditions were amalgamated into All Hallows Eve, a Western Christian festival. Things such as dressing up like spirits or ghosts, black cats and witches, and possibly the most iconic part of Halloween, the jack-o'-lantern, which were called neepy lanterns and made from turnips. In Scotland, it was well known that if you left a saucer of milk outside your home on Samhain, the Cat She would bless your house, and next year's harvest would be bountiful. But if a house did not provide milk for the magical cat, it would be cursed. Their crops would wilt, and their livestock would die. It did not pay to anger the Cat She. One of the more sinister tales of the Cat She is that of Big Ears and the Tagarum. Tagarum was a magic ceremony performed in Scotland a long time ago. It was quite a sinister and grotesque practice, but necessary if one wanted to be granted forbidden or occult knowledge. Quite simply, you would need to gather many cats, live cats, and take them out into the dark woods with you. There you would build a fire with a roasting spit, then proceed to roast and burn each cat alive while turning the spit until 4 days have passed. If you sacrificed a sufficient number of cats, a monstrous giant Cat She would appear, followed by a retinue of smaller cats. The Great Cat She was known as Clwysan Mara, or more commonly, Big Ears. Once summoned, Big Ears would answer any question, or sometimes grant wishes to those who had performed the ceremony. It is said that during the 4 days, lesser spirits would appear as smaller black cats and attempt to harass and manipulate those who performed the ritual. A known occasion, when the Tagarum was performed successfully, was on the Isle of Mull during the 17th century. 2 young men, Alan MacLean and Lachlan MacLean, were the perpetrators of the horrible act. Both were unmarried and poor, each wanted wealth and prosperity, and decided one night that the Tagarum was the only option. They were going to carry out the dreadful ceremony in a barn near their home. Alan and Lachlan spent nearly 2 weeks hunting and gathering cats for the ritual, which they kept in the barn until the time had come to begin the ceremony. Then, at exactly midnight between Friday and Saturday, the horrid pair began the grisly ritual. The first cat was placed living onto the spit and roasted above the fire. The poor cat screeched and yowled, and the life was burnt from its body. Then another cat quickly took its place. Almost as if the rest of the cats knew their fate, they began to scream and yell, creating a sinister dissonance all around the 2 men. It was around this time that malevolent spirits began to enter the barn. As the first of many Cat She entered, it said to Lachlan, "O Lachlan, son of Neil, that is a poor usage for a cat." Alan cautioned Lachlan, told him whatever you hear, whatever you see, you must continue to turn the spit. As time went on, more and more Cat She entered the barn and began to taunt and hurl insults at the pair. This continued until a larger Cat She appeared and spoke to Lachlan. "You must stop now, if you know what is good for you. Desist before our great-eared brother arrives, or you will never behold the face of God." Lachlan told the Cat She that he would not be persuaded to stop, even if all the evil in the underworld appeared before him. His task would be complete. By the end of the 4th day, the barn and even the rafters were packed with the Cat She, all contributing to the intense cacophony around the 2 men, who were beginning to feel their sanity slip away. Finally, the ritual was complete, as a giant Cat She, with incredibly long ears, approached the barn. Towering well above the men, the great leader of the Cat She did not speak a word, but gestured to the pair. Alan was the first to speak. He was in complete shock, and quite horrified that the ritual actually worked. He produced only one word: wealth. Lachlan, much firmer than Alan, asked for wealth, and that he be granted a beautiful wife to bear him healthy sons that would one day become great and powerful warriors. With that, the pair bowed in the presence of the great Cat She, and when they raised their heads, all the cats had gone. As the years went by, both men got precisely what they had asked from the catchee. Great wealth and a strong family were given to both men. Each led long and happy lives. Lachlan was first to die, and little is known about his death. But not long after Lachlan, Alan became incredibly ill. On his deathbed, a local priest told him to be careful of the devil. Alan told the priest that he knew he would never see the face of God, and if he could find Lachlan in the afterlife, he believed that together they could dethrone the devil and rule over his dominion. On the night of Alan's burial, it is said that multiple witnesses saw both Alan and Lachlan clad in full armour, on horseback. With banners raised and weapons drawn, they charged off into the night, never to be seen again. It is thought that this tale is the inspiration for the old Scottish proverb, "Whatever you see or hear, keep the cat turning." Doesn't matter what happens, get the job done. In many of the old tales, the catchee is portrayed as a witch. These witches were said to be able to take the form of a cat 9 times. For the first 8 transformations, the witch could easily return to her human form, but on the 9th, she would remain in the feline form until the end of her life. Some say this is the origin of the saying, "Cats have 9 lives." One such tale of a feline witch is the story of the Witch of Laggan. One day a hunter and his hunting dogs took shelter from a wild storm inside a small mountain bothy, deep within the forest of Gayak. As he lit a fire to dry himself, the bothy door opened a crack and a large black cat creeped in. Within seconds the hounds were at it as the hunter struggled to hold them back. The cat, now terrified and backed into a corner, suddenly stood up on 2 legs and spoke. "You have caught me. I am a witch. But please, I beg of you, great hunter, allow me to live." The hunter was very puzzled and still held the dogs. He asked the witch why he should spare her. The cat informed the man that she was forced to be a witch by a cruel and oppressive sisterhood, that the choice was not hers. The hunter took pity on the poor creature and invited her to come sit by the fire. The cat, being much obliged to the hunter, said she would love to sit by the fire, but she still had a terrible fear of the hounds. She asked if the hunter would tether the hounds to a wooden beam and offered him a length of hair rope. The hunter, knowing of the devious nature of witches, was not convinced. He pretended to tie up the hounds, but actually only tied the rope to the beam. The cat then came closer to the fire and began to grow and twist in shape until it became an old, crooked, evil-looking woman, the Witch of Laggan. She turned to the hunter and told him his last hour had been lived, and sprang upon him, grasping his throat. The hounds moved to aid their master, and the witch screamed, "Fasten, hair, fasten!" The rope tied round the beam tightened with so much force the wood shattered. As the splinters flew into the air, the witch knew the hunter had lied, and the gnashing jaws of the hounds slammed down upon her leg. The faithful hound's grasp of the witch never loosened, until her wild flailing had ripped every single tooth from the hound's mouth. Free at last, she transformed back into the black cat and ran from the bothy, while the dying hounds crawled back to their master. The next day, the distraught hunter buried both of his loyal hunting companions and headed home. Once the hunter had returned home, his wife told him that she had just been visiting one of the old women who lived in the village. Apparently, last night, she was attacked by wolves and almost lost a leg. She wasn't expected to survive the day. The hunter, with a dreadful sinking feeling, rushed to the old woman's house. There, surrounded by upset friends and members of the local church, lay the Witch of Laggan. The enraged hunter uncovered her wounds and accused her of being in league with the devil, an evil and insidious witch. As she lay on the edge of life, the Witch of Laggan confessed her crimes to the stunned crowd and asked for forgiveness before she passed. Although she died that night, the story is not over yet. Later that evening, one of the witch's neighbours, while walking home, met a strange woman dressed all in black. She asked for directions to the church. She then headed off in the direction the man had pointed at a very quick pace, saying she must reach it before midnight. The man could swear that she looked just like his neighbour, the Witch of Laggan, only much, much younger. But before he could dwell on that thought, another mysterious figure appeared. A large, imposing man, clad all in black, on top a great black horse, and following close behind were two jet black hunting dogs, bigger than any the man had seen. The black figure on the horse asked the man if he had seen a woman. The man, whose heart and mind seemed to turn cold with each moment, just pointed in the direction of the church. The figure then continued on, and gestured an arm in the direction of the church. The hounds ran ahead. The man continued on the road for another few minutes. Then he saw the black horseman returning, only this time he had the body of the woman, lying in front of the saddle. Flesh torn asunder, teeth marks from the hounds. It would seem the devil does not forgive or forget. That night, Lucifer and his hounds claimed the soul which was rightfully his. It is thought that the inspiration for the cat she could be related to the Scottish wildcats, or more commonly, the Kellis cat. The Kellis cat is the result of a wild cat and a domestic cat breeding. Some can be pure black and grow to quite a large size. The Kellis cat was thought to be mythological until in 1984, when one was caught in a trap by a local gamekeeper. This creature may also be the perpetrator behind the many large cat sightings in northeast Scotland, some of which were even thought to be wild panthers or pumas, but the Kellis cat seems much more likely. These cats are impeccable hunters and roam Scotland still to this day, although they are endangered, with estimates suggesting that there is less than 400 alive and well in the wild. The Kellis cat caused quite the scare in Scotland. Sightings of the Kellis cat, or large black cats, continue right up until today. So, if out, walking in the wilds of Scotland, beware the dreaded cat she, for some things still lurk in the dark. Deep within the dark and misty woodlands of the Scottish Highlands, there lurks a great beast, a creature whom, despite his great size, moves swiftly and with utter silence. This fey being produces untold dread in the hearts of those unfortunate enough to stumble across it. This spirit, known to be an omen of death by the locals, is the great fairy dog. The Cúshee is a mostly malevolent fairy. It commonly takes the form of a giant spectral dog and can be found in the Highlands of Scotland, preferring to live in the dense forests and make its lair in caves and rocky outcrops. It is said to be the size of a large cow or bull, and is coated in dark green fur. Some of these beasts have long tails which they coil over their back, while others have a flat braided tail. Many of the stories tell that the fairy dog has glowing yellow eyes, which can be seen in the darkness as it stalks its prey. There are very few, if any, creatures that invoke more terror than the Cúshee, for it is said to feast on human souls. Its cousin, the devious catshee, will steal a human soul if the body is left unattended. But the Cúshee is far more aggressive and ferocious. It would actively hunt its prey. Although mostly silent, the beast would sometimes let out 3 hideous howls. These gargantuan barks could be heard for miles around, and if you were ever to hear one, then run with all the speed you can muster, for you must get to safety before the 3rd bark is heard, or your soul is fair game. Some accounts say that after the 3rd bark, the Cúshee would hunt down the unfortunate Highlander and tear the very soul from his body. Others say that the 3rd bark itself would cause so much fear and terror that upon hearing it, the victim would die from sheer horror alone. The Cúshee, on most occasions, would take the souls of its victims to the fairy realm, and there the soul would be trapped forever. But if the victim was a nursing mother, she would be brought to the fairy hill alive and forced to produce milk for the old gods, the Doinashee. Many a tale of the Cúshee has been told around the warm fire in Scotland. One of the oldest surviving stories takes place in the small western isle of Benbecula. It was during the 14th century when the island was ruled by the MacDonalds of Clan Ranald. On a dark and dreary night, two of MacDonald's men were sitting and talking by the small fire. It was their duty that evening to tend to the calves, which were kept in a small barn. The pair were taking a break and swapping stories when two colossal dogs sprang from the dense woodland and ran straight towards them. Paralysed with fear, neither man could move. As the spectral hounds came into the firelight, they stopped suddenly. It was only then that the men could see the Kushi were collared. The chain that tethered the fey dogs was made from a strange yet beautiful metal, and inlaid with all colours of precious stones. A haunting voice boomed out of the darkness. Slender Fae, Mountain Traveller, Black Fairy, Lucky Treasure, Grey Hound, seek beyond. After these strange words, the Kushi turned and left slowly. Once the dogs were out of sight, the men recovered their senses, but were compelled to follow the fey creatures. The curious pair tracked the dogs through the thick forest and eventually came upon a clearing. There in the night sky was a vision beyond any of their wildest dreams. They beheld the Slua, or great procession of the Fae. It would seem that the Doinishi were hunting, as each of the enchanted beings were accompanied by their own Kushi, and upon their arms were great hawks. The men were mesmerized by the spectacle before them. Later, they said that the sound of bells could be heard, and that the Fae were calling upon their dogs. The ethereal host marched towards the west, out over the great sea, in search of some unknown game or prey. The two men, still in awe of the ancient spirits, wished them luck with the hunt and returned to the calves. The pair would make their strange encounter quite well known, and it was recorded in the journal of an unknown Gallic scholar. Another tale comes from further south. One morning on the island of Tyree, as an islander was walking along a coastal path near Canavra, he spotted a huge dog laying next to a sand dune. Instantly, the man knew what he was looking upon and was filled with terror, yet intensely curious, since it was very unlike a Kushi to be out during the daytime. Knowing he was far too close to outrun the beast, he turned slowly and, walking as softly as he could, returned from the direction he had come. It would seem the islander had been incredibly lucky. Either that, or the mysterious beast knew his time had not come. The next day, the man boasted to the other islanders of his harrowing escape from the dreaded Kushi. Many were unwilling to believe that the dog was out during the day, and thought the man had taken leave of his senses. The islander led the unbelievers to the dune. Of course, by this time the great dog had gone, but all around in the sand were paw prints, far larger than the hand of a man. They all now knew it could only have been the fairy dog. This was not a great shock to the locals, as the Kushi had been seen in Tyree on many occasions. In fact, on another stretch of coast, there was a large cavern, known as the lair of the fairy dog. One day, a young shepherd was out with his two collies tending to his flock on the coast. Suddenly a wild storm whipped up, and the boy ran to a nearby cave for shelter. While waiting for the rain and wind to calm, the boy went deeper into the cavern. Soon he would hear a faint yelping, and stumbled upon two large dogs. They were dark green in colour, but friendly of temperament. From the way they were acting, it seemed as if they were only pups, yet both far outsized the collies. The shepherd sat a while and watched the pups at play. He could feel that these dogs meant him no harm. After a while, an uneasy thought crept into the boy's mind. What if the mother was to return? Quickly, he got up and headed back out into the storm. It was then that the shepherd heard a horrific bark. Loud enough was the sound that the shepherd felt it in his chest. Fearing he had angered the Kushi, the boy ran with all the speed and strength that he could muster. Up from the beach, through the fields, leaving his sheep behind, the boy ran at full sprint. The moment his eyes spotted a small shaylin in the distance, a second, far louder bark emanated from all around him. It hit the boy with such force he was thrown to the ground. Grasping and clawing, the boy pulled himself from the mud and dashed towards the Shaolin. Throwing himself against the door, he violently entered the safety of the hut, mere seconds before the third bark sounded. Crippled with terror, the poor boy slept in the Shaolin overnight, and in the morning cautiously returned to try and find his flock. The sheep were gone without a trace, but the two collies were in good health and overjoyed to see their master. It would seem that the Kushi bore no ill intent to its much smaller kin. The magical and unearthly properties of the fairy dog were well known. It was said that even the smallest part of the Kushi held great power. This was once discovered by a farmer from the Isle of Lewis, who on one afternoon did come across a large tooth found in his barn. It seemed to be the tooth of a dog, but far larger than any the man had seen. The farmer consulted with a local wise woman, and it was decided that the lone tooth did indeed belong to the Kushi, a rare and valuable curiosity indeed. The tooth possessed strange arcane powers. When it was placed in drinking water, it would cure all ills affecting the cattle. It also acted as a charm, which would ward off evil spirits or witches. The tooth was handed down throughout the family for many generations. It was regarded as a precious heirloom, and the last known location of the magical tooth was in Canada, in the possession of an old widow, but that was many years ago. The Kushi of Scotland has much in common with the other spectral dogs that are commonplace in British and Irish folklore. In the Irish Celtic tradition, a similar fairy dog exists. This beast is also known as the Kushi, yet spelt in the Irish fashion. It is said to be a great black-furred creature, and is also known to be a harbinger of death. The Cunanon is a spectral hound of the Welsh mythology. They were creatures of the other world, and were known to take part in the wild hunt. Descriptions and mentions of this so-called wild hunt can be found in much of northern European folklore, and is very similar to the march of the Doineshi that the MacDonald men saw that night. Then there is the Churchyard Grim of English folklore, a large black ghostly hound, said to protect the church and its burial grounds. It's thought that the Grim is heavily influenced by Finnish and Norse mythology. The protective aspect of the Grim comes from a disturbing practice of early European Christianity, where a black dog would be buried alive at the north end of a church in the hope that it would become a guardian spirit. The colour of the Kushi makes it unique when compared with these other canines of folklore. The green colour is an important point, as in Scotland that colour is commonly associated with the Doineshi, or fairies of old, and shows a definite link with the fairy realm. I will leave you now with a simple word of warning. If you are out walking in the beautiful woodlands of Scotland and hear a terrifying bark, run. Near the village of Dollar, there is a well-known hill, which is called the Maiden's Castle. This hill has been the site of many strange and mysterious happenings throughout Scottish history. To find this mystical site, you must head uphill from Dollar, heading towards Castle Campbell. You will cross a small stream and follow the depleted forest until you find a gap in the hills and a small well. This is the Maiden's Well, a magical spring which produces clean, fresh water all year round. It was even said by some of the locals to have restorative or healing powers. Hugh Halliburton, a local historian, wrote in 1905 that the well had obtained its name from a princess who was held captive in Castle Campbell. Once per week, the princess was allowed out of the castle to walk in the neighbouring countryside with an escort of Campbell guards. It was on one of these walks that she found the well and drank from it. This became a weekly ritual for the imprisoned woman, and the men of the castle would refer to the well as the Maiden's Well. Other tales suggest the well was haunted by the spirit of a beautiful woman. She would appear only at night and drink from the well. Many a Scotsman, bewitched by her beauty, would try to win the affections of the ghostly woman, but this was what the evil spirit desired. It is said that a kiss from the unearthly maiden of the well would cause instant death to the unexpecting admirer, who would then be dragged to an icy cold grave at the bottom of the well. Earlier accounts tell of rituals and magical rites which could summon the Maiden of the Well, but these did not tend to end well for the novice conjurer. The locals would regularly visit the well to make offerings to the spirits in the hope that they would be granted some favour from the fairies. This practice still continues today. Less than 100 yards past the Maiden's Well, you will stumble upon a large rounded hill. This hill is the Maiden's Castle. The history of this site is quite mysterious. In many of the old and even more recent maps, the hill is referred to as the Maiden's Castle, yet there are no ruins up on the hill. It was thought that the site may have been a hill fort or cairn at some time, but recent archaeological digs at the site have found nothing. Whatever the original purpose of the site, be it arcane rituals or a warrior's tomb, the knowledge has been lost to time. What we do know is that the Maiden's Castle is mentioned in many old tales, usually in connection to the fairies. Fairies are an intrinsic part of Scottish folklore. There was a time in Scotland where every river, well, burn and loch was protected by an ancient spirit or fairy. To anger or upset the fairies would commonly result in retribution from the creature. Crops could wilt, and family members could become sick or ill. Not all of the fair folk are vengeful spirits that need to be appeased. Some enjoy the company of humans. They revel in music, dancing, and fun, but you are best to be careful when dealing with the fairies, as they are very intelligent and often devious creatures. It is these unpredictable spirits that have made their home in the Maiden's Castle. An encounter with the fairies from the hill was recorded in 1901 by John Rees, a folklore researcher. It was told to him by the Reverend of Dollar, a Mr. Andrew Clark. The tale of the Glendevin Piper. One day a piper, carrying his bagpipes, was headed to the village of Dollar from his home in Glendevin, not 4 miles away. As he crossed a stream, he looked up at the empty grey hillside of the Maiden's Castle. He had heard strange stories of the hill, but put it down to old wives' tales. As he passed the hill, the piper heard a sudden burst of music. Quickly he spun around to try and find the source of the noise, and there before him, what had once been a dreary grey hill, was now a great castle. Light shone from every window, the sound of dancing and singing emanating forth from the open door. He went closer to the door, rather incautiously, and began to peer inside, when suddenly a large procession of dancing fairies came from behind him and entered the castle. Being caught up in the dancing and the pushing, he ended up inside the great hall, brightly lit by candles and torches. All around him were fairies, some dancing, some feasting, others singing, and some playing odd instruments. Within seconds of entering the castle, many of the fair folk came up to him and asked him to play his pipes. He refused. He said he had to leave. He had to continue his journey. But the fairies wouldn't take no for an answer. They took him to the centre of the hall and told him to play. The piper started playing, and a tremendous roar of cheering began. The fair folk loved the music and danced up a storm. The piper had never met such an audience in his life. They treated him as though he was the greatest piper in all the land. Each time a song ended, there would be thunderous applause and calls for more songs. Even requests were shouted. The piper continued to play, song after song, jig after jig, reel after reel, for 2 whole days. It is then when the piper started to become anxious, as he thought about his family. They must be wondering where he's been. He told them he would be back by morning. The piper plucked up the courage to ask the fair folk permission to leave. He told them his family would be worried, and that he had been gone for far too long. The fairies sympathised with him and promised to let him leave, if only he would play one last song for them. The piper quickly agreed, and for the last time he played his heart out. The dancers were a blur all around him, the singing and chanting, the stamping of feet. And as the song closed, the loudest applause yet came from the cheering crowd. True to their word, the fair folk let the piper be on his way. The piper walked out of the castle door and found that he was all alone in the grey moonlight, standing upon the hill. There was no castle, no light, no music. His original journey to Dollar completely gone from his mind as he began back in the direction of Glendevan. Once returned, he entered his father's house, and to his surprise, none of his family were there, only an old, grey man, sleeping by the fire. The bewildered piper woke the man and asked if he knew where his family had gone, and told him that he had only been gone 2 days. The old man, unsure of the stranger in his house, told the piper that he had lived here all of his days, and so had his parents and his grandparents before them. The piper, in dismay, told the old man of what had happened to him, the castle, the fairies, and explained his current confusion. The old man took a heavy sigh and told the piper he may have an answer, but it will not bring comfort. The old man told of a story he had heard many years ago. It was said that his grandfather's brother was a piper and had left one evening on a journey to Dollar and never returned. No trace of the man's brother was ever found. The piper, with tears in his eyes, began to understand something dreadful. He asked the man how long ago this had happened. He was told that the brother went missing almost 100 years ago. The piper had been in the castle all that time. The tale of the Glendevan Piper is similar to many Scottish stories. These often feature music and tell of fairy songs carrying mortals out of time. This tale is reminiscent of the saying, "Time flies when you're having fun," but with a harsh lesson at the end. In the story, the piper finally felt like his music was appreciated when playing in the maiden's castle. He drank in the admiration and applause, but as he got lost in the ongoing revelry, he lost everything else he had. Sold it all for 15 minutes of fame, you could say. Many also see this tale as a coming-of-age story, in which a young man left his family and had to return from the spirit world as a more mature man, left to his independence in a new and frightening world. The Maiden's Well and the Maiden's Castle still sit outside of Dollar on the west of Scotland to this very day. Some even say you can hear the wailing moans of the Maiden of the Well, and on other nights, the dreamy music of the fairies, inviting all those who hear it to come dance in their wonderful castle. The concept of house spirits or guardians was a common thread throughout all European mythology and folklore. The origin of these spirits can be traced back to the Lares of ancient Rome. The Lares were spirits thought by some to be the spectral form of great heroes or ancestors that have returned to aid or guide their descendants. These entities were known as household gods or guardians of the hearth. The worship of these minor deities was said to bring peace and prosperity to the home. In medieval Europe, these once grand spirits now occupy a far less gracious position. No longer minor gods, but now small, peaceful goblin-like creatures that aided in housework and served the family of the home they occupied. In Scotland, this creature was known as the Brownie. Before we start today's video, I would like to tell you that we have our first ever guest, Anna Bridgeland, who will be joining us a little later to share her knowledge on the subject. Anna runs a wonderful YouTube channel where she covers folklore and mythology from around the world. I will leave the link to her channel in the description. I would appreciate it if you would check out some of her amazing content. Now let's get into the video. Brownies, or brownies as they were sometimes called, are an incredibly difficult subject to cover.
since there's an unfathomable abundance of information on them, and all of it seems to be quite contradictory, so you may have to bear with me. The appearance of the brownie tends to vary from tale to tale. Some say they appeared as a stout man with long flowing hair and could move in complete silence. Others say the brownie was a small, meek being with a wrinkled face and thick, shaggy brown hair, from which it takes its name. Sir Walter Scott refers to the creature as an elf or fairy, but far less malevolent or mischievous. Even King James I made note on the brownie in a book concerning the occult known as Demonology. There he describes the house spirit as a foul devil who would haunt its unwilling victims. Although King James's view on fairies in general was extremely hostile, which would become apparent during his reign. Someone who very much disagreed with the old king was folklore collector George Henderson, who in 1856 suggested that brownies may have been commissioned by the Christian God to relieve the burden placed upon mankind and aid them in their daily labour. But there are not many who saw the brownies in this way. More commonly, they were thought to be spirits of peace, related in some form to the people of the Mound, the Doinashi, or gods of old. The brownie comes in many forms, and has been categorised into many subgroups throughout Scottish history. Some were called the Little Brown Men, and spent all of their time protecting and tending to the needs of animals and woodlands. Others, called Gruagach, aided farmers in the herding of sheep. In some tales, angered or mistreated brownies would become evil spirits, named boggarts, but that's a tale for another time. The classical Scottish brownie was said to spend most of its day hidden away in the remote recesses of old houses which they inhabited. As night fell, the curious little creature would come out from hiding and employ himself completing household chores. They would sweep the floors, milk the cows, churn the butter, and generally be a great help. The brownie did not work for payment, but simply for the joy and peace they gained from the work. The brownies were happy, helpful spirits. Although it was well known that brownies were very easy to offend, according to many tales, the brownie would leave the household and never return if offered reward or payment for its services, which it found to be highly disrespectful. In one story, a brownie takes great offence from being thanked for its hard work. Another was offended when a family gave it a name. This meant that living with a brownie could be very tricky for the family, since each individual house spirit would seem to have a unique list of possible offences. It was common for a brownie to be dressed in horrible, stained rags, or in some cases wear no clothes at all. The creature never had much care for clothing or their appearance. It was a well-known fact that neither blankets nor clothes should ever be given to a brownie, as it will cause them to leave the service of the house forever. No one is entirely sure why the brownie must leave upon being gifted these items, and in some tales, the creature seems as if it was compelled to leave by some otherworldly force. This leads us to our first tale. Near the town of Dollar, there sits a farm by the name of Bog Hall, and on this farm there lived a brownie. This particular brownie was said to possess a great strength and could turn his hand to almost any household task. He would feed on oats steeped in warm water and slept on a rough pile of straw in the corner of a barn. Each night he would work tirelessly for the family who lived on the farm, and they were known to have much love and respect for their cheery helper. But one year there was a terrible winter. The snow lay deep all around the fields, and the bitter frost froze the rivers and streams. It was at this time that the farmer's wife, fearing for the health of the friendly brownie, laid down some thick woolen blankets upon the straw pile. When the brownie saw the blankets, he was struck with a look of despair and called out, "To leave my old haunts, all my heart is sair, but the wife gave me blankets, she'll see my name ere. I've worked in her barn for evening till day, my curse on the blankets that drove me away. All the boon I asked were my sowins and straw, but success to bog all, although brownies awa. Although the brownie wished well for the farm and the family, it was his time to go, and so walking alone in his tattered rags, the poor house spirit headed out into the winter night. After the brownie left, it is said that Bog Hall was never the same, and within a few years the farm was abandoned and left to grow wild. The brownies, although lacking the power of their more noble elven brethren, can still produce wondrous feats of fairy magic. One tale that involves these otherworldly abilities concerns a brownie from the Scottish borders. This house spirit was in service to a local laird and would work in his estate. On a particularly stormy day, the lady of the house, who was heavily pregnant at the time, fell into labour. Quickly she ordered a servant boy to ride to Jedburgh and fetch the wise woman. Showing no great haste with his task, the servant went to his room and began to change into a thick travelling cloak, hoping it would keep the rain out. The brownie had overheard the conversation and became infuriated at the servant's lack of speed. So the little spirit slipped out of the house and, taking the laird's finest horse, set off to Jedburgh at breakneck speed. Never had a horse moved with such swiftness. Through the fields and over the fences the brownie rode, till he came upon the River Tweed, which in the terrible storm was fit to burst. Before him was a small bridge in a state of disrepair, but worrying not, the brownie on horseback dashed across the wooden planks, and before long came to Jedburgh. There the little house spirit confronted a shocked wise woman, who was quickly cajoled onto horseback, and the pair set off on the return journey. Upon returning to the Tweed, the brownie saw the bridge was now no more, and the river was a torrent of white and blue. Not slowing down, the fey creature drove himself, the horse, and the now terrified wise woman directly into the torrent. After a short time, all three popped out of the Tweed safely on the far bank, still moving at a rapid pace. Firing through the fields and back over the fences, the brownie and the wise woman arrived at the house. The awestruck wise woman entered the house and was shown to the lady's chambers. The pregnant woman could barely believe her eyes. It was only 3 or 4 minutes ago that she had sent the servant on his task. As the wise woman aided the lady of the house, the brownie went to the servant's quarters, where the boy was still in the process of dressing for his journey. The brownie unleashed upon the boy, calling him all the names under the sun, and gave him a well-deserved thrashing, with a wooden switch for his idleness. The wise woman delivered the lady's child safely, and the laird, ecstatic over the birth of his new child, wished to thank the servant boy. But the wise woman relayed her tale of the harrowing journey. The laird then decided to reward the brownie for his amazing feat. He sent for his tailor and had him fashion a wonderful green cloak of the finest wool. The brownie accepted the gift with some resistance, but upon trying the coat on, he could see the time and thought that was put into crafting such a wonderful item. He thanked the laird for the gift and wished him all the best, but the brownie would now have to leave his service. It is said that this specific brownie told the family that he was returning to the realm of the Fae, where he would rejoin his brethren. Not only could the brownies use the powers of the Fae, but they were also quite good at spotting curses and evil spells. In one tale recorded by storyteller Betsy White, there lived a brownie who had a hideous appearance. The brownie was greatly feared by all the residents of the village, except for a local miller and his wife, who had taken pity on the creature and judged it not for its appearance. They would leave out milk and oats for the brownie, and eventually the spirit began helping the couple run the mill. Later in the year, the miller's wife became pregnant, and the brownie aided in her care. For many months he waited on the woman, but long after the due date, the miller's wife was still pregnant. She had become very ill, and the child should have been born many days ago. Sooner or later, both the woman and the child would die. The miller and his helper were at a loss. Each day was spent searching for some answer to their ills. It was on one of these days that the brownie overheard the miller's mother claiming to have cast a wicked spell on her daughter-in-law. It turned out that she was very much against the marriage and hoped her dark curse would kill the poor woman and the child. The brownie, shocked, suddenly thought of a plan. Quickly, he ran up to the mother and congratulated her on becoming a grandmother, informing her that the miller's wife had given birth to a healthy child. The enraged woman thanked the creature, but quickly dismissed him and sped out of the village, trying to conceal her obvious anger. The brownie, using his natural talent for stealth, followed the evil woman deep into the woods, where he came upon a small wooden hut. The brownie watched as the woman slammed her fists hard on the door, which seemed to open by itself. As the angered mother tore into the hut, the brownie crept to the window and saw inside the mother shouting at an old crooked woman thought by many in the village to be a witch. From his hidden vantage point, the little spirit heard all of the conversation. The mother had purchased the services of the witch and was granted many evil charms and cursed items that would end her daughter-in-law's life. Firstly, the mother was taught how to tie the witch's knot and told to do this to the poor woman's hair. The second item was a gift of raven feather pillows, said to bring nightmares and fever. And the final gift was that of a small black cat, known to be the witch's devil familiar. The familiar would stay close to the daughter and ensure the death of her and her unborn child. Upon hearing of all these evil manifestations, the little house spirit ran with all haste back to the mill, and straight to the bedside of the miller's wife, where he cut out the witch knots in her hair, threw the raven pillows out of the house, and finally, in quite a grim action, strangled the devil cat to death. That very afternoon, the miller's wife would give birth to a healthy son, and the couple were overjoyed. The quick-thinking brownie stayed on as a mill worker and resident house spirit until the miller's mother eventually died of old age. Only then would the creature leave the family, knowing them to be safe. A tale of a slightly different brownie comes from the island of Copensey in the Orkneys. The island was so small it had only one farmer. He would tend to his cattle on the island, and if the weather was rough, he would sleep in a small hut at the island's centre. It was on one of these occasions, when the farmer was lying in bed, slowly dozing off, he spotted a strange, naked creature standing in his hut. The man leapt from his covers and lit a lamp. It was only then he could get a proper look at the creature. It was shorter than a man and had wet, leathery skin. The crown of its head was flat, and in the place of hair or beard, there was slimy seaweed. The farmer, thinking it was some kind of evil spirit or devil, quickly picked up his Bible. He began to read from the book of Psalms. He had heard of evil creatures being banished upon hearing the word of God. But the odd little man seemed to pay no heed to the biblical verses. The farmer then flew into a rage and picked up his iron crook. He began to lash out at the creature, but upon seeing its fear and reluctance to fight back, he stopped and sat on the bed and thought. It was then he noticed that the creature was trying to tell him something. Through various hand gestures and poorly spoken words, the odd creature told the man his name was Hubo, and that he lived in the sea and always had. But now Hubo would like to stay on land and would happily work for his keep. The farmer agreed to the brownie's proposal, and for many seasons, Hubo would live on the island and tend the cattle, while the farmer would live on the mainland, tending to another herd. Every now and then, the farmer would head to the island to bring food and check in on his brownie apprentice. Over the years, the pair became great friends. Later on in his life, the farmer married a woman from the mainland and very much wished to introduce her to his oldest friend. The farmer prepared his wife for the shock of meeting the creature, but far from being fearful of the brownie, the farmer's wife became very fond of Hubo and his kindly nature. It was this fondness that drove the woman to create a wonderful blue cloak and hood for the creature. She hoped it would keep him warm and also shroud his unashamed nudity. When she gifted the items to the brownie, she received quite the unexpected reaction. Poor Hubo howled in despair and called out, "Hubo's gotten cloak and hood, so Hubo can do no more good." With this, the odd little fellow rushed out into the darkness and disappeared beneath the sea waves, never to be seen again. The farmer, very much saddened by the loss of his good friend, went on to live a long and happy life with his new wife on the island. These tales may give you the impression that all brownies were opposed to receiving gifts, but that's not quite true. Some brownies would rejoice in gifts of milk or honey. Others required the promise of food to begin their service. On the island of Colonsay, the villagers would pour milk into a small hole in the ground where a brownie was known to live. In payment for this milk, the creature would help the islanders with farming when the seasons were difficult. This is not an ancient custom, or even one from the 17th century. In Alistair MacGregor's Compendium of Scottish Folklore, The Peat Fire Flame, it was recorded that crofters were still pouring milk into the hole near Balnarad farmhouse as recently as 1910. The crofters told MacGregor that once per year, on the first night the cattle were to be let out of the barn, he would take a jug of milk and pour it slowly into the cavity. He would then turn around and walk away without looking back. It was said that this was done out of respect to the brownie, and in the hope he would watch over the cattle while the crofters slept. At one point in history, brownies seem to have become a kind of status symbol, and many rich families or clan leaders claimed to have a brownie in service. One of these spirits was in the service of the MacLachlan clan. The brownie was said to be a strange ragged creature that lived in the clan castle near Loch Fyne. This particular house spirit would tour the castle on wintry nights and would check in on guests to ensure they were warm in their bed and provide extra blankets. At other times, the brownie could be found warming his feet on the glowing embers within the kitchen grate. Even as late as the 19th century, there were still households that claimed to have a resident brownie. One of these creatures was in the service of Clan Mackay and was known in the area as the Little One. It was even said that in 1807, when Colonel Mackay went off to fight Napoleon in the Peninsular War, that the house spirit accompanied his master. The colonel came unscathed through some of the most ferocious fighting the war had to give. When it ended, the surviving soldiers returned to Scotland and would describe the incredible view of the colonel charging into battle with the little one perched on the peak of his saddle, warding off the hot lead bullets that flew all around him. The colonel and the brownie returned home to Kintyre, and the spirit returned to his previous duties. Although now he was also tasked with cleaning and preparing the colonel's uniform and armaments. So every day, for many, many years, the brownie would come to the house at dusk and work all night. Then an hour or two before daybreak, he would quietly leave by the back door. But on one harsh winter's night, the colonel came upon a trail of small bloody footprints leading from the house. Concerned about his little companion, he set his wife the task of finding some shoes for the poor creature. The wife had never really cared for the brownie and quickly hunted out a pair of old, tattered shoes, discarded by one of the children, and left them on the back doorstep. No one is sure whether it was simply the gift of clothing or the lack of consideration and appreciation shown by the colonel's wife, but the little one was never seen again. Over the many years, there has been hundreds of tales involving these interesting creatures. Perhaps I will cover more another day, but now I would like to mention the odd classification of the brownie in Scottish tradition, before I hand the floor over to our guest. Many researchers of folklore and even Scottish history find it difficult to classify the brownie. It is traditionally regarded as being related to, but entirely distinct from the fae and fairies of old. In fact, the tales and beginnings of the Doinashee far outdate those of the brownie, which seem to have been a more modern addition to Scottish folklore. And by more modern, I mean sometime in the 15th or 16th century. The prominent writer, Sir Walter Scott, classifies brownies as a class of beings distinct in habit and disposition from the freakish and mischievous elves. Folklore researcher Catherine Briggs even suggests the possibility that brownies may be a form of ghost or spectre, since house spirits seem to have some link with the dead, and could be linked to the spirit of a kindly ancestor that remained in the house to aid his relations. The house spirits, or hearth guardians, originating from the ancient Roman Lares, have spread all over the world and appear in the folklore and mythology of many cultures. To tell you more about these spirits, I will now hand the floor over to our wonderful guest, Anna Bridgeland. If you haven't already, check out her channel, where she guides you through the history and tradition of many otherworldly topics.
The name brownie seems to originate sometime in the early 16th century, and the first mentions of the creature that we know of come from the Scottish lowlands. Although many tales of the brownie can be found on the English side of what is now the Scottish border. But the brownie is only one of many household spirits that can be found in British folklore. In Ireland, a creature known as the pooka has said to have been doomed to the drudgery of housework until he was considered worthy of a reward. This would commonly come in the form of clothes, at which point the pooka would swiftly depart, overjoyed at having been granted his freedom. On the Isle of Man in the Irish Sea, a creature named the Fenadiri would help farmers tending their cattle and harvesting their crops. Fenadiri are commonly regarded as less intelligent than the brownie. In one tale, a Fenadiri is asked with rounding up a flock of sheep, but, try as he may, one small grey sheep would always outwit him and escape. In the end, it turned out that this grey sheep was actually a hare that just happened to be in the field at the time, and was more than quick enough to escape the fey shepherd. A common household spirit in the north of England was the hob, so named due to his association with the hearth. Some hobs would aid in household chores, but in general they seemed to be far more mischievous than the brownie, and if offended they could become a terrible nuisance. Much like their Scottish counterpart, the gift of clothing was an incredible offence to the hob, and often resulted in the disappearance of the creature. Leaving the British Isles, we find a sprite from Germanic folklore called the kobold. Kobolds are commonly invisible, but can take material form, where they appear as small human-like figures. This spirit tends to adapt quickly to their surroundings, which includes their clothing and general appearance. In one tale, a kobold who lived upon a ship was known to dress like a sailor and smoke a small pipe. The kobolds were also known to aid in household chores, but much like the brownie, they're easily offended, and it's said that if you were to neglect a kobold, they would harass and trick those who dwell within the house. The brothers Grimm make mention of being similar to the brownie in their tale, The Shoemaker and the Elves, in which a busy shoemaker is aided by two small elves that appear during the night and complete his work. For aiding the shoemaker, the elves each receive a set of fine clothes, after which they wish the shoemaker good luck and leave, never to be seen again. This trend of house spirits continues up into the Scandinavian countries as well, where we see the nisse, or tomte, creatures that share some aspects of the Scottish brownie. But there's a creature from Old Norse mythology that may relate to one of the tales mentioned in this video. That creature is the Hogbui, which means mound dweller. It was said to be a small yet helpful goblin that lived in the hills and mounds of Norway. This tradition of the Hogbui was carried to Orkney and Shetland, where it would mix with the Scottish folklore, and the creature became known as the Hogboy or Hogboon. At one time in the history of the Scottish Islands, all of the hills were said to be occupied by their own Hogboon. One tale from that time even claimed that a Hogboon lived in the Neolithic cairn known as Maeshowe, inland of Orkney. This spirit would protect and tend the ancient burial site. However, in some other versions of the story, the Hogboon was actually the spirit of a dead man buried within the cairn. It seems very likely that the strange brownie from the Orcadian island of Coppensay that went by the name of Hubo was in fact not a brownie at all, but a Norse Haubui, which sounds very similar to the name Hubo. Now I could go on and on forever about household creatures and spirits, many of which I've looked into in depth in my own channel, but alas, for now, I will bid you farewell.
So why were these spirits so prevalent in the old world, and what purpose did these tales serve? One explanation comes from folklore researcher Leslie Newman, who suggests that the brownie was the personification of how a good house servant should act. Since the concept of a brownie was so well known at the time, belief in these house spirits was exploited by both the master and the servant. Workers and servants would commonly blame mishaps, breakages, and other faults in their work on an ill-tempered brownie who had not been respected by the master. This would cover the servant's own shortcomings and communicate to the master that he should treat his workers better. On the other hand, the master of the house would employ stories of the brownie in order to convince their servants to work hard and act appropriately. In many tales, brownies would punish servants who were not pulling their weight or were giving the house a bad name. In all, the brownie has become an intrinsic part of Scottish folklore, and no true Scottish home is complete without a helpful little spirit. Thank you for listening. And also, I would like to give another big thank you to Anna for helping with this video.
Fairies have always featured heavily in the old folk tales of Scotland, but these are not the fairies we think of today. As far back as written records go, the word fairy, or she in the Gaelic tongue, has been used as a catch-all term for any unnatural spirit or creature, ranging from kelpies to fairy cats. In the realm of the Sidhe, there is said to be a great fairy court, where all manner of creatures, beasts and fair folk would gather. Today's story is about a lone fairy, one who was exiled from the court and abandoned in the forest. The tale of Gilly Dhu. In the north of Scotland, at the village of Gairloch, the young girl Jessie McCrae lived with her family. On one warm afternoon in midsummer, Jessie went wandering in the nearby woods. She spent many hours adventuring and exploring the trees, but when evening fell, she realised that she had lost her way. Fear began to descend upon the poor girl as she attempted to find her way through the forest. An hour later, tired, hungry and footsore, she sat beneath a large fir tree and began to weep. Suddenly, from behind the tree, a calm and rested voice said, "Why do you cry, girl?" She jumped at the sound and looked round to see a strange elven-like creature standing before her. The creature had long hair, black as a raven's wing, and hazel brown eyes. Jessie described them as soft and kindly. With the creature's strange smile, she could see it had hundreds of small, sharp teeth.
If Jessie had seen the she at a distance, she would have ran screaming. But now, up close, she could tell there was no malice in the creature's heart. He bore such a resemblance to his background that Jessie thought he may be the very manifestation of the forest. Once again, the she looked at her and said, "Why do you cry, girl?" This time Jessie replied, "I have lost my way, and night will soon be upon us." "Worry not," said the she. "This forest is my home, and I know every path that lays within it. The rabbit's path, the fox's path, the path of deer, and the path of men." Jessie thanked him for his kind gesture and told him that she lived in the village of Gairloch. The she began to walk, and Jessie was quick to follow behind. "You will be home before the stars appear through the trees," the she remarked as they continued down a woodland path. Jessie noticed that the forest seemed to show some form of respect to the she. It may have been the oncoming darkness, but she could swear that many of the branches and boughs would make way for the creature as they traversed the woodland. After a while, they reached the edge of the woods, and Jessie could see the lights of her village next to the loch. Overjoyed, the girl wanted to thank the she, but did not know what to call him. Adjusting his moss-laden cloak, the creature spoke. "I am Gilly Doo, the dark servant of the woods. If you are ever lost again, I shall come to your aid. Now I bid you farewell." With that, the Gilly Doo returned to his forest home. Gilly Doo was thought to be a guardian spirit of the forest. He would govern and protect it from all those who would do it harm. It is said that the Gilly Doo had a dark temperament and did not suffer fools. He would reach out from the trees with his long leaf-covered arms and drag you down beneath the soil to feed the trees. He did seem to have a soft spot for lost children, however. Like we saw in the story of Jessie McCrae, there are two theories as to how this developed. In the first, it is said that Gilly Doo was once human, and as a young boy he found himself lost in the woods. After multiple days and nights, he was close to starvation when the spirits of the forest took pity on him. They offered him berries and nuts, which he was grateful for. He was taken to the fairy world and cared for. Through his youth, he learned the knowledge of the Fae and fell in love with the dark forests of Scotland. Eventually, he was exiled from the court, since he was not one of them. He then dedicated his life to repaying the help of the woodland spirits. He would become the guardian of the woods, but whenever he would hear the cries of a lost child, he would show them pity and escort them home. The second theory is that Gilly Doo was a fairy or she guardian of the woods. He was there to protect it from the ravages of humanity. But even he could see the innocence within a lost child and blamed them not for the sins of their fathers. Like much of the old Scottish stories, there are many versions, and most were told through the old oral tradition, so it was very difficult to know which one came first. The Gilly Doo was seen on many occasions. After a while, many of the men became too frightened to continue their hunting in his woods. Then after Jessie McCrae returned, with her amazing tale of the woodland she, many would not enter out of respect. This angered the landowner of Gairloch, Sir Hector Mackenzie. As far as he was concerned, the woods were his, and so was the game that dwelled within. Hector sent word to his family for help, and soon a hunting party of Mackenzies arrived in Gairloch. They were accommodated by the tenants of Sir Hector, given food and allowed time to prepare. Eventually they set off into the woods to hunt the dreaded Gilly Doo. For many days and nights they combed the forests of Gairloch, but could not find the Master of Paths. Growing tired and cold, the Mackenzies gave up and returned home. It is said that after this hunt, the persecuted Gilly Doo was never seen in Gairloch again. You may not be surprised to know that the moss-covered Gilly Doo was the inspiration for the ghillie suit. During the Second Boer War in 1899, the Scottish Highland Regiment, formed by Simon Fraser, called the Lovat Scouts, were the first military unit in history to use the ghillie suit. The Scout unit was comprised of estate workers and gamekeepers, all from the Scottish Highlands. They were once described by the Earl of Roberts as half wolf and half jackrabbit. In 1916, this regiment went on to become the British Army's first sniper unit, then called sharpshooters. All thanks to the Gilly Doo.
The many lochs and rivers in Scotland are said to be overflowing with evil and foul creatures from myth and legend, those that would attack and drown any human that strayed too close to the riverbank. The great kelpies were known to lure men to their death. The fua would live on a diet of human flesh. But not all water spirits are bloodthirsty monsters. Some are only marginally evil. The Shellycoat. One day, in the middle of winter, two friends set out on a journey from Kilmarnock to Glasgow. The road was long and cold. It would only get colder as the day went on, and the pair were desperate to reach their destination before nightfall. So against their better judgment, they took a shortcut. This quicker route would take the pair down the bank of the Crawfordland River. This area was known for strange happenings. The path was now seldom travelled, and those who would travel it did not always reach their destination. So with a great amount of trepidation, the men went forward. Not far down the path, the pair heard a faint noise. Both stopped dead in their tracks and listened out to see if they could hear it again. Suddenly it returned, and a lot louder. Someone was calling for help. The travellers rushed to the riverside and peered up and down the river, but there was no trace of anyone. The sound came again, more cries for help, and the sound of splashing, but this time it came from further up the river. The pair, in much panic, headed in the direction of the sound. As they continued up the river, the sickening smell of rot and stagnant water filled their nostrils. They reached a clearing and once again searched the river, but there was nothing to be found. There was a third, loud cry and splash. Now the sound came from downstream. Again the pair hurried with the hope of saving the drowning man. This wild goose chase continued for many hours. Each time they got close, the sound would move, but neither of the travellers were willing to leave the poor man to a cold, watery grave. By nightfall, they were on the verge of tears, broken with fatigue and frozen to the bone. It was then the truth was revealed. Standing in front of them, in fits of laughter, a small, ugly, goblin-like creature. There was an evil smile on its wicked face. Its body was covered in a great coat, made with oysters, scallops, and other shells. The men, with a feeling of utter defeat, now knew exactly what had happened. They had been tricked by a devious Shellycoat. A curious and mysterious figure is the Shellycoat. Some say it is related to the goblin or the bogle. Others suggest it is a misunderstood water spirit. The Shellycoat is often depicted as an ugly, crooked monster, often described as a hunched feral creature in a large shell-covered coat, from which it draws its name. The Shellycoat has a devilish and cruel sense of humour. It is known to rattle its shell-laden coat to distract passing strangers. It rejoices in the confusion of others, wasting their time and playing with their minds. The Shellycoat can commonly be found in creeks, lochs, and rivers all throughout Scotland, but it was also thought to make an appearance in Germany. In his treatise on Germanic mythology, Jacob Grimm stated that the Scottish goblin Shellycoat is one and the same as the German Schellrock or Bellcoat. He came to this conclusion after researching a tale about a home sprite. This specific home spirit served the monks of the Mecklenburg monastery for over 30 years. It would cook, clean, knit, and sew for its masters. It was described as a thoroughly good-natured spirit, and for all its work, it would only demand a coloured coat of bells. The domestic nature and pleasant personality would seem to be at complete odds with the wild water spirits from Scotland. But to Grimm's credit, he may have been suggesting that the two were goblins, perhaps in the same family as brownies, redcaps, and other bogles. What is clear from his reference to the Shellycoat is that knowledge of the beast was widespread, even out with Scotland. Although the Shellycoat is devious and enjoys the suffering of others, by its nature it is not a violent creature, and rarely if ever attacks its victims. There was, however, one Shellycoat known to be far more sinister and more powerful than any other. the Shellycoat of Leith. This particular Shellycoat was thought to have claimed the life of a drunken visitor. He was said to have done this by challenging the drunken man to a game of football, and did not stop playing until the poor man died from exhaustion. The creature was thought to live under a large rock which sat in the Leith docks. It was known as the Shellycoat's Rock. The fearsome reputation of the Leith Shellycoat was included in James Grant's 1979 book, Old and New Edinburgh, where he describes the creature as a sort of monstrous fiend, gigantic but unfathomable, who possessed powers almost infinite, who never undertook anything, no matter how great, with which he failed to accomplish. His swiftness was that of a spirit, and he delighted in deeds of blood and devastation. It was this horrific description that led to an old practice in Leith, where the locals would challenge each other to prove their courage by approaching the Shellycoat Rock at sunset and running 3 times around it while chanting, "Shellycoat, Shellycoat, gang awa hame, a cry na your mercy, a fear na your name." This tended to be followed by a swift escape from the rock's presence, just in case the Shellycoat answered the call and was none too pleased about being disturbed. At the beginning of the 19th century, a new dock was to be constructed in Leith. The plans were drawn up by John Rennie the Elder. He was the leading civil engineer and was faced with a problem, as right in the centre of the proposed new dock was a large rock. The Shellycoat's Rock had to be destroyed, but many of the workmen were against disturbing the rock due to its reputation. The reluctance of the workers revealed just how established the folklore of the Shellycoat was in Scotland at the time. Out of respect for the dreaded Shellycoat of Leith, the rock was moved by crane to lie in the sand, not far from the new dock. This was not an easy task at the time. The rock was large and heavy, and was not simple to move. It would have been far simpler to blast the rock with dynamite, which was the original plan. Today the rock is an unknown relic of the past. It now sits at the entrance of the Seafield Sewage Works. Now it tends to be referred to as the Penny Bapstone, due to it looking like a small bread roll. The once great rock and home of the Shellycoat now sits forgotten and ignored. There are no signs, there are no information boards, there are no longer challenges of bravery. It's likely that most people nowadays do not know why it sits there, or why the workmen so long ago dared not disrespect the rock.
It would be a great mistake indeed to think that all the Fae or Sidhe in Scotland are dark, malevolent beasts. The vast majority of these fantastical creatures cannot be separated into good or evil. They are far more human than you might expect, and their lives far more intricate than some would have you believe. Today we explore the legendary water spirit, the Whisk. The Whisk commonly appears as a half-man, half-goat creature, similar to the satyr of Greek mythology. Some have compared the general attitude of the Whisk with that of the brownie, a Scottish house fairy that tends to be friendly and aid in chores. The Whisk, although looking nothing like the common brownie, has a similar friendly attitude and a reputation for being a good-humoured sloth. Where this comparison slips are in the preferred habitat of the Sidhe. This rough-haired spirit comes from the thick forests of the Scottish Highlands and much prefers remote isolated lochs and rivers. It was commonly spotted during the evening, sitting atop a rock or hill, observing any intruders into its land. Some Whisk would talk with the travellers, others would act as guides, and others still would thrash those that disturbed their isolation. But mostly, it did not meddle in the affairs of passers-by. However, this was not always the case. On some occasions, mostly during the winter, the Whisk would come down from the hills and seek to warm itself in the houses of the villagers. To repay the kindness shown to it, the Sidhe would work hard all winter for the family, tending to animals, grinding grain and churning butter. It was thought that its presence in your home would bring good luck and prosperity. For this reason, many of the large Highland estates would have a resident Urisk. A seat close by the fire in the kitchen was always reserved for the Sidhe, and it would help with tasks around the grounds. Some Urisk would crave the companionship of humans, but due to their savage appearance, it was common that they caused fright to many passers-by. There are so many conflicting tales of the creature's attitude that some have suggested that there are multiple subspecies of Urisk. But I think the answer is far simpler. Urisks are the result of the union between mortals and the Sidhe. The fairy lover, or Lenan Sidhe, is commonly thought to be a beautiful woman of the Doine Sidhe who would take a human lover. The offspring of this relationship was the Urisk, meaning that it was granted all the power and wisdom of the Doine Sidhe, but also all the confliction and individuality of mortals. All throughout Scottish history, there are many tales of encounters with these creatures. One well-known tale comes from the Reverend James MacDougall, a collector of Scottish folklore. The Urisk of Blarachullin. In the land of Lochaber, to the south of the great mountain Ben Nevis, lies the rocky valley of Blarachullin. In this valley there lived an Urisk who delighted in jeering and calling to the shepherds that would pass through his land. Not a day would go by without the Urisk hurling some nonsensical abuse to the poor shepherds. On one evening, a young shepherd was walking his cattle through the valley. This man was known to the Urisk, as was his family. As soon as the cattle had passed the Urisk's cave, the beast poked its head out and yelled, "Carl, son of Carl, son of Carl. A Carl are you, and a Carl is your father, and a Carl your son will be, and his son will be a Carl. You will all be Carls, like it or not." The shepherd was used to the Urisk's odd behaviour, but still the strange call angered the young man. He had grown tired of this constant annoyance. Giving the creature no notice, the man, known to be a Carl, left the valley. Once he returned to the farmer, he had told him he had had enough of the Sidhe's nonsense, and there and then he quit. A few weeks later, the farmer hired a new shepherd to tend the cattle, a man by the name of Donald Moore. Donald was a kind, honest man, always ready to work. On his first day herding the cattle through the valley, he heard a strange voice call out, "Donald Moore, I don't like you." Having been well warned of the Urisk, Donald knew to pay it no attention and continue on his way. The Urisk's cries occurred day after day. Every time Donald would walk through the valley, he would hear the calls of the strange creature. The new shepherd was beginning to lose his patience with the Sidhe. Time after time he would be a victim to its jeering. He did not know how long he could contain his frustration. Then on one cold, wet night, Donald was returning home through the valley. The poor man was soaked through, bitterly cold, tired and hungry. As he passed the Urisk's cave, he heard the call, "Donald Moore, I don't like you." Finally snapping, Donald swiveled in his heel, and with a cry far louder than the creature's, he screamed, "That is but the return you owe me." Silence fell in the valley of Blarachullin. Donald turned and continued his journey homewards, his mind racing, not knowing if this encounter would only spur the beast on. The next morning, Donald reluctantly led the herd through the valley. The whole time the man was on edge, but nothing happened. The shepherd and the herd passed by the cave and out of the valley into the fields without hearing a sound from the Urisk. In fact, it was said that no one would ever hear the sound of the Urisk of Blarachullin again. It is not known what became of the Sidhe. Some suggested that he moved elsewhere as he was now terrified of Donald Moore. Another tale of the Urisk would come from Glenmally, not too far from Blarachullin. This Urisk would frequently come down from the hills and bother a young maid. On a near daily basis, the creature would follow the girl around, asking strange questions. He would obstruct her in her chores and generally make a mess of the bothy. The maid desired to rid herself of this annoyance, but did not want to suffer the wrath of the other Urisks in the hills, who were known to be quite protective of their own. But on one day, she devised a devious scheme to to rid herself of this unwanted guest. That day, she would finally tell the creature her name, a question which the she commonly asked. She told him that her name was Me, Myself. The Urisk found it a curious name, but before he had time to ask any more questions, the maid threw a pan of scalding water over the poor creature. He sprang up from his seat, howling and crying. He ran back up the hill. When the other she asked who had done this to him, the Urisk replied, "It was me, myself." Thinking he had made a foolish mistake and burned himself, the others left their kin to treat his wounds, and the maid was never bothered again. I found that this story had a lot in common with a tale I told a while ago about creatures of the deep coming ashore on a small island. Not only that, but it mirrored parts of the Greek epic, the Odyssey, written by Homer, specifically the confrontation between Odysseus and the Cyclops Polyphemus. Odysseus tricked the Cyclops by telling him that his name was Nobody. Later, when the brave king of Ithaca blinded the Cyclops and made his escape, none of the other beasts would come to Polyphemus' aid, as when asked who attacked him, he claimed it to be Nobody. Perhaps these tales are related in some manner, but the Odyssey seems to predate the others by quite some time. Then again, it's possible that they were just convergent ideas. My final tale of this interesting creature centres around a man known as Big Alistair. Big Alistair enjoyed nothing more than to fish in a local river. It was his great passion in life. Alistair, like any good fisher, knew that the fish would always bite quicker during the rain. So on one warm summer's night, when the rain began to pour, the Scotsman threw his fishing rod over his shoulder and headed with all haste to his favourite spot on the riverbank. It was so warm that night that Big Alistair could see a light mist forming all around him from the cold rain landing upon the warm riverbank. He got his rod in order and cast his hook out far into the centre of the river. The second the hook touched the water, a fish struck. Alistair had never before seen the fish take to the hook with such speed. He began to haul trout from the river at such a pace there was not a moment to spare to put the fish in his bag. He barely had time to put the hook back in. So he continued to fish in this manner well into the night. Each time he caught a fish, he would throw it upon the grassy bank and quickly cast again. He was so preoccupied with the fish that he never noticed the strange goat-like creature standing next to him, until he saw a second hook being cast and landing next to his. As Alistair looked to his side, there standing in the shallows of the river was a great Urisk. Not only that, but the large beast had an equally large fishing rod, and was catching the trout with the same speed Alistair had been only moments before. The Scotsman noticed that the Urisk was throwing his catch atop Alistair's pile in the bank. There were no words between them, just a nod known by most fishermen. Then both the man and the creature continued to fish well into the early hours of the morning. It was during this time that Alistair became a little anxious of the Urisk. He had heard many tales of men that encountered strange beings in the woods at night, and not many of the stories had good endings. But Big Alistair also knew of the Urisk. They were simple folk and easily tricked. If he played this right, he could take all the fish for himself. The first light of morning was fast approaching, and Alistair knew the Urisk, like many other fey creatures, hated the dawn. All he had to do was wait. Not long after, the creature bellowed, "It is time to stop, Big Alistair, and divide the fish." "No, no," the man called. "'Tis not at all time, especially while the fish are taken so well." The Urisk looked a little put off, but continued fishing. More time passed before the creature called again. "Stop now, Big Alistair, and let us divide the fish." "Have patience a little longer," replied Alistair. "Consider that I have never before seen the fish in such a taking humour." The Urisk once again did what he was asked, although this time he was a lot more unwilling than the last, for he knew that day was fast approaching. Another few minutes went by, and the Urisk called on Alistair for a third time, telling him to stop and divide the catch. The Scotsman knew from the tone in the beast's voice that he was getting angry, and it would not be wise to delay for much longer. Fine, fine, let's stop, said Alistair. Will you gather the fish or divide them? He questioned the creature. I shall gather them, and you shall divide them, spoke the beast with some authority. That will not work, said Alistair, for I am unsure how to divide them. Flying into a fit of anger, the Whisk shouted loudly at the man. It's not difficult. One down and one up, one here and one there, and the last big one for me. Big Alistair now began to fear that the last big one might be himself. Perhaps the monster meant to eat him along with the fish. First light was fast approaching, and if he could only stall for a short while, he would be safe. The man slowly set about sharing the fish. He was in no hurry to complete the task. He used every opportunity to delay the process. Alistair would constantly miscount, and many of the fish would slip from his hand. By this time, the Whisk was furious, stamping back and forth the bank with his cloven hooves. The beast finally cried out, half in anger and half in desperation. Won't you take care, Big Alistair? Won't you take care? It seemed as if Alistair paid no attention to the pleas of the creature, and before long, the first rays of sunlight shone through the trees. The Whisk leapt onto a knoll above the river and quickly disappeared from sight. Big Alistair had won. He packed up the fish in a large bag and headed home. It is said, however, that from that day to the day of his death, Big Alistair never dared go fishing after nightfall. I think this last tale would show that on some occasions humans can be far crueler than the Sidhe. The Whisk is said to be a simple creature and was easily tricked or taken advantage of. In Scottish Gaelic, the term Whisk may also denote a diviner, a person with the abilities to foretell future events, although the word is also used to describe a savage-looking fellow. Some have suggested that the goat-like nature of the Whisk may be in some form related to old nature spirits spoken of in the ancient Celtic mythology, which filled a similar role to the Roman faun or Greek satyr. Whisks are not only prevalent in the folklore of Scotland, but they are also found in many of the clan histories. The Highland clan of Graham claim that Whisks worked for their ancestors as servants. A similar tale was recorded by the clan MacLachlan, who were served by an Whisk who went by the name Harry, which was short for the Hairy One. There's an abundance of tales involving this creature all throughout Scottish history. All talk of similar looking creatures, but with vastly different attitudes and temperaments. I suppose it just goes to show that you cannot judge a creature by its form.
Today, I bring you a short tale of a strange occurrence on the Isle of Skye. One which unfortunately is much lacking in information, but it's a story I personally enjoy and I think deserves a little more attention. The Beast of Odal. On the eastern edge of the Isle of Skye, there sits a town at the narrowest point of the Inner Sound. This town is named Kilrea, after the mythological hero who appears in the Scottish Fenian narratives. For many centuries, this town would host the small ferry which connected Skye with the Scottish mainland. This crossing point was well used by farmers to bring the Hebridean cattle to the mainland markets. This town and its crossing were very important to the island way of life. So it will come as no surprise that the very first public road in Skye was built leading west from Kilrea, allowing safer, more consistent travel to the crossing. But the building of this road would be no easy feat, as west of Kilrea was the Odal Pass, a striking route through the mountains and hills, which boasts some of the most wonderful views in all of Skye. So then why was this stunning pass such a stumbling block for the road? Well, local legend has it that the Pass of Odal has long been haunted by something hideous, some malevolent creature. the dreaded beast of Odal Pass gained a well-deserved reputation for evil and horror all throughout the island. It was said that this spectral creature did not always appear in the same form, and it was believed it could change its shape and morph at will. It was most commonly seen in the guise of an old spectral man waiting quietly on the pass. Its mere sight would be an omen of great misfortune for the unlucky farmer or traveller. Other times, the spirit would appear as a large mutated man with one thick leg, one eye and one arm. It was also reported to appear in the form of a greyhound-like dog, or a wild canine-esque beast prowling the pass at night. The locals told that horrifying shrieks and maddening screams could be heard echoing from the pass at night, and many would not travel that way after dark. Travellers and farmers on their way to the market told tales of their encounters with the creature. Men were often attacked or thrown to the ground by this mysterious horror before escaping the pass, battered and beaten, but with their life still intact. It is now we return to the building of the first public road. Well, it's safe to say that the workers quickly learned of the local legend, and by Monday morning, not many of them relished working in the Beast's Pass. It was said that local contractors and labourers would have nothing to do with the new road, as they were very well aware of the dangers that lay in the mountains. Eventually, the gathered workmen would tentatively begin the road, and this is where their trouble began. On the first night, as the workmen slept in a small bothy by the pass, there came a great howling scream that chilled the men to their very bones. Rushing outside, armed with picks and shovels, to lay down whatever hideous beast called in the night. They were met with nothing, and the pass lay empty. This was the beast's warning, and the nightly howls continued, keeping the workers awake for several days. This would lead to a great increase in accidents and injuries in the worksite, and after a week of no sleep, and the continuing physical harm, most of the workers picked up their tools and left, wanting no more to do with the beast or the pass. The injuries and sightings of the strange creature would only increase from then on, until one day the workers woke to find the body of a man at the roadside. Who this man was is unknown, but his death was attributed to two deep piercing wounds, one upon his side and another on his leg. It was deemed at the time that these mortal blows could not have been inflicted by human agency. Yet, after the finding of this body, the beast completely vanished and has never been seen or heard of in the Odal Pass again. The workers would continue and eventually finish the road, and the legend and tales of the beast from Odal Pass fell to history. Thank you for watching, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons who helped me keep these tales alive. I find this such an odd tale, and it is somewhat infuriating that no more information has come to light on both the beast and the dead man. I personally wonder how it was deemed that these blows could not be inflicted by human agency, and why, if the spirit or creature had such a long legacy in the area, are tales and sightings so unbelievably limited? With John Gregerson Campbell's book, Witchcraft and the Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, the only somewhat credible source that I could find, and even there he alludes to the many tales and history of the beast of Odal Pass. But for the life of me, I cannot find these stories anywhere. So I now ask all of you, if you have any knowledge of this legend, or even similar tales, please let me know in the comments, and perhaps together we can learn some more of this great mystery. There are many theories and suggestions surrounding the beast. One comes from the well-known folklorist Catherine Briggs, who believes that the spirit of the pass was the ravening ghost of a murdered man, hungry for revenge, and with the killing of the workmen, his bloodthirsty appetite had been satiated. This vengeful spirit archetype is very common in many Scottish tales of ghosts or hauntings. But can we really be sure that the beast was only a ghostly apparition? Could it perhaps have been the ancient she, angered with the destruction of nature's beauty by the coming road? I found a very tenuous link between the beast of Odle and a mythological creature found in both Ireland and Scotland by the name of, and I kid you not, the Fachan. The Fachan are creatures related to the giant race, who were said to have one leg and one arm. This beast would hop around, striking out at its prey with the one clawed hand. This sounds eerily similar to one of the shapes our haunting spirit would inhabit. So does this mean that the creature was a Fachan giant of the elder days, still living in the mountains of their more powerful ancestors? Or that the beast of Odle had once came in contact with these creatures and confined to memory their shape to mimic later down the line? Either way, we may never know, but to me, it would seem that unknown knowledge and unexplainable things still hide within the forgotten places of the world. Until next time, Slán Java. All around the world, great draconic creatures can be found in tales and stories dating back millennia. Not only do dragons exist far and wide, but each culture seems to have their own distinct species of this mythological creature. In Scotland, this beast is commonly known as the Vahir. It is said to tower above all men and have the form of a great serpent. But this dragon has no wings or fiery breath. Instead, it kills its victims with giant pointed fangs and a potent venomous sting. Today's tale is of one such beast and its hidden mountain lair, Ben Vahir. At the entrance to Loch Leven, near Ballachulish, there stands a great mountain known as Ben Vahir, but it did not always have this name. Long ago, a great Vahir made its home in Corrie Lea, a large dark hollow carved into the side of the mountain, which at the time was known as Ben Gulbin. From the lip of the Corrie, the evil serpent could monitor all the lands from the foot of the mountain to Ballachulish Pier. By night, the beast would leave its shelter and stalk silently down to the village, looking for a meal, which it often found. Not only did it hunt during the night, but many say that if an unsuspecting traveller would journey too near the Corrie, the Vahir would leap from the shadows and tear the man apart. The villagers tried everything they could to rid themselves of this terrifying beast. Many a brave or foolish warrior would challenge the Vahir, but they would never return from the mountain. The locals were at a loss. Nothing could kill the great beast, and every night their number became fewer. Then on one day, a keen young man by the name of Charlie the Skipper sailed into Ballachulish. The night he landed, the skipper heard all the horrifying tales of the Vahir and the plight of the locals. It was then that Charlie promised to do all in his power to rid the land of this foul creature. At first light on the next morning, the skipper began to work. First he anchored his boat some distance off the pier. Then the young Scotsman began to build a floating bridge between the boat and the pier by lashing together empty whiskey barrels. Atop the empty barrels, the skipper fixed many razor-sharp iron spikes. When his work was done, Charlie lit a fire on the boat's deck and began to throw large chunks of flesh upon the flames. As the meat crackled and seared, a beguiling scent headed along the spiked bridge, up the pier at Ballachulish, and on towards the Corrie and the mountain. Within minutes, the Vahir tasted the cooking meat in the air, and the greedy beast began to make its way out of the Corrie and down the mountain side. In a series of nimble leaps, the hungry creature came to the pier. There it hesitated for a moment, seeing the large iron spikes on the new bridge. But the beast was clever. It knew this to be a trap, Yet the confidence of the creature was shown as it leapt out onto the barrels and began to race towards the boat, jumping from spike to spike. At just that moment, a roar went up from the skipper on the boat, and as he cast off the ropes attached to the barrels, a local man did the same at the pier. The new spike-laden bridge began to float out into Loch Leven. The nimble beast reached the end of the bridge, but the boat was too far to jump. Quickly it turned back, leaping between the spikes, but the pier was now too far also. Enraged at this trick, the beast continued leaping back and forth, as there was no area between the spikes large enough for the Vahir to land. Until finally, fatigue overtook it. The beast landed hard as the iron spikes entered its body, and it was there that the Vahir slowly died of its wounds. Charlie the skipper was hailed as a great hero for outsmarting and defeating the terrible lizard. The villagers around the mountain now felt as if they could continue their lives in peace. But this was not to be, as more evil dwelled within the quarry. Before the Vahir had ventured down to the Barrel Bridge on that day, it had left behind a mate. The female Vahir was heavily pregnant, and due only to this, there was peace in the mountain for some months. But eventually, the beast would return. On one dark night, the new mother and her brood exited the quarry and headed quietly down the mountain, where they found a great bale of hay. The mother placed her young within the hay to keep them safe and hidden, while she hunted for food. The Vahir wrapped its way through the fields and streets of the small village. There it entered a house and began to eat its fill. As the ravenous beast ate, the early hours of the morning came, and a young farmhand headed to the great pile of hay. A moment later, the young boy ran back to the farmhouse in absolute terror, after seeing the young Vahir asleep in the hay. Through wild gestures and incoherent words, the boy eventually let the farmer know what he had seen. The farmer in all haste grabbed a lantern and set fire to the hay. The anguished screams and roars of the infants echoed all round the glen as they burned. The tormented sounds would reach the ears of the feeding mother, who dropped her prey and rushed to save her young. But by the time the Vahir reached the edge of the farm, only ashes remained. Upon witnessing the scorched bodies of her young, the mother wandered slowly to the shore and lay upon a large flat rock, known today as Dragon's Rock. There the final Vahir of Ben Gulbin lashed herself to death with her own tail. After the beasts were all dead, the locals began to call the mountain by a new name, a name that we still use to this very day, Ben Vahir, Mountain of the Dragon. The Vahir are certainly interesting creatures, and show up quite a few times in Scottish folklore. Their name in Gaelic, Vahir, actually has a few definitions, such as serpent, snake, thunder, and lightning. This is why you will sometimes see Ben Vahir referred to as the Mountain of Thunder. Some suggest that the Vahir is actually a form of Vua, a type of evil spirit or Sidhe from Scottish folklore, and that they have a strong connection to the water, which may very well be true. According to notable Scottish folklorist John Grigorson Campbell, the Vahir is described as the largest and most deadly kind of serpent. It dwells in dark mountain caves and has a venomous sting. It is said that if a person is stung by a Vahir, they must run to the nearest loch or river, as if they reach the water before the creature, they are cured. But if the Vahir arrives first, no medicine known to man will prevent the victim's death. One superstition on the creation of a Vahir can be found in the Highlands, where it is said that if you kill a snake, be sure to destroy the head some distance from the body. Otherwise, the head and the body will rejoin, and the snake will return as a Vahir. Campbell actually provides another account of the tale I have just told, although this time the setting is in Islay. and the beast aboard the barrels is killed by cannon. But I personally prefer the Ben Vahir version. The truth of what the Vahir is or was is entirely unknown. Some have said the tale may have spawned from exaggerated sightings of grass snakes or giant eels. It has also been suggested that the violent and destructive nature of the draconic Vahir may have been a poetic metaphor for the devastating power of lightning storms. But who knows? Perhaps somewhere, deep within a mountainous cavern, the Vahir still lives, just waiting for someone to journey too near the quarry. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons who help support the channel. On a quick final note, there may have been a few modern sightings of the Vahir, but I could not find any good sources on the subject. One sighting comes from Sgwr na Lapich in 1930, but I couldn't find any more information on this sighting. Another happened in 1975 in a gorge near Kilmorick, where a group of fishermen saw a 9 to 10 foot serpent swimming in the water. But as the men approached, the creature swam away, and they never saw it again. If anyone has any sources or information on these sightings, or more tales of the Vahir in general, I would love to hear them. Thanks again. Slang Java. Scotland is an ancient and mystical country. Its lands and lochs are filled with tales of strange creatures or spirits, beings like the Doinashee, also known as the Old Gods or the Fair Folk, who were said to exist in another world, found beneath the mounds and hills of Scotland, or the often malevolent forces of evil spirits like the Kelpie, the Vua, or the Redcap. These creatures were all well documented in old Scottish lore books. Each have very specific characteristics, and in many cases, there are actions one can take to prevent themselves from falling foul of the spirits. Yet not all evils of the land were so well documented, and if you don't mind my saying so, it is the unknown that binds our senses with anxiety and contorts our mind with a near infinite fear. The Black Walker of the Ford. Many years ago, in the land of Ranach, there lived a miller who was very much addicted to the use of tobacco. And like most smokers, the miller was prone to anger and quick in temper when lacking his particular drug of choice. It transpired that on one day, near the beginning of spring, the poor miller had completely ran dry of tobacco. But not all was lost, as that very afternoon he met a group of Lochaber men who were passing through Ranach on their way to Perth, and sent with them an order for more tobacco, which they would deliver upon their return. On one night, some days later, as the miller had just arrived home, he heard what sounded like footsteps some distance behind him. There was only one ford for the mill stream, collection of small stepping stones, which lay not far from the miller's house. In sudden hope that the sound behind him, with the Lochaber men returning, the miller called, "Who's there?" with an air of excitement in his voice. But there came no reply. Again he called out, and again no sound returned. The severe lack of nicotine now made itself apparent in the man, as he screamed with a sudden anger, "Whether you're man or devil, I'll make you answer." An eerie, somewhat inhuman voice returned, "I am the Black Walker of the Ford." What further transpired upon that fateful night, we do not know, but each and every evening since, the miller would leave his home just after dusk, cross the river and travel to a forested area near half a mile away. Once there, great cries, screams and shouts could be heard, echoing throughout the local countryside, as if there was some great battle afoot. Before daybreak, the miller would return, tattered and bruised, with his dark dripping blood. Then, as the light of a new morning hit both the man and the blade, the red viscous blood would turn to dirt and fall from the long dagger. This wild tale of the miller and the black walker quickly spread throughout the land of Ranach, and many young would-be heroes journeyed to the ford to do battle with the walker, but no being or creature would ever appear. On one night in particular, a group of men from the area decided to follow the miller to see what occurred, but as if the man had been granted the second sight, the miller quickly learned of this plan and confronted the men. He warned them not to follow him. It was enough that he himself had to go, never mind placing any more souls in peril. The men heeded the warning and never again tried to follow the miller. This nightly battle would continue for many years. Each night the man would leave, and each morning he would return with his blood-drenched blade. But all of this would come to a head on one wintry night. As always, the man would exit the mill house, cross the stones, and make his way to the forested area. Yet this night would be different from all the others, as this night would be the last. The cacophony of horrifying shrieks and screams, which were emitted from the wood that night, far outdid any other. People from all the neighbouring villages were harshly awoken. Many ran to windows and doors to listen to the titanic battle occurring in the woods. On the next morning, the miller returned, covered head to toe in thick red blood, which, like always, would turn to dirt. He told the gathered villagers that the fighting was over, and never would he speak of it again. That day, some local men went to the forest and found two very distinctive sets of footprints, arrayed as if the two beings had been engaged in a powerful struggle. The prints sank deep into the mud and snow. One set definitely the miller's, but the other was strange. The prints were less like feet and more like stumps. And most worrying of all, they did not leave or enter the woodland like those of the miller. This has been the unnerving tale of the Black Walker of the Ford, a chilling reminder to us all that many unknown entities still exist in the dark parts of the world. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons who help me keep these tales alive. I truly couldn't do this without their support. I am not even sure where to begin with the appendices to this tale. It is all such an enamoring mystery. The Black Walker of the Ford is really only mentioned in this one specific source, that being John Grigerson Campbell's Witchcraft and the Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands. I have hunted high and low trying to find other references to this creature or this particular tale, but all to no avail. It is perhaps what is left out in this story that makes it so interesting. What was the creature? How was it bested? What took place at the ford? And did the miller ever receive his tobacco? These questions have plagued my research of this tale, and I'm here to say that I simply do not have any concrete answers. What I do know is that this tale displays some common folklore tropes for Scotland. Yet the entity does not seem to line up with any familiar creature from Scottish lore, like bodachs or bogles, urisks, the hushka or the vua. Gregerson Campbell calls the creature a hobgoblin, but then states that this is a term used for unknown or unclassifiable otherworldly entities which are seen at night and taken to be supernatural. Since the information surrounding this tale seems to be so sparse, there are many suggestions as to what might have happened and who or what the entity was. Campbell himself tells that some years after these events, a man who had been in the Americas returned to the area and entered the mill, to find the miller dressing a millstone. The miller, in a fit of rage, threw the stone-shaping pick at the man, and told him never to appear in his presence again. It was thought by some that this man may have been the miller's quarrel, and it was they that had fought each night, and the story had been somewhat elaborated by local rumours. Others have suggested that the whole affair may have been some form of delusion brought on by the miller's lack of tobacco, which sounds very absurd to me, although it did make me think that this story could be some form of wonderful allegory for stopping smoking. As an ex-smoker myself, I can definitely sympathise with the miller and his daily fighting of a beast for many years, as I am sure most addicts can. Locals from the area have at different times suggested the miller met the devil or a demon on that night, ran foul of the she or some other spirit. The mere fact that the entity was encountered by the water would suggest that it could be any manner of Scotland's various malevolent water spirits. But still, its nature seems so unique that I would not be willing to categorise it. Whatever or whomever the Black Walker of the Ford was, or for that matter still is, seems to be a complete mystery. If anyone knows of more information on the subject, or knows of similar creatures in folklore and mythology from other areas or countries, I would love if you could let me know in the comments. And I'll see you all again next time for more tales of Scottish folklore. Slanjva.
Scottish history is full with tales and stories of giants, beings far taller and stronger than the average clansman. Many a brave fighter or strong warrior would claim to be descended from these mythical creatures. But as with all things, the time of the giants would come to an end, and there is some that would say the last giants of Scottish blood lived in the land of Ross, the cave of the last giants. North of Inverness, in the land of Ross, among the hills of Fern, there was a great cave, which was the home to the last giant and his daughter. In the culture of giants, a marriage between a giant and mortal was looked at in quite a negative light. The giants thought themselves to be above man in not only stature, but also importance. So it was with a heavy heart that the last giant blessed the marriage of his daughter to a local man. On the day of their marriage, the bride and groom, both in their clan tartan, tore strips from the plaid, and joining them together, they tied the knot, as was the custom at the time. The occasion was a small affair with only 5 or 6 guests. The ceremony was successful, but then came the feast. There were great piles of cooked ox and boar, the table near overflowing with cakes, bread, fruit, and all manner of delicious food. The meal was prepared by the groom. It was his attempt to win favour with his new father-in-law. "Let's eat," called the groom. They had all sat down at a large table to begin the meal. When the groom asked, "Have you giants ever eaten from an ox as large as this one?" the last giant slowly rose to his full height and said to the man, "Among us giants, the legs of birds we would hunt and eat were far larger and heavier than your small ox." The groom could not control himself and burst into fits of laughter. "Do you take me for a fool?" spoke the groom. "There is no such bird. I think your great age and blindness would account for such a ridiculous tale." The giant, now angered, would not let this offence go. For a lowly mortal to dare suggest a giant of his lineage and nobility was a liar was unheard of. Though he was old and blind, the giant was determined to vindicate himself. He called to his manservant and ordered him to bring his bow and 3 arrows. The daughter tried to persuade him to return to the feast and forgive the groom for what must have been some form of mistake. But the last giant would not hear of it. Within moments, the servant returned with a bow well over 10 foot in length and 3 arrows that would be considered spears in any man's arsenal. On seeing the enormous bow, the man began to worry. The giant ordered his servant to guide him out of the cave and deep into the Balnagowan forest. As the odd pair entered the woodland, the giant began to give directions to his servant. Although he could not see, he possessed a great memory. Eventually, the giant led by the servant entered the clearing. "Do you see a large rock with rushes at its base?" questioned the giant. "That I do," said the servant. "Perfect," replied the giant. "Guide me to the large step on the rock." The servant then completed his master's request. And now that the pair were standing upon the rock, the servant could see that the sky was filled with all manner of birds, many of which he had never laid eyes upon before. "Can you see the birds?" asked the giant. "Are they larger than common?" "I can see them," voiced the servant in astonishment. "The skies are black with birds, some far larger than the biggest eagle I have ever seen, but the largest is 3 times bigger than an ox." There was a subtle smile which crept upon the giant's lips. "Guide my hand to my bow," he said. With bow in hand, knocked one of his spear-like arrows. He stood in complete silence for a while, as if listening to the movements of the birds. Then he held the bow high, and with his immense strength, took the string to full draw, and loosed an arrow. It shot through the air with incredible speed, and landed directly in the breast of the largest bird. Like a rock, it fell from the sky and landed in the clearing. It was huge and far too heavy for the servant to move. He did his duty and guided his master to the bird. With one of the giant's great arms, he lifted the bird and swung it over his shoulder, and with the other was led from the woods. The pair returned to the cave and entered with their catch. The groom was wide-eyed and entirely mystified by the mere sight of the enormous creature. The giant, without saying a word, threw the gargantuan bird upon the table in front of his doubtful son-in-law. The groom quickly fell to his knees in front of the giant and repented for his foul treatment of his aged and blinded father-in-law. The last giant of Scotland, now fully vindicated, returned to the feast. It is said that from that day, the groom would only show the giant the utmost respect and deference. He understood that the giants of old knew far more about this land than he ever would. The cave, now sadly empty, still lies among the hills of Fern, and is still remembered as the home of the last giant in Scotland. Thank you for listening. One clear, bright morning in the Scottish Highlands, a woman was busy washing clothes in a slow-moving yet icy cold river when she beheld a curious sight. Coming down the river like a miniaturized boat was a small carved wooden bowl. The woman stepped further into the cold water, but as she lay her hand upon the bowl, it morphed into a hideous and horrifying creature, and before the unlucky washerwoman could scream, she was dragged beneath the flowing water and never seen again. She had been the prey of the Dracha. The Dracha are dark-willed water creatures, sometimes referred to as fairies, but more commonly thought to be spirits. It is said that they could be found in both the Scottish Highlands and down near the border. The Dracha is particularly adept at shapeshifting and can appear as almost any everyday object. They use this ability to lure in their would-be victims. Tales tell of Dracha taking the form of wooden bowls, plates, or cups. In all these forms, the devious creature would float down the river or along the banks of a loch it calls its home, waiting like a spiritual angler for someone to take the bait. Not all the forms of the Dracha floated. On some occasions, it was known to present itself as jewellery laying on the riverbed, commonly appearing as a bright golden ring which would catch the eye of those passing. Other tales tell of Dracha that remain in their unassuming form to allow them entry into the unsuspecting victim's home, where they would attack during the night. There is no description of the Dracha's true form, only that it is terrifying. Some have suggested it takes the form of an old, malnourished woman when dragging its prey below. Being taken by the Dracha does not always mean death. It is said that if a woman is seized by the creature, that she is taken beneath the water to the cave of the Dracha. There she is employed as a nursemaid for one of the Dracha's brood. If the subjugated female nurses the vile offspring of the water spirit for 7 years, she is granted her freedom and may return to the land from which she came. There was the tale of one woman who was taken by the Dracha. It is said that while in the subterranean catacombs nursing the young, she touched her eye with an ointment of serpent's grease, made by the Dracha. Once her time was up and she returned to the land, the contaminated eye could see through the Dracha's various shapes and could perceive their true form. She later tells that this power was taken from her by the ghostly apparition of a hag she thought to be another Dracha. With all this fear around items found in rivers, it will come as no surprise that people of old found it practically a requirement to bless or sain any item found in or by a river. It was said that the Dracha could be repelled or stopped through reciting Bible verses or carrying a crucifix. On some occasions, even a simple prayer would be enough to save the unfortunate victim of this spirit's haunting. One tale tells of a washerwoman from Teviotdale down in the Scottish border. On one cold afternoon, this woman was down by the washing pools cut into the banks of the River Teviot. There she did her daily chore of washing clothes and linen, when she saw, floating by her in one of the pools, a wooden beetle hammer or old-style masher. Strangely enough, she had just been thinking about crafting herself a new beetle hammer only this morning. Quickly she scanned the area to see if anyone was watching, and with the knowledge she was all alone, the woman snatched up the hammer and hid it within the sheets. It wasn't until midway through her journey home that she realised how foolish she had been. What if the hammer had been a Dracha in disguise? She had stole the item from the water with such speed that she never paused to consider blessing or saining it before picking it up. Well, she thought, lesson learned. I'll never pick an item from the water without blessing it from this day forward. Thankfully this time, I was safe. Or so she thought. Before she went to bed, she placed her new hammer upon a shelf above her bed. That night, at the stroke of midnight, the woman was awoken by a great noise. It was as though a storm was raging within her house. The doors and windows were blown open with a great force. A harsh and wicked voice could be heard in the wind. It seemed to be summoning something with a name the woman had never heard before. Suddenly, the beetle hammer began to move and change form. The woman threw herself from the bed, and with her eyes tightly closed, she began to call out a prayer to God. She asked that she be spared from this nightmare, and that she would repent her sins. With another unworldly crash, the clamorous sounds of something exiting the house were heard from miles around. Then silence. It took some time before the horrified woman gained the courage to lift her head and open her eyes. Around her was complete disarray. Windows smashed, doors torn from hinges, tables thrown about. When she inspected the shelf above her bed, the hammer was absent, but in its place were deep claw marks. That night, her panicked invocation had saved her life and exorcised the Dracha. And for the rest of her life, the woman never again took an item from the water. The tales of Dracha seem to warn of taking things that are not yours. I think this can be seen as reinforcing one of the Christian commandments, "Thou shalt not steal." It's possible these tales had a different context in the pre-Christian era of Scottish history, but certainly from the tales I have found, the symbols of the church could quickly and simply rid you of this foul spirit. It would seem that on some occasions, the Doine Shi, or fairies of old, were substituted for the Dracha. In these tales, the woman they stole away would be taken to a hill or fairy mound, as opposed to the underwater caverns of the Dracha. The major issue in researching this specific being of Scottish folklore is the lack of references. I am sure there are more, but I could only find a handful, and none of these explain or suggest an origin or cover the etymology of the name Dracha. For this video, I chose to pronounce it with a mix of my own Scots accent and using the Latin pronunciation of the letter Ash. But I have no idea if this is correct. If you know of any more references to the Dracha or could help with the pronunciation, please comment below. Until then, I would advise against taking anything you see floating down a river in Scotland. Thank you for listening. The land of Islay, in the Inner Hebrides of Scotland, has been fought over for as long as the island has existed. The first unknown tribes were defeated by the Gaels in the 6th century. They would then form the Kingdom of Dalrieta, which withstood Pictish and Norse invasions for quite some time. But eventually, Dalrieta would fall to a great Norse invasion, and in the 9th century, Islay would become part of the Kingdom of the Isles, and the Norse settlers would pledge the island to the Crown of Norway. A century later, the Isles would claim their freedom as an independent kingdom. This angered Magnus, King of Norway, who would send a great force to reclaim his lost island kingdom. This resulted in 200 years of war between the Kingdom of the Isles, Norway, and the new United Scotland. Eventually, the fighting would stop, and in 1266, King Alexander III of Scotland would form a treaty with the Kingdom of the Isles. They would become a semi-independent authority under the rule of the Scottish Crown. The descendants of those who rebelled against the Norwegian rule were now known as Clan MacDonald. And in 1336, John MacDonald of Islay adopted the title Dominus Insularum, Lord of the Isles. John and his descendants ruled the islands for many years, until in 1462, where he made the great mistake of allying with Edward IV, King of England, in the hope of conquering Scotland once and for all. Unfortunately for the MacDonalds, this was at the onset of the English War of the Roses, and King Edward had more to worry about than Scotland. King James of Scotland would learn of the MacDonalds' treason, and demanded that the Lord of the Isles forfeit all titles and land to the Scottish Crown. Islay and the rest of the Isles were now officially Scottish land, and in the years to come, King James would grant those loyal to the throne the land and estates upon the island. This is how Clan MacLean came to rule the island under the Scottish king. But in 1545, due to their renewed service to the crown, some of the MacDonald holdings on Islay would be restored, and this is where our story takes place. War had once again come to the Isles. The MacLeans were furious about losing their land to the traitorous MacDonalds, who saw the land as their birthright. The Duchy. In the year 1598, the vast majority of the small island of Islay was held by the recently reinstated Clan MacDonald. This was very much to the annoyance of Sir Lachlan Moore, chief of Clan MacLean. Lachlan had married the sister of Angus, chief of Clan MacDonald, in a bid to halt hostilities between the clans. And as part of his sister's dowry, Angus offered a large stretch of land called the Rins of Islay. But when it came time to claim his new lands, Lachlan had found that it had already been promised to Brian Mackay, lieutenant to the MacDonalds. For years, Lachlan contested this, and finally, he had had enough. If MacDonald would not give him the land, he would take it. The Clan MacLean were heading to war. Before heading off to battle, Lachlan would seek to divine the outcome and how favourable his odds were. To do this, he consulted a local wise woman. The diviner told Lachlan that no good would come from his expedition and that he should not set foot in Islay. The concerned MacLean told the woman that he must go, that it was a matter of great importance and pivotal in increasing the clan's reputation and standing. The wearied old woman nodded slowly and said, "If you are determined to go, Lachlan Moore, then heed these warnings. Dinna land in Islay on a Thursday. Dinna fight on the shores of Loch Gunnar. And under no circumstances take a drink for the well, known as the Well of Neil McPhee." If Lachlan followed the advice of the wise woman, his victory was assured. But heeding these warnings would not be as simple as the clan chief had first thought. Within a few days, over 800 MacLean men had gathered by the shore, ready to make the short boat trip to the land of Islay. Lachlan and his men set sail on Wednesday morning and expected to land on the shores of Islay just after midday. But the warriors were assailed by an untimely storm. Not only did this slow the crossing, but with the wild sea battering the shore, it meant that the MacLeans would have to anchor off the coast till the weather calmed. Eventually the soldiers landed on the banks of Islay on Thursday morning. Once on the island, Lachlan was met by James MacDonald, the new chief of Clan MacDonald and son of Angus MacDonald. He pleaded with Lachlan to lay down his arms and wished the pair could come to some form of agreement. He offered Lachlan half of the rins, but MacLean had not come to barter. Lachlan demanded what was rightfully his, or he would take it by force. James was not willing to hand over his birthright, so he told MacLean that the MacDonalds would meet him and his men on Trygunyard, or shore of the loch. The name of the loch sent shivers down the spine of Lachlan, but he had come this far and did not mean to turn back now. His men marched to the banks of the loch, where they would camp that night and ready themselves for battle. During that night, a strange cloaked figure appeared in the MacLean camp. The figure was only the height of a child, but demanded to see Lachlan Moore, great chief of the clan MacLean. The figure was taken to the leader's tent and shown in. It was there where the strange visitor removed his hood in front of Lachlan, and to the great surprise of the chief, he now looked upon an odd, dark-skinned man. The man was stunted and had a cold, warped face, covered with a thick, bushy beard. He introduced himself as the Doo-Shee, or Black Fairy. He claimed to be born of elf and man. He told Lachlan that he had travelled from the island of Jura to serve Clan MacLean as an archer. It was then that he produced a tiny bow and arrow. Lachlan and his men began to laugh hysterically at the miniature archer. The chief ordered that this malformed creature be taken from his sight and thrown outside the camp. The dwarven figure was heartbroken. To serve the clan of his father was his one dream in life. Now spurned and outcast from the MacLeans, the Doo-Shee's mind turned to anger. Lachlan Moore would live to regret the day that he laughed at the dark archer. Quickly, Doo-Shee gathered his bow and arrows and ran to the MacDonald camp. He was swiftly shown to the tent of James. There he told of his ungracious welcome at the hands of Lachlan, and that he now wished to pledge himself to Clan MacDonald, and as a gift, Doo-Shee promised to end the life of Lachlan Moore. The next morning, as the busy troops were forming ranks along the loch shore, Doo-Shee snuck to the centre of the battlefield and climbed a rowan tree, which stood by the well of Neil McPhee. There the little archer hid and waited for his opportunity. The battle began on the morning of August the 5th, 1598. and beneath an unusually strong sun for that time of year, the MacLeans and the MacDonalds met in a bloody battle. The battle raged on for many an hour, but by midday the outnumbered MacDonalds began to retreat, and during this lull in the fighting, Lachlan Moore took the opportunity to quench his thirst. The chief had found a small well in the middle of the battlefield, but as MacLean removed his helmet, an expertly fletched jet black arrow shot through his right eye, killing him instantly. This was the price for scorning the douchey. Cries echoed out round the battlefield that Lachlan Moore, chief of Clan MacLean, had been killed. It was at this time the remaining MacDonalds sprung their trap. The retreat was planned, and now at the top of a shallow hill, the MacLean men were forced to fight, with their eyes blinded by the falling sun. The MacDonalds, although outnumbered, were by far the more experienced warriors, and quickly won the day. The routing MacLeans were chased back to the shores of Isla and onto their boats. The Battle of Trigunjart was won by the warriors of Clan MacDonald and the dwarven archer, Douchey. After the battle, James MacDonald sent word to the wife of Lachlan Moore, granting her safe passage to the island in order to collect the body of her husband. A cairn was raised by the well on the very spot the Black Arrow had taken MacLean's life, and his body was burned at Kilchoman Church. Still to this very day, it is unknown what became of Douchey. Following the battle, the Fey being seemed to just vanish. Some say he returned to Jura, while others say he travelled to the other world and stayed in Elfheim. Whatever the case, he is now known as Douchey, Master Archer of Clan MacDonald. Thank you for listening.
It was widely known among the Scottish people that the Sidhe could be dangerous creatures. It was not wise to meddle with them, and commonly leaving them a wide berth was the safest action. On the other hand, some craved the knowledge and the power of the Fae, and if they came face to face with the great gods of old, they would happily enter into a bargain or take their opportunity to win a wish. Many times, these boons granted to mortal men would come in the form of prophecy. But dealing with the Sidhe is never straightforward, and the intent to change the future can often cause the undesired one to come true. It is in this latter category that we find Hugh of the Little Head. During the 14th century, the great clan of MacLean had become a dominant force in the Western Isles. The chief at the time was Lachlan the Wily of Duart. But today's tale more concerns his brother, Hector the Stern, who ruled over the second most powerful branch of the family, the MacLeans of Lochbuie. Hector had a son whom he called Hugh of the Little Head. This name, it was believed, referred to Hugh's constant foolishness, and although he was the son of the Lochbuie chief, there was not much respect for Hugh within the clan. His most useful action so far had been the arranged marriage between himself and a somewhat older woman from the clan of MacDougall. This union would strengthen the bond between the clans, a favourable outcome for both chiefs, although not quite so favourable for young Hugh. His wife had earned the title of the Black Heron of the MacDougalls due to her domineering and harsh personality. She did not suffer fools lightly, and our fool suffered greatly at the hands of his new wife. She would pick and peck at him morning till night. The chief of Lochbuie had been a great warrior in his time, but now the weariness of age lay upon him, and Hector had grown old. The Black Heron was determined that Hector would leave the clan castle and all the lands to her husband, and not any of his cousins. Day after day, Hugh of the Little Head was pushed by his wife into confronting his father, and demanding he make it known that Hugh would be the next chief of the MacLeans of Lochbuie. Old Hector merely listened to the boy's nonsense, and waved him away with "we shall see what time brings." But this was no good for Hugh's wife. Again and again she pushed the man to confront his father, and on one day Hector could stand it no more, and his voice rose in anger at his son. During the shouting, Hugh drew his sword and cracked the old man in the head with the flat of the blade, before storming off in anger. Hector was furious with his son. He had all but challenged him to a duel. But he would not fight his own child. So the old man sent word to his brother Lachlan to ask for his advice. But Lachlan was unable to contain his rage and fury at the situation. Whether nephew or not, Hugh had greatly disrespected the clan, and Lachlan issued a challenge to Hugh of the Little Head. He was to bring himself, and any men loyal to him, to meet the MacLeans of Duart on the field of battle. Hugh, again pushed by his wife, gladly accepted the challenge, and rounded up the meagre fools that would follow the Little Head into battle. Yet his wife, knowing that this skirmish may end with Hugh as chief of all the MacLeans, sent word to her father, and soon a small army of MacDougals had arrived to aid Hugh in his great challenge. On the eve of battle, Hugh left his camp and walked in the woods, hoping to clear his head. As he approached a small stream, the man in great shock spotted a woman washing clothes. A sight not unusual to the man, but her visage was far from common. The tall, shriveled creature had a large hooked nose, and its rough, calloused hands were tipped with sharp claws. Hugh knew the creature was not of this world. It had to be the Benia, the fairy washerwoman who portends death. She was rinsing the bloody shirts of those who will soon die. Hugh, with some apprehension, asked the haunting woman if his shirt was among those she washed. A slow but unmistakable nod was the answer. Hugh called again, "Please, O washerwoman, what can I do to avoid this fate?" The skull-like face of the spectre turned towards the man and spoke in an eerie, unpleasant tone. "There is only one thing that will save you from your fate. If on the morning you are given butter for your porridge unprompted, you will survive the battle." Hugh was not happy with the answer, and cursed the washerwoman as a fool. He called back that he and his men will not have porridge in the morning, and by that her prophecy will be easily bested. With this, Hugh of the Little Head returned to camp and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Hugh and his eager followers all sat in a great tent, waiting to receive breakfast. Hugh watched as his servants brought out great bowls of warm porridge for the warriors about to fight. But before they could pick up a spoon, Hugh ordered his men to wait. They sat in silence for some hours as the porridge cooled. Then, with no food in their stomachs, the men rose and readied for battle. As Hugh left the tent, he shouted towards his wife, "The servants are terrible. We wait for hours, and no butter was brought for our porridge. So we will have no porridge, and win the battle nonetheless." A great battle then erupted on the hillside. Swords clatter and clash all round, and in the centre, atop his horse, was Hugh of the Little Head. He galloped straight towards his uncle, with sword drawn. Chief Lachlan picked up his great claymore, and as the horse passed him by, he removed the Little Head from Hugh's body, which happily continued its journey, slumped up on the back of the animal. The MacLeans of Duart were quickly victorious on the battlefield, and Hugh's struggle for chiefdom was over, and so was his life, or it would have been if the Little Head had been less of a fool. The curse given to the washerwoman was far from forgotten, and Hugh was said to live on, being granted his wish to survive the battle. But now he was doomed to an eternal cursed life as a spectral, headless horseman. From this point onwards, the story seems to split into many tales. It was believed by some that whenever a member of the Lochbuie MacLeans died, the horseman is seen, or the clattering of hooves can be heard in the distance. Some tell that the headless horseman will come to claim the souls of the dying himself. In some versions, this is seen more positively, with headless Hugh guiding his family members safely to the other side, while others claim the horseman arrives to kill those whose time upon our world is up. Hugh was not contained to any specific area, and the spectral horror was said to be seen all over Scotland, and on many occasions in Ireland. It has even been suggested that Hugh of the Little Head led to the tales of the Irish Dullahan, a sinister fey rider whom carries his decapitated head under his arm as he hunts the souls of the damned all over Ireland. Although I will say that this could very well be the other way round, and the Dullahan inspired the tale of Scotland's Headless Horseman. I am not sure which came first, and I am less acquainted with Irish folklore. But either way, it was a tale very much believed in both lands. In a further tale of Scotland's Headless Horseman, Hugh was said to take a liking to one of his descendants, and would commonly be seen with the young man riding upon the back of his spectral horse. The wicked horseman would do no ill to this man, and more than that, he was said to converse with him and portend the fate of the clan's successors, which according to legend have all come to pass, although it is not mentioned what exactly these omens were. In a story with some similarities to the last, Hugh was said to arrive on the blackest of nights atop his spectral steed, in order to take the life of a great MacLean warrior. But when the Headless Horseman arrived, the young warrior was standing by a birch tree, which he had secretly tied himself to. When the Headless Horseman reached down to pull the man upon his horse and ferry him to the other side, the warrior would not move, even under the immense unworldly strength that the horseman now possessed. The tree twisted and cracked, but did not give way, and for the first time ever, the horseman was thrown from the saddle. The headless figure hit the ground hard, and his ghostly steed disappeared into the night, leaving the panicked Hugh to chase the beast. Some say it took the horseman 3 months to recapture his horse. Others claim it took years, and during that time, no MacLeans would die. But either way, the warrior had cheated death, and lived for many more years before the horseman returned to finish his ghoulish task. One tale, which is still well remembered today, happened on the Isle of Mull in the early 1900s. On the island, there lived 3 old sisters of the clan MacLean: Lilias, Jane, and Marianne. At that time, they all resided in the same cottage, and lived quite happily. On one cold winter's evening, while the local doctor, Duncan MacDonald, was on his daily rounds, he went to visit the women. While the doctor was being welcomed inside, all of the sisters and the man heard the eerie clatter of hooves on the short road leading to the cottage. But when looking down the track, there was nothing to be seen. Lilias immediately called, "That's Hugh of the Little Head, and he's come for me." The very next day she was dead, but the odd tale does not end there. 1 year later, Jane died within the house, and those that lived there to care for the woman distinctly remember hearing the sound of hooves on the track outside, but no visitor ever arrived. Some even claimed that there was odd ghostly happenings within the house, such as items going missing or moving on their own. One told that for weeks leading up to the death, she had heard the rattling of bridal chains, which instantly stopped on the day Jane passed. The third sister, Marianne, did not wish to stay in the cottage anymore, and believed it to be cursed. She moved to a cottage by the name of Muircroft in 1902, and there she died after contracting an illness. Once more, the carers had heard the clattering of hooves on the very night the woman passed. Those in the surrounding area even told that the terrifying headless spectre had been seen that very night, galloping through the fields near the cottage. Is this pure coincidence, or did the spectre of Hugh MacLean return to ferry their souls to the other side? Another occasion when the ghost of Hugh MacLean was said to have been quite active was just before the beginning of the Second World War. Many in the area of Lochbuie told of the sounds of a horse galloping by their homes at night. Yet in the morning the people would search for tracks or hoofprints, but there was none to be found. Everyone grew fearful of the omen and anxiously awaited the horseman's return. A few days later, news reached the village that an old woman with ties to the MacLean chief had died, and for the next few weeks, none of the older locals dared venture outside during the night, lest they should come upon the headless spectre galloping between Lochbuie and the MacLean mausoleum at Laggan. A final tale was recorded by the then chief of the MacLeans, Murdoch Gillian. As he reached the end of his days, the old chief began to hear a horse galloping during the night. But not being a man of great superstition, MacLean believed it to be a local riding the horse at night, or a horse that had escaped its stable. So one day, after hearing the galloping hooves for many nights, the chief asked his retainers to search the area behind the house and find the man or the horse at fault. The whole day, the men searched up and down the field, but they found nothing, not even hoofprints. Some days later, still plagued by the galloping horse, the chief became gravely ill, and now bedridden, called for the family doctor. The doctor arrived a few days later, along with a day and night nurse, all of whom took residence at Lochbuie House, so they could care for the old chief. One evening, while MacLean was sitting up in bed, having his dinner, the man expired. By the time the doctor got to the room, the old chief was long gone. It was now the duty of the nurses to prepare the body for burial, but during the course of their work, something terrible had given them a fright, and the pair rushed downstairs in a state of utter horror and refused to return to their duties, and also refused to tell anyone what they had witnessed. Later that evening, an atmosphere of dread descended upon the entire house. All the residents had gathered in the dining room, fearing for their lives as odd noises and strange sounds were heard everywhere. Each bang of a door or creak of a floorboard would send icy shivers racing up the spines of the haunted house guests. As the sun began to rise, the sleepless crowd heard the front door slam shut, and the sound of hooves galloping away. It would seem that the headless horseman had come to take the soul of the late MacLean chief. The tale of Hugh of the Little Head is a well-known one in Scotland, and there are many more stories of him haunting various castles and places, especially upon the night that the chief of the clan MacLean dies. If you would like to hear these tales, please let me know in the comments, and I can tell you more of Scotland's Headless Horseman. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my patrons for supporting the channel and allowing me to make these videos. The first appendice I have for you this week begins with the main character of the tale himself, Hugh of the Little Head. Although his name is spelt E-W-E-N, it is not pronounced Ewan. Although some Ewans do spell their name in this fashion, it is actually a derivation of the Gaelic name Owen, which is commonly translated to Hugh, but is actually pronounced Hugh. But for the sake of this video, I chose to pronounce it as the common English version, by which Hugh is best known nowadays. On a very similar tangent to that of the Doulahan, Hugh of the Little Head is also said to have been the inspiration behind Washington Irving's The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, or the Headless Hessian of the Hollow. Hugh of the Little Head was also a tale that travelled across the world. When many of the Highlanders were forced by poverty to leave their homeland and begin a new Scotland, or Nova Scotia as it is now known, they would take many of these tales with them. The headless form of Hugh even made it to Canada in order to return the MacLean spirits back to Scotland before they went to the other side. Although the Canadian version of the tale, and the Sleepy Hollow one for that matter, has more in common with a slightly later telling of the tale of Hugh of the Little Head, one in which Hugh is to challenge his brother in a duel for leadership of the clan. On the evening before this battle, Hugh visits a local witch, who is much feared by the locals, yet is known for her power. He asks the witch if he will be victorious, and she tells him that he will win the fight if his wife gives him food unasked for on the morning of the duel. Again, his wife did not give him any food, and he died on the battlefield due to his wounds. As he died while fasting, his body would not leave the land, and he would ride for eternity on the very horse he rode that day. Not quite as interesting as the original, if you ask me. I like the jab at the Fae and the penalty he received for shunning the old gods. I hope you all enjoyed this tale of the possible origins of the Headless Horseman myth, and I hope you will all join me again next time for more tales from Scottish folklore. Slanj Many years ago, in the West Highlands, there lived a farmer by the name of McKelvey. The harvest had recently ended, and the farmers were all readying their boats to transport their goods across the Black Pool of Loch Linnhe. McKelvey was a giant of a man, known far and wide for his strength. He owned a small farm some distance from Loch Linnhe, and there worked with the power of 3 men. Yet it was due to his farm being more distant than the others that on one day he found himself by the banks of the loch, alone. The other farmers had arrived sooner and quickly left, worrying about the storm clouds on the horizon. McKelvey, in all haste, packed his wares within the small rowing boat, but he was not quick enough. By the time the goods were stowed, a wild storm had arisen, and the commonly glass-like water of the loch was now heaving to and fro in great wind-battered waves. McKelvey, a little apprehensive, began to push the boat out when he spotted a young woman clad in a long green dress walking along the bank towards him. She greeted the farmer and asked if she could get a lift over the loch. The farmer was more than happy to oblige, but only if the water was not too rough for the woman. "If you're happy, then so am I," the young lady replied, climbing into the boat. The farmer then took hold of the oars and began to row into the storm. As the pair ventured further, the storm only became worse, and even the strong McKelvey began to struggle against the waves. The young woman asked if she could help. She could take an oar, and they could battle the storm together. The farmer only laughed and shook his head. Looking at the woman's thin build, she would be more likely to be hauled over the side than be of any aid, so McKelvey struggled on, with each pull of the oar sapping more of his strength. Eventually, the strong farmer could no longer propel the oars through the raging waves. All out of ideas, and fearing the dark depths of Loch Linnhe, the man gave in and passed an oar to the young woman. Instantly, she plunged the oar into the waves and heaved with such strength the boat turned to its side. In complete shock, and with more than a little embarrassment, McKelvey heaved on his oar in time with the woman, and the boat was off. The farmer, even with all his strength, struggled to match the power of the woman, and soon the boat was skimming over the loch. In fact, so quick was the boat moving, that when they hit the other side, the boat slid up the bank and clear of the loch. McKelvey looked in awe of the woman, and invited her for dinner as a thank you for saving his life. But the young woman declined, and with a curious smile, left the boat and began to walk off down the bank. The farmer emptied his goods and gazed upwards for a final glance of the mysterious woman who had saved his life. But by then, she had completely vanished into thin air. It was only then McKelvey realised he had met the mysterious Scottish glastick. The glastick, or Maidan Uanya, the Green Maiden, is a solitary, supernatural spirit, sometimes described as a ghost, that appears all over the Scottish Highlands. The traditional description of the glastick has her appear with the upper half of a woman and the lower half of a goat with cloven hooves. Although in many later tales she appears as fully human, albeit with a hint of the fae or she. The spirit was known to have pale, near grey skin and long golden hair. Often she would be clad in green, in the form of a long flowing robe or dress. This links the glastick quite firmly to the Doineshi, or fairy folk, as the green colour has always been seen in Scotland as a sign of the old gods or fair folk, and was thought to have magical properties. The glastick was said to be the strongest of she, and could summon to herself great power for feats of strength. She was also known to have a scream that could awaken the echo of the most distant hills, and was matched only by the Irish banshee, and much like her Irish cousin, the glastick is more commonly heard than seen. Like many Scottish beings from folklore, the glastick is often found near rivers and lochs all over the Highlands. Many think that the glastick is a water spirit, and considering the common translation of glastick is water imp, it is a fair guess. Yet the original translation shows us differently. Glass, meaning grey, pale, sickly, dark-hued, and teak, meaning sneaking or crouching, suggests the ghostly, quiet nature of the creature, which may be a reason that the glastick is not only seen as a water spirit, but a creature of both earth and water. Then again, there are many theories on the origin of these beings, and considering the various traditions and roles that the glastick inhabits, it is no surprise that many points of origin can be pondered. Some claim the glastick to be pure she, one of the fair folk from the other side, possibly an outcast of the fairy realm, sent here as punishment or as a willful traveller, a being from beyond the fairy hills, come to help and aid humanity. Others believe that the glastick could be a form of hybrid, not unlike the Urisk. Perhaps the Green Lady is the offspring of both men and she, trapped between both worlds, yet belonging to none. It is said in some tales that each glastick is very individual and unique in both temper and attitude, something that is very common of the Urisk and may suggest a clash between she and human nature. In some tales of the glastick, it is a human woman touched by the she, or given some form of enchantment by the fairies. This most commonly happens at death, and will bind the person between worlds, giving the glastick their characteristic ghostly visage. As I mentioned earlier, the glastick has taken on many roles throughout Scottish history, and as our folklore and traditions have changed over the years, so has the place of the glastick in our culture. Some tales of the spirit show her as a kind and well-meaning creature, while others display a cold and malevolent being. On some occasions, the Green Maiden is seen as a trickster, using her powers to make fools of simple humans, or leading travellers astray. This again shows a connection to the Urisk, and even displays many similarities to the Brownie. In her more positive role, the glastick is closely associated with the herding and care of cattle, and on occasion wild deer. In many Highland households, an offering of milk would be left each night for the Green Lady, in the hope that she would protect the cattle and keep them free from illness. This offering was always left outside the house, commonly in the barn or out in the grazing pastures. This can be seen in the tale of the Glastig of Ardnadrochit. On the very eastern edge of Mull, not far from the castle of Duart, sits the small farm of Ardnadrochit. This farm was under the ownership of the Lamont family, and they had in their service a Glastig, who would care for their cattle in return for a share of the milk. For many years, the enchanting green woman would bring the cattle to pasture, help with birthing, and generally keep them from harm. Under her dutiful watch, the herd flourished, and produced only the finest of milk. The news would spread far and wide about the magnificent cattle of the Lamonts. So far, in fact, it reached the ears of some undesirable raiders from Lorne, in the land of Argyll. One day, the raiders from Lorne would land in the Isle of Mull, with the goal of stealing the famous Lamont cattle. But the Glastig of Ardnadrochit had been gifted foresight of this very occurrence, and with all haste herded the cattle high into the safety of the mountains. Unfortunately for both her and the cattle, the Lorne men would make it across the land and began to scour the hills and mountains, searching for the elusive cattle. Soon it became obvious to the Green Lady that the men would find the cattle and they would be taken from their home. There was nothing more horrifying to the Glastig than to lose the very creatures and friends she had cared for and reared for so many years. She was determined that the herd would not leave the Isle of Mull, and so one by one she struck the cows with the flat of her hand, and one by one they turned to stone and remained forever on the hillside. When the raiders searched the area, they could find no cows to steal, only an abundance of large boulders. Eventually, the men of Lorne would leave the island empty-handed, but this was also the last day the Lamont family would ever see the Glastig of Ardnadrochit. The family deeply cared for the spiritual helper, and from that day on, they would always leave offerings of milk in the field of cattle-shaped boulders. As for the Green Lady herself, some tell that her job was done and so left the isle, but most believe that the guilt and sadness of turning the cows to stone broke the heart of the Green Lady, and it was by that means she died, never to be seen again. The tale of the Glastig of Ardnadrochit reveals that on some occasions milk was poured over specific stones that may have been linked to old or even present spirits. This can also be seen in many other areas of Scotland. It is thought that in this role, the spirit is worshipped as a goddess of fertility and a guardian of animals. In some areas, the Glastig was also seen as a goddess of the hunt. There she would herd wild deer over mountains and through dense forests. She could be a great help or hindrance to local hunters. On occasion, she would use her powers to disappear herds that men had tracked for many days. According to some, she would become violently angry if a hunter was to kill a doe rather than a stag. In some circumstances, the Glastig may aid the hunter by granting permission to hunt or guiding their arrows, but only if the hunter was worthy or gave a significant offering to the Green Maiden. This can be seen in the tale of Donald MacIan. Donald was a young man from the land of Lochaber. He was a farmer, but also at times a hunter. During the warmer months, he would take his cattle to the summer pastures in Benbreck, on the north side of the Blackwater. It was on one of these warm summer days that the young man, while relaxing in a meadow, would hear a strange voice in the distance. Glancing upwards, he saw to his amazement a young woman wearing a dark green shawl running towards him with an unworldly speed. This was the Glastig. With no delay, he scarpered out of her path and hid himself by a green bush. Yet it would seem that young Donald was not quick enough, as the spirit altered her bearing and made straight for the man. In a flash, she was at his side, standing with a mischievous grin upon her face. The Green Maiden then began to leap forward and back again over his body, clapping her hands and repeating a strange rhyme. Do you see the wee colt and the sweet gale, lying in the mist of the kine? A stroke he would strike between two strokes, and a stroke between two blows, in the meadow between two groves, and the grove between two meadows. The nonsensical song and dance continued for some time, as the Glastig only quickened the pace. Donald was struck with fear and confusion. It was all he could do to hide his face and wait it out. Eventually, the odd woman would leap away from the man, and in 3 more great leaps, leave his sight entirely. A worried Donald herded his cows back to the small shalin where he lived in the summer months. There, waiting patiently for his master, was Donald's black dog, left guarding his home. Donald was grateful to see his companion, as he had heard tales that the Glastig feared dogs over all else, so from now on, he would not let the beast leave his side. Later that evening, as Donald and his dog lay sleeping, the latch on the shalin door was lifted, and slowly a beautiful young woman entered. The Glastig, now within the home, crept to the bedside of the sleeping man, and just a moment before she could lay her cold hands upon him, the dog woke and rushed the woman. Barking and gnashing, the beast bowled her onto the ground, and stood atop the Green Maid, baring his sharp teeth. The Glastig let out a great scream, and begged the half-wakened man to call her the dog. She promised that she would never bother him again, if only he removed the beast. Donald, in a daze, leapt from the bed and took hold of the dog, allowing the Glastig to stand before him. The fair maiden of the fairy realm said to the man, "On the morrow, go early to Benbreck, and you will find the white hind, the greatest of all beasts, and an unparalleled trophy for any hunter." She then ran to the door and disappeared into the night. Early the next day, Donald travelled to Benbreck, with both bow and dog by his side. There he saw the young woman for the final time. She was surrounded by a herd of deer, and at the head of them was a beautiful white hind, a creature of myth and legend. The man drew his bow and let loose an arrow, and as it flew, the Glastig cried out, "Stick in the stomach, arrow." And true enough, the arrow pierced the stomach of the noble beast, and it fell to the ground as the hunter's greatest prize. The Glastig was never seen by Donald again, although in future he was always sure to take the dog with him to the summer pastures. The final famous role I will talk about is that of the castle-haunting Glastig, more commonly referred to as Green Maidens or Green Ladies. In this role, a once mortal noble or affluent woman was cursed by the Sidhe with immortality and a portion of the fairy nature. This left her trapped between both worlds, a ghost or spectre, doomed to haunt a house or castle for eternity. This is where we see many stereotypical accounts of malevolent ghosts or vengeful spirits appearing in castles or the great houses of Scotland. Although not all tales of the Green Lady show her as evil, some display a caring creature, helping with household chores. Much like the brownie, the Glastig would sweep, tidy, and secure the home when the residents retired for the evening. Some say that the lady would scream or yell to portend good or ill omen, depending on her affection towards the residents. It was also thought that the Green Lady would warn of intruders and of arriving guests. This helpful house spirit, Glastig, can be seen in a short tale from Denali Castle. The castle sits on a hill north of Oban and has seen its fair share of fighting and horror. According to Irish records, it was attacked and set ablaze 3 times, once in 686, again in 698, and finally in 701. These attacks were carried out by 3 separate kings of Dalreta in a war for the lands of Oban and Argyll. It was also the setting for many other battles in the 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th centuries. My point being that the lands surrounding Denali and the castle itself have been bathed in blood many times, and so it is no shock that ghostly spirits haunt the area. Yet it is nice to note that in this area the spirits tend to be kind and helpful. The Green Lady of Denali was thought to have been a chambermaid or servant at the castle when she died. Perhaps due to her innocence, the Sidhe allowed her to continue her task for many years. Some would call this a blessing, yet others would call this a prison, and I am not sure whether the Sidhe are benevolent or malicious in this decision. It is far beyond my remit to suggest what knowledge and foresight could be used by the old gods. It was said that any dirty clothes left overnight would be washed and cleaned by the Glastig before morning. During the night, she would sweep and tidy the rooms and ensure all the residents were safe in their beds. One tale in particular tells of a mentally ill child who was a resident at the castle and whom the Glastig would take special care of. He would always receive extra food and drink, and it would be of the highest quality, while others in the castle, of far sharper wit and far higher nobility, would find sawdust through their bread. Not only that, but the kindly Glastig would guide the boy and ensure that he never strayed too far or got lost in the surrounding hills. The Glastig of Denali seemed to genuinely care for her castle and required no payment for keeping it clean and safe. She was last seen in the 18th century, when the clan of MacDougall left the castle for good. It is thought by some that the clan leaving represented the end of the maid's employment, and that once her work had finally finished, she was released from her otherworldly toil. Other Glastig could be far more mischievous and would often play tricks upon people or make nuisance of themselves. A common trope of Glastig in this role is harassing tradesmen or smiths. They would use the workmen's tools throughout the night, and the poor men would often wake to find chisels blunted and saws broken. This was also the case for blacksmiths, where the Green Lady would cause chaos in the smithy. It is thought that these men were harassed for their use of iron, a substance that all of the Sidhe fear greatly. This can be seen in the tale of the smith and the Glastig. Some centuries ago, there lived a smith by the name of Macpherson. He was a hard worker and kept his smithy in good order. At the end of each day, he would put away his tools and sort his projects into neat sections, ready for work the next day. But every morning, the man would arrive, and the smithy would be in disorder. Tools and iron bars would be scattered about the floor. Nothing would be in its right place, and the whole smithy would be covered in charcoal and soot from the forge. This maddened the poor smith to no end. Not for the life of him could he understand what had happened, and why every morning the door was locked just as tight as he'd left it the night before. So in order to resolve this problem, the smith decided to stay all night in the smithy and wait for something or someone. He took a great hammer in his hands and hid in the corner behind the door. At around midnight, he heard the lock on the door turn, and it was pushed slowly open. Then in sprang a young woman dressed in green, with golden hair reaching the floor. She danced and frolicked and skipped over his tools and iron, sending them rattling about the smithy. He now knew what had been happening. He was besieged by a bothersome Glastig. It was then he noticed a younger girl at the doorway, looking directly at him. She too wore green, and was blessed with the same shining hair. "The ghost is in the corner," said the young girl in a lyrical tone. While still dancing around the forge, the Glastig replied, "It is only little Shambler," and continued her graceful destruction. The smith could take no more of this, and wielding his hammer in both hands, he swung at the dancer, catching her hard on the back and laying her low. He raised his hammer for a second swing, but the woman cried to him, begging him to stay his hand. She promised that no longer would she trouble the man and his smithy. Macpherson yielded and laid the hammer down. The Glastig took hold of the man's strong hands and told him that every one of his descendants, pulled by the beard through the smithy door, would henceforth be perfect smiths. Then she and her young companion left into the night and were never seen again. In the years to follow, her words were proven true. All of the man's descendants acquired great skill in his art, and the name of Macpherson was renowned all over Scotland as the greatest of blacksmiths for many generations. This phantom green lady would commonly be tied to a home or area in which she lived. Some say the Glastig is created by murder, and it is that vile act which binds the spirit to the place of death. Either way, the ghost is seemingly eternal, and will commonly reside in the area for a long, long time, even once it has turned to ruin and the land is now barren. This can be seen in a specific tale from the Highlands. Many years ago, there was said to be a vicious and wicked Glastig that haunted a bridge in the shadow of Ben Nevis, in the land of Lochaber. Many whispers and rumours surrounded this particular green lady, some telling she drowned in the river while washing, others say that she was pushed, some even believe that she was murdered upon the small bridge, and that is why she haunts it still. Whatever the truth may be, it was well known that whomever dared to cross the bridge, especially after nightfall, risked both their life and their very soul. Many men from the local villages had been lost while trying to cross the bridge, and it was becoming a large issue in the villages and towns of what they should do about the Glastig on the bridge. It is here we are introduced to a local blacksmith by the name of Big Kennedy. He was a powerful man and was said to have crafted weapons of such brilliance that they were imbued with the magic of the Sidhe. He told the locals that he did not fear the vengeful spirit, and more than that, he was determined to kill it. So on one dark night, the brave or foolish blacksmith, depending on your point of view, headed to the cursed bridge on horseback. There Kennedy met a frail young woman, clad in a robe of green. She looked tired and travel-worn. She pleaded with the man to share his horse and allow her tired feet to rest. Kennedy agreed and hoisted the woman up onto the horse, but he knew her to be the Glastig, and before she could enchant him or attack, he bound her with a charmed sword belt of his own design. The spirit was now trapped. She pleaded with the man to let her go, but he outright refused. This was his chance to prove his bravery and strength to the whole village. But then the Glastig offered the man a herd of outstanding cattle and the finest house in Lochaber, if only he would release her. Kennedy mulled this subject for a while, but would eventually agree to the Green Lady's offer. But he added that the house must be built before the sun rose, and upon completion, they would shake hands and go their separate ways, never again to meet. The Glasstig did not look overjoyed by the amendments to her proposition, yet she agreed nonetheless. The Fey spirit would release a scream so loud and piercing that it nearly deafened the man. He drew his blade, believing this to be some trick, but then his eyes beheld all manner of radiant figures appearing as if from nowhere. The Sidhe had been summoned to do the work. The man heard the elven creatures working throughout the night, and as dawn approached, he would enter the finest house he had ever seen, and stoke a fire and place an iron in its embers. As the sunlight covered the surrounding hills, a herd of beautiful cattle entered the barn adjoining the house. Then the Glasstig appeared before him, still bound in the charmed belt. The man released the belt, and the Green Lady offered her hand to shake and seal the deal. But Kennedy had a different idea. He grabbed the red-hot iron from the fire and thrust it deep into the heart of the Green Lady. A scream emanated from the creature, which shook the very foundations of the she-built house. And as the spirit withered and died, she lay a curse upon Kennedy and all his family. He would grow old before his time, yet still live to see all his sons die before him. His family would end, and the name of Kennedy would no longer be found on Loch Aber. This was the price the dishonest man would pay for both the herd and the house. There are an almost unprecedented amount of tales concerning the Glasstig in Scottish folklore. If you look hard enough, you will find that one resides in almost every castle, river or loch in the country. So let me know in the comments if you would like to hear more tales of the Glasstig in the future. Until then, be wary in your Scottish exploration this summer, as even if the castle appears empty or ruined, you may still upset an immortal tenant. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for supporting my videos and helping to keep these tales alive. I am not sure of what appendices I can really put to the end of this video. There is so much still left to be said about specific Glasstig and how much they differ from each other. One thing I would like to mention is that the Glasstig is still a very popular spirit even in modern Scotland. Although commonly now referred to as a Green Lady or Green Maiden, people have been hunting these ghosts in old abandoned stately homes and castles all around the country for hundreds, near thousands of years. And in the modern day, this still occurs. There has been a giant ghost hunting scene that has manifested itself in Scotland, specifically in the hunt for Green Ladies. I can think of many castles within mere miles of myself that are said to have been haunted and have been home to ghost hunting expeditions. In fact, I know of quite a few people who have tried and failed to capture evidence of the Green Lady, and it is something I have always been interested in going to see. So maybe one day in the future, I can return to you and tell you either a magnificent tale of the Green Lady and my personal haunting, or a long cold night spent sitting in a castle or ruined stately home. Either way, I'll let you know. Thank you all again for watching, and I will see you next time for more tales of Scottish folklore. Slán Jva.
At the top of an ancient volcanic formation found in the land of Stirling sits a great castle, simply known as Stirling Castle. This is a place of some significance in Scottish history. It has long been thought that Stirling Castle was the key to the north, as it sits on the River Forth and is the meeting point between the Highlands and the Lowlands. For many centuries it was home to the Royal House of Stuart, and from its walls some of the most important battles in Scottish history could be seen. But for many years, the locals have known that magic could be found in its foundations. This is the tale of how Stirling Castle was built. Many years ago, there lived an old man, and this man had it in his mind that his purpose in life was to build a great castle on what was then named Stirling Rock. He chose a site at the very pinnacle of the rock and spent many nights drawing the plans for his great castle by the flickering candlelight. It wasn't until these plans were complete that the man finally understood the monumental task that now lay before him. He was not a wealthy man and too old to drag or quarry the stones himself. It was obvious now that his dream would not come to fruition during his lifetime, if at all. But still the man would not abandon hope. He wished only to see the great castle that he had pictured in his mind once before his death. This wish consumed the man's mind, and night and day he could be found in Stirling Rock, lamenting his inability to create this masterpiece. Then, on one moonlit evening, while the man ranted on the hilltop, he was approached by a small, stunted stranger. "What will you give me if I build your castle?" The old man was quite taken aback by the offer, but told the stranger of how he had nothing to his name. The stranger stood and thought a minute. Then his face seemed to brighten as he asked, "Will you go with me to the other side in 1 year's time, if I promise to build your castle before then?" "Cannot agree to that," said the old man. He had heard of such propositions in old tales, and did not wish to be trapped forever in the realm of the Fae. "Then," called the stranger, "let us make a new deal. If you can tell me my name before the year runs out, then you need not come with me, and the castle will be yours." The man agreed to these new terms. He thought that given a year's time, finding out the name of this stranger would not be a difficult feat. So for the first night in quite some time, the man left the rock and returned home to sleep. On the next morning, he returned to Stirling Rock and was overjoyed to see that the foundations of a great castle had already been laid. Night after night, the little man worked tirelessly, carving stone, chopping wood, and forging materials. But at the end of each month, he would disappear for a day or two, and nothing would be added to the building during that time. In spite of the stranger's short breaks, the castle slowly began to form upon the rock. When the year was drawing to its end, the great building was nearly complete. It was only then that the old man began to become very anxious indeed, for he had yet to discover the name of the strange worker. On an almost daily basis, the old man would try and guess the stranger's name, but to no avail. Eventually the man devised a plan to discover the name, but would require the assistance of a younger man. So he went to his neighbour and asked him to aid in the scheme. He told the young man that the builder was a fairy, and informed him of the pair's agreement. He made mention that the stranger would take a break at the end of each month, and thought that if a man was to follow the creature, it may be possible to find where he goes and what name he goes by. The old man told of how he had tried this on a few occasions, but could not keep pace with the Fae, and so required a younger man with a healthy constitution to complete the task. The neighbour happily agreed and returned home to prepare. When the appropriate time arrived, the young man left his home and hid in the forest near the castle, waiting for the fairy to leave. It was not very late into the evening when the little man downed tools and headed off into the woods. The young man followed the Fae for some time, until the pair came to a clearing in the trees, where there sat a large knoll. He watched as a wooden door appeared in the side of the knoll as if by magic, and as the little man walked inside the fairy knoll, a voice called out, "Is that you, Thomas, son of Jock?" "Aye, 'tis me," the answer returned. As soon as he heard the name, the young man began to dash back through the woods and returned to the old man, where he divulged the fairy's secret. the old man kept this secret to himself all the way up to the last day of the year. It was then that the little man came to him and said, "I've finished my work, castle is done, and now you must come with me to the other side." "I will not go with you yet," answered the old man. "The deal was made," called the fairy. "If you cannot tell me my name, you are bound to come with me." The old man nodded knowingly, and with just a hint of a smile, he said, "Are you not Thomas, son of Jock?" The fairy was stunned, but then his face took a red anger as he yelled, "If I am Thomas, son of Jock, 'tis I devised the wicked plot. Thou standeth River Mount in sight, and for thee not have I tonight." With these parting words, the little man morphed into a ball of red-hot flames and flew through the castle wall, leaving behind him a hole which neither stone nor wood could close. The old man finally took this moment to stand back and view his dream. The great castle of Stirling was built, and here it would stand forevermore. Yet still to this day, the hole in the castle wall can be seen, and it is yet to be filled by stone or timber. This is a wonderful tale, and certainly fills in some of the information lost to history. In truth, no one is entirely sure who built Stirling Castle. The first mention of it is from 1110, when King Alexander I dedicated a chapel there. But at that time, it was already an established castle and seat of royalty. Although the hole in the wall, which is still there, and thought by many to be the very one made by the fairy, actually dates to some time during the 16th century. It is said that the hole in the wall was made for the young Mary, Queen of Scots, so that she could look over the castle and the land that was now hers. But we cannot be sure if this is just a coincidence or the holes are one and the same. There are a few parts of this tale that bear much resemblance to the Germanic story of Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin was an imp who gave his magical services to a miller's daughter in exchange for her first child. But when the time came to give up the child, the woman refused. The imp then made a deal that if the woman could guess his name within 3 days, he would give up his claim to the child. After many failed guesses, the woman followed the imp into the woods, where she overhears him singing about his own name. On the next morning, the woman tells the imp that his name is Rumpelstiltskin, and angrily the imp storms out and is never seen again. I am sure you can see the similarities between this tale and the building of Stirling Castle, but we cannot definitively say which tale came first. Although the tale of Rumpelstiltskin was recorded in the Grimm's fairy tales almost 100 years before, the building of Stirling Castle was recorded by James McDougall. Both were well-known tales, passed down through oral tradition long before they were recorded and printed. So there you have it, the tale of how Stirling Castle came to be, and why many think it will never fall. Thank you for listening.
On one dim, dark night in Scotland, an old Highland man was slowly walking through the dense woodland. He had hoped to arrive home before the night fell, but had been waylaid in a local pub. Now drunk and tired, the man stumbled through the woods, wishing there was an easier way, when suddenly he spotted a large black horse drinking from the river. It was as if the very forest itself had answered his wishes. The man hurried to the horse and noticed it had a very placid mood. This was not a wild horse, thought the man. Standing on a large rock, the man threw himself onto the horse's back. All of a sudden, the beast leapt into action and bolted along the riverbank. The man cried and wailed, but the creature paid no attention. The man tried to jump from his crazed mount, but he was held to the horse with some kind of mystical force. The horse leapt high into the air and landed in the deep river. The water did not slow the creature, and if anything, it gave it speed.
The man, now completely submerged, struggling for the air he would never breathe again, knew in his heart that his life had been taken by the dreaded Kelpie. The Kelpie is one of Scotland's most famous creatures of folklore. It is known to be a powerful water spirit and has been mentioned in many tales and stories all throughout Scottish history. In modern times, it's commonly referred to as the water horse, due to its connection with the rivers, lochs and burns that it calls its home. Kelpies are a form of shapeshifter. They commonly appear as large black horses, but can transform themselves into human figures. The appearance of the Kelpie in either form can differ widely. It is said that the creature's appearance tends to reflect the body of water they guard. For example, the Kelpie spirit of the River Spey was thought to be a great white horse, which lured its victims through song. The Kelpie, being a spirit of water, was said to have an unnatural connection to all bodies of water, and especially its own river. There are tales of travellers being washed away by sudden floods while crossing rivers. These floods were thought to have been summoned by the Kelpie, who did not like uninvited humans entering their river. While in equine form, the mane of a Kelpie is always wet, which would betray its mystical disguise. Another method of telling a Kelpie from a horse was by looking at its hooves. The hooves of a Kelpie were reversed from that of a normal horse, and depending on the individual creature, may be the only identifying feature that shows that it is not what it seems. There were occasions when a wild Kelpie would mate with common horses. It is said that the equine offspring of this union could not be drowned and had an unnatural connection with the water. It was thought that these hybrids could be identified by their small ears, which were far shorter than those of a common horse. Kelpies are malevolent and dark creatures. They would try and lure unsuspecting humans to climb upon their back. It is said that once seated atop the Kelpie, there is no force on earth which would allow the victim to dismount. The water horse would then drag its catch beneath the cold, dark water, where it would consume them. From time to time, people would stumble across human entrails spread across the banks of a river or loch. This was a sign that the water was protected by a Kelpie. There are even some tales that suggest the Kelpie could extend its back to accommodate many riders. But this is only one half of the Kelpie's devious nature. As I said before, the Kelpie has the ability to take on the appearance of a human figure. Sometimes the Kelpie would appear as a wizened old man in a dark green robe, a colour which has a deep connection with the fairies of Scottish legend, called the Doynashi. The Kelpie man would be found relaxing by a river or fishing on a bridge. It would ask passers-by for aid, and when they were close enough to the river, it would leap upon them and drown them. Some say that the Kelpie would take the form of a handsome young man and manipulate the young girls of the village, usually leading to their doom. The most famous depiction of the Kelpie's human form is that of a beautiful young woman washing in the river or loch. Through her otherworldly aura and beauty, she would lure passing men into the water and take their lives. Although the famous depiction of Kelpies is that of a female, in Scottish folklore, tales of male Kelpies seem to be far more prevalent. Like the equine form of the Kelpie, the human form had traits that would betray its true nature. A common trait was that the human Kelpie would always have damp hair. Another was having seaweed or algae entwined within the hair. These malicious water spirits have plagued Scotland for many hundreds of years and have taken many lives. But it is said that if you're strong enough and reckless enough, these horrifying creatures can be dominated or even killed. It was thought that the Kelpie's power was held within its bridle. Many of the Kelpies in equine form were fitted with a bridle and saddle, and when they transformed, this bridle would become a silver necklace. Removing this necklace would force the Kelpie back into its horse form and grant you mastery over the beast. There are tales of captured Kelpies being put to work carrying stones or ploughing fields. They were said to have the strength of 10 average horses and would never tire in their work. The bridle of the Kelpie was endowed with strong magical powers. Some say it had the ability to transform a person into a horse. Others suggest that it acted as a protective charm, providing the owner safety from black magics and other evil creatures. There were different methods used to destroy a troublesome Kelpie throughout the years. Originally, it was said that iron weapons were the only thing that would harm the beast. It is a well-known fact that the old spirits of the fairy realm could be harmed by iron. Later in history, the methods would change with the introduction of Christianity into Scotland. To control a Kelpie, a bridle would be created and stamped with the mark of the cross. Placing this bridle on a wild Kelpie would force the creature to obey your will. You could rid yourself of this creature by destroying the bridle, as it was said to exorcise the spirit. It was also around this time that the concept of dark creatures being killed by the use of silver was introduced. Silver blades, and on some occasions silver bullets, were therefore the best method of killing a Kelpie. There are hundreds of tales and stories of Kelpies from all over Scotland. It's hard to know where to start from, so I will cover a few short tales I personally find interesting, and may do a separate video in the future on some of the longer and more in-depth stories. The first tale I would like to cover is the White Horse of Spey. The River Spey possesses immense power. It is unpredictable and very dangerous. Over hundreds of years, the Spey has flooded and wrought destruction on life and property all around its vast catchment area. It is said by the locals that those unfortunate enough to fall into the raging river never return. This led to an old saying in the area: the Spey demands one life a year. Among the folk of Speyside, it was thought that the ill temper of the river and the loss of life was due to a dark water spirit bent on destruction. Some even reported seeing a beautiful white horse by the banks of the river. But it was only seen during the most foul of storms. One night, a Murray merchant by the name of Malcolm was travelling through a terrible storm. He was heading for the coastal town of Buckie, but to get there, he had to pass the Spey. When he reached the riverbank, his heart sunk. It would seem that the storm had fueled the river to such an extent the bridge had been swept away. Malcolm was tired, hungry and soaked. He was too far from home to head back. Disheartened, the merchant was about to give up when he saw the magnificent white form of a horse rise from the water.
"Greetings, friend,"
said the horse.
"I see the bridge is out, and it would be a shame to turn around now, since you have travelled so far. How about you climb up on my back, and I will ferry you to the other bank?"
Malcolm was suspicious of the creature. He had heard tales of Kelpies before, and knew this horse to be a spirit. "What assurance can you give me that you are not an evil spirit?" called the man.
"I am a spirit,"
said the horse.
"Evil or good is not my place to decide. I will tell you, I am no Kelpie. I am a simple water horse."
As the rain continued to pour, the merchant sat, lost in thought. The Kelpies he had heard of were always black of colour, and the weather was not getting any better, so with some trepidation, the man agreed to the horse's aid. The great white horse came ashore and now stood at its full height. Malcolm climbed up on the horse's back, but the very second he sat in the saddle, the horse took off at breakneck speed. The man screamed and yelled, but the horse took no heed and continued galloping along the bank. The panicked rider quickly tried to throw himself from the horse, but found that he was stuck fast by some mysterious power. It was then when the horse let out a terrifying and hideous laughter. The man had been tricked. The white Kelpie leapt into the raging Spey, and the merchant was never seen again. It was said in Speyside that the white horse claimed innumerable victims in this fashion throughout the years. Kelpies in general did not seem to discriminate in their prey. One tale tells of a group of children and their interaction with this dark water spirit. Somewhere in the western region of the Highlands, on a particularly dreary day, a group of 8 or 9 children were playing by the side of a river. when suddenly they spotted a large black horse standing by the bank of the river. Filled with curiosity, the children approached the horse. They saw that this creature looked beautiful. It had a finely groomed mane and a sleek, glossy black coat. Upon its head there was a magnificent bridle of gilded leather, adorned with jewels of many colours. The children thought that this horse must belong to a passing nobleman, as they had never seen such a creature. The most curious, or possibly the most foolhardy child, stepped closer to the great horse and began to stroke its long, soft mane. But suddenly there was a terrible shriek. The child's hand was stuck fast to the horse, and try as he might, there was no way to remove it. At hearing the young boy scream, the other children raced to his aid. But strangely, the horse didn't seem to notice the children or the shouting, and continued to graze quietly by the bank. The other children tried to free their trapped companion, but as each of them tried to move the boy or the great horse, they too became stuck. The last boy to try and help was a little older than the rest, and figured touching the horse was not a good idea. So one at a time, he tried to pull the now crying children away from their equine captor. Finally, the boy decided if he could lead the horse back to the village, he could find someone to help. Being wary not to touch the horse's hide, the boy grasped the bridle, and to his horror, his hand became stuck. Before the boy had time to think, the horse suddenly bolted with all speed, heading for the river, with the now terrified children being dragged along with it. The older boy, almost without thinking, drew his fishing knife and severed his fingers from the hand that held the bridle. Falling to the ground in excruciating pain, he looked up just in time to see his friends dragged screaming under the water. With his remaining strength, the boy ran back to the village and told this very tale to the heartbroken parents. From that day on, the fingerless boy would never again approach a lone horse by the waterside. I think these two tales show the cruelty of the Scottish Kelpie, and how it was not a creature to be underestimated, but how did it act while in human form? Many years ago, there was a young Highland woman named Mary, who lived with her father in a small village. During the summer months, many of the villagers would travel up into the hills to allow their cattle new pastures. Mary's father was old, and it was difficult for him to make his journey up into the hills. So for the last few years, the young woman would go alone. While there, she would live in a small shalin and spend her nights spinning yarn. In fact, it was on one of these nights, when Mary sat spinning, that she heard footsteps heading towards the shalin door. As the steps came to a halt, a strange voice spoke. "Marie, may I enter?" She assumed it was one of the other villagers. Perhaps they required aid with their cattle. Of course, she called, "Come in and sit by the fire." The door opened, and to her surprise, it was a young man unknown to her. He stepped through the door and sat beside the fire. He said he was a traveller, and he had been fishing in the river nearby, and wondered if she would like to eat a meal with him. Quite smitten by the handsome young man, Mary was almost lost for words. Eventually, she agreed, and the man produced 2 trout, which they cooked on the fire. As the enthralling man was about to take his leave, Mary questioned him. "How was it that you knew my name?" "Quite simple," said the man. "I asked some of the other villagers who the most beautiful woman in the village was, and I was told it was a young woman by the name of Marie. Then I saw you this afternoon tending your cattle, and I knew for certain Marie was your name." The young woman was once again lost for words. She had never before felt this way. She wondered if she loved this strange man. He asked if he could return on the next evening, and promised to bring more fish. Mary agreed, and the man walked off into the night. True to his word, the man returned the next day, and the night after that, and the following night. Each time, the young woman felt more enraptured by his charm. Yet at the same time, she thought there was a strange aura about the man. Something in his mannerisms and appearance that she could not quite put her finger on. So early one morning, Marie took the long journey from the hills to the village, and there she told her father of the strange man and his odd nature. Her father was quite disturbed by his daughter's tale. He had lived in the land for a long time and had heard tales of handsome strangers in the hills before, and more often than not, the focus of their attention would disappear, never to be seen again. The father asked his daughter to stay in the village and that he would go to the Shaolin, but first he would consult a local wise woman. With all haste, he left the house and headed to a small hut on the village outskirts. There he regaled the wise woman of Marie's odd encounter. "It would seem that your daughter has met the Kelpie of the waterfall," said the wise woman. She told the man that a Kelpie had always lived in the pool at the base of a waterfall in the hills, and it is he who abducts the young women of the village and has done so for many generations. "But all is not lost," said the woman. "The Kelpie fears boiling water. What you must do is cast a pot of boiling water over the beast, and it will reveal his true form." Thankful for the advice, the father then made the long journey to the Shaolin on the hill. Darkness was falling when he arrived, and although the old man was incredibly weary and sore, he set about boiling the water. He then donned the dress of his daughter and sat disguised by the spinning wheel. As he had on many other nights, the strange man entered the Shaolin and sat by the fire. "Good evening, my beloved," he said to the person at the wheel. There was no reply. The visitor threw a pile of sticks on the fire, and the room filled with light. With the mere hint of a grey beard beneath the cowl of the figure at the wheel, the visitor knew he had been tricked, and suddenly leapt towards the father in a menacing fashion. But the old Scotsman was prepared, and threw the pot of scalding water across the feet of the stranger. Immediately, his human feet morphed into large black hooves. The beast ran for the door, and the father gave chase. But by the time he had reached the door, all he could see was a large black horse galloping off into the distance. A few days later, Marie returned to the Shaolin to continue tending the cattle, and from that day on, she was never troubled by the Kelpie of the waterfall. Some have said that this Kelpie still haunts the waterfall and can be identified by the burns on its hind legs. The origin of the Scots word Kelpie is uncertain. It's thought that there may be a connection with the Gaelic words kalpa or kalpach, meaning heifer or colt. The earliest known reference to the word can be traced to a dictionary of the older Scottish tongue, transcribed by M.B. Johnson and C.M. Armet between 1576 and 1604. The word may very well have been in common use far before it was written down. Some suggest that the Kelpie, or a water horse type creature, was represented in the Pictish stones. The Pictish stones are one of the oldest and only known artefacts of the Pictish people. Most of these old stones date from the 6th to the 9th century and were found in northeast Scotland, or Old Pictland. Experts have suggested that these stones and their mysterious carvings show an insular tradition, which has no parallels with the rest of the British Isles. Perhaps then, the modern Kelpie can be traced back to the Pictish horse carvings on these archaic stones. A similar concept of the Kelpie's origin is that the water horse dates to a time when villagers would appease the water gods or spirits in the form of human sacrifice, and over time, these water gods became the malevolent Kelpie. The association with horses may be linked to early Norse or Irish traditions, in which horses were sacrificed to appease the gods. The idea of a vengeful equine spirit may be related to these practices. The concept of shape-shifting water spirits seems to be quite widespread in the world's mythology. There are parallels to the Germanic Nixe, which is also found in Scandinavian folklore, where it is said to take the form of a horse and is referred to as the Brook horse. In Australia, there is the Bunyip, an evil spirit from Aboriginal beliefs. Similar to the Kelpie, the Bunyip is said to be found in rivers, swamps and lakes. It waits patiently to attack any human intruders to its home. In Wales, there's a water horse named the Ceffyl Dŵr. It dwells in mountain pools and waterfalls, and has the ability to shapeshift. It is said that this beast would leap out of the water and would trample lone travellers or passers-by. Even in Scotland, there are other creatures of folklore which mirror aspects of the Kelpie. There's a creature known as the Yahushka, which means water horse in Gaelic. These creatures are often mistaken for Kelpies, but it is said that they are far more violent and ferocious, and more commonly found in salt water. Some have suggested that the Kelpie may be the Scots equivalent of the Gaelic water horse, since the Yahushka is more commonly found in the west coast of Scotland and in Ireland. There are also water bulls, but they may be a tale for another time. The general consensus when dealing with dangerous water spirits is that they exist in tales and folklore to discourage young children from playing near rivers and lochs. Tales of the Kelpie also stand as a warning about approaching horses or animals. Many a child through the years has been accidentally killed by spooking or surprising a grazing horse. The tale of Mary and the Kelpie from the waterfall is one of many where a Kelpie will disguise itself as an attractive young man and lure young women to their untimely death. This stands as a warning to young women not to trust handsome male strangers. These stories also appear frequently during the increase of Christianity in Scotland. In many of the newer tales, a young lady will be saved from the amorous Kelpie by holding a cross or Bible. Before we reach the end, I want to bring up what I think to be an important controversy when dealing with the Kelpie. Many old Scottish books of folklore and many experts in the field seem to strongly disagree on whether or not the Kelpie and the water horse are the same creature or two different entities entirely. Renowned researcher of Scottish folklore, John Grigerson Campbell, suggests that the Kelpie is not represented in any Gaelic superstition or folklore, whereas the water horse is. The water horse, according to Campbell, is a peaceful water spirit and is not known to harm humans. Some suggest that the water horse lives in lochs, and the Kelpie can only be found in fast-flowing water. Yet folklore researcher Catherine Briggs retells a story of an evil Kelpie that lives in a loch near Perthshire. In the north of Scotland, there are tales of the Kelpie where it appears as a large reptilian beast and is totally separate from the peaceful water horse. In fact, in some tales, the Kelpie is referred to as an evil spirit that appears in the beastly form of a furred human and has little to no connection to the water. Misinterpretation and mistranslation between Old Scots, Gaelic and English may also be to blame for this confusion, since the name for a Gaelic water horse is Yahushka, which, although it is a water spirit similar to the Kelpie, is actually neither a Kelpie nor what Campbell would call a common water horse. Perhaps some of the nuance between these mythological creatures has just been lost to time. I can say, as someone who has lived in Scotland all my life, that I have always known the Kelpie as Scotland's malevolent water horse.
The Kelpie, or water horse, is a powerful, malevolent water spirit found all over Scotland, in its rivers and lochs. Not only does the Kelpie have a fierce and mighty equine form, in which it can often overpower the strongest of warriors, it has the ability to change shape, and in doing so, leverage its other skills, those of deception, manipulation, and deceit. Today I bring you a tale that will show you the devastating effects of these secondary characteristics. In the west of Lewis, there sits a fertile glen near the village of Shawbust, and in that glen there stands an old shailin. A shailin is a form of hut or little house, which can be found all over the wild and unpopulated parts of Scotland. These small huts were commonly used by the Scottish people as seasonal homes, as during the summer months the cattle would be moved to mountain pastures. This gave the grass and soil around the sheltered valley settlements time to recover before the people and the cattle would return when the winter drew in. The Sheelin of one night was built by a collection of families who agreed to share the residence during the warmer months while they tended their cattle. The construction was completed by May, and the first occupants of the Sheelin were set to arrive in early June. These tenants were two cousins in their early 20s, both with the name of Mary. In the local village, they were known by the names Fair Mary and Dark Mary due to the colour of their hair. Early one morning, the two Marys set off from the village and took with them supplies and a small number of cattle. They were to ready the Sheelin for the older family members and move the first group of cows. It took the pair much of the morning to reach the valley, and they quickly busied themselves caring for the Sheelin and the cattle. Both women had a turn at milking the cows and churning the butter. Then, as the night drew in, the pair sat in the low doorway of the small hut, singing old songs and knitting. When the darkness came over the Sheelin and the stitches could no longer be seen, Fair Mary set light to a candle, and as she placed it by the empty fireplace, both women heard the distant sound of footsteps drawing closer. The pair returned to the door, and by the candlelight saw an old ragged woman coming towards the Sheelin. As the figure neared the light, the pair saw the fatigue and weariness leaking from the woman's very soul. She wore a tattered and threadbare travelling cloak, which struggled to cover her frail and weakened frame. Reaching the doorway, the woman collapsed her weight against the thick doorpost. "I've travelled for many long hours, and I am now completely lost. I left the village some time ago, and came up the hill to ready a Sheelin for my husband. But in the darkness I lost my way, till I saw the light of your candle." The cousins were a little wary at first, but upon hearing the poor woman's tale, they were more than happy to offer the traditional hospitality of the Isles. The weary woman was given food and water. The Marys told the tired figure that she was more than welcome to a warm shakie doon within the Sheelin. A shakie doon, or shakedown, was a form of bed or bedding that was very common in old Sheelins. It consisted of a patch of earth, piled with fresh straw and heather, and covered in a warm blanket. The old woman kindly accepted the pair's offer, and soon all three retired for the night. At dawn the next day, Dark Mary was awoken by a warm trickle flowing across her face. Wiping her brow and opening her eyes, Mary was met with the shocking sight of dark scarlet blood running over her hand. She leapt up and turned to find the guest had gone, and a crimson stream of blood flowing from the breast of her now dead cousin. The woman screamed in sheer horror at the hideous sight before her. It was then she noticed bloody footprints leading to the Sheelin door. Quickly the woman ran to the door and pushed it open. There the footprints turned to bloody hoof marks, and in the distance she could see a jet black horse galloping out of sight. Collapsing to her knees, the knowledge of what truly happened that night seemed to flood her mind all at once. That was the first and last night that the Sheelin was ever occupied. This led to the now widely known name, the Sheelin of One Night, which still stands empty to this very day, daring both the foolish and the brave alike to take their chance and see if they could survive a night with the Kelpie. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my wonderful patrons who help me keep these tales alive. It is told in some versions of this tale that it was Fair Mary who initially offered the old woman hospitality, and that was the reason that she was killed and Dark Mary survived, as if the offer to help sealed her fate due to some fey logic or knowledge known only to the dark spirits. It was said by locals from the island that the body of the Kelpie's victim was buried in the slopes to the east of the Shaylin, but I am unsure of the truth of this. Like many Kelpie stories, the term Ichushka, or water horse, is used in this tale, and it is unknown whether the creature that the woman saw was a traditional Scottish Kelpie or another equine water spirit. I cover this water horse Kelpie confusion in my video on the Kelpie if you're interested in learning more. And I hope to see you all again next time for more tales of Scottish folklore. Slange va.
In the vast collection of Scottish folklore, the Kelpie holds a special place. Each and every ominous water horse has their own personality, with their own fears and delights. The Kelpie in our tale today could only use her power during the midnight hours, and the instant the sun rose, the beast would be cast back into the watery depths. There it would wait in the cold, dark recesses of the river until night was upon us once more. In Bracadale, on the slopes of a great hill, there stood a large Shaylin. The Shaylin was only occupied in the summer months, when a group of maidens would move their cattle to graze upon the hillside. The Shaylin was one of the largest in the area and had enough room to comfortably fit 10 or 15 people. There were no beds in the great hut, and the custom of the time was to cover the floor in a thick layer of dried heather. With their makeshift bedding and a small blanket, each of the women would sleep on the floor next to the fire. But on one night, while the women were readying for bed, a weak knock sounded at the door. "I beg of you to grant me a bed, sweet beloved children," said a tired voice from the other side of the door. One maiden rose from the floor and went to answer the stranger. There, standing before the maiden, was a small, hunched old woman. The maiden took the old woman's shaking arm and led her inside. The woman's clothes were ripped and torn. She seemed as if she was a beggar woman. The maidens, taking pity on this ragged creature, granted her a bed for the evening. The old woman smiled and asked, "Where'll sleep the wee auld wifey in nicht?" One of the maidens told her that she could sleep on the floor below the others. "Oh, that winna do, my quine. I canna be expected to sleep so far for the fire." She was then offered a space to the left of the fire in the shadows of the corner. But once again she refused, saying that the beast in the shadows has always weighed heavy on her mind, and to sleep there would terrify her. Getting somewhat tired of the stranger's odd demands, the women eventually decided to make some space in the centre and allow the old woman to sleep between them. All but 2 of the inhabitants of the Shaylin then quickly drifted off into a heavy sleep. The maiden who answered the door just couldn't rid her mind of a strange, uneasy feeling, and it was this that kept her awake. It also allowed her to notice that the old woman lying next to her seemed very restless throughout the night. At one point during the night, the maiden began to feel strange movements originating from the old woman, and upon turning around, witnessed a horrific sight. The old woman had now grown long, sharp fangs that were buried deep in the throat of a maiden to her left. And worse still, she seemed to be drinking the blood. The horrified young woman let out an agonizing shriek and bolted for the door. Throwing it wide, the maiden fled into the night, but upon looking behind her, she saw that the old woman had begun to give chase. The maid ran as fast as her legs could carry her, fearing to look behind her until she heard a terrifying wail. She then beheld the beast's true form. A great black horse with sharp blood-drenched fangs was now pursuing her. It was only then the maiden knew this evil to be a kelpie. But still she ran, hoping to reach the church and on its hallowed ground find safety. With every passing second, the kelpie was gaining on her, and in time the pair came to a narrow stream, not far from the Brackadale church. The great horse was only inches from the poor woman, as she put the last of her strength into leaping the stream. Landing with a dull thud on the other side, she turned to see the kelpie leap into the air, then slammed her eyes closed, for she knew this to be her death. But the hideous fangs of the kelpie never came. After a short time, she opened her eyes, and to her wonder, saw that the beast was gone, that the first rays of the morning sun were shining through the trees. The kelpie had been unwillingly returned to its cold resting place, and the young woman had escaped with her life. The maiden eventually picked herself up from the banks of the stream and wearily began to return in the direction of the Shalin, hoping that all her friends survived the night. But as she walked away from the river, a cold, haunting voice called,
"Sad it is, sad it is. I am sorry I never caught you, beloved child."
The voice cut deep into the maiden, and once again in outright panic, she ran from the area. From that day on, the small stream has been known as the Sorry Stream, and it is avoided by all those who do not wish to suffer the terrible wrath of the kelpie. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my patrons for helping support my work.
The River Conan lays deep in the heart of the Highlands. Its waters arise from springs and peat bogs near the village of Achtashean, and it flows down through the lands of Ross, where it is met by the Black Water, and eventually enters the North Sea at the Firth of Cromarty. It is a powerful river that has sustained the local Highlanders for hundreds of years, granting them both food and water. But as with all great rivers in Scotland, the dark depths of the Conan was said to be patrolled by a spirit or she, equal in power to the great force of the water. In this case, the long winding pathways of the river were protected by a magnificent kelpie or water horse, and it is this very creature we shall learn about today. Many years ago, on the banks of the Conan River, near an old church, stood a great cornfield, which was said to grow with greater speed and greater bounty than all the other fields in Scotland. This was due to the strength and the power of both the river and the spirit within. On one day, there was a group of Highland farmers toiling away in the field, harvesting that year's crop. It was near midday, and the sun shone bright in the sky, when the weary men heard a great booming call from the direction of the river. "The hour has come, but not the man." Wheeling around, the men glared in awe of the great beast that had appeared upon the false ford within the river. An immense, jet-black horse, larger than even the most powerful of Scottish Clydesdales, now stood between two deep black pools which lay on either side of the ford. The men had all heard tales of this dreaded kelpie, and were instantly petrified at the horror before them. The great equine head of the kelpie turned towards the men, its demonic stare burrowing deep within their minds. Once more it called, "The hour has come, but not the man." Then in a blinding flash, the gargantuan shape of the beast seemed to melt from existence, leaving only a powerful trail through the water. As the men slowly returned from the stiffness of terror, they wondered at the words of the kelpie, Was it a threat or a warning? Their village and families had always endeavoured to show respect to the Great Spirit, and offerings were always given to the river in the hope that neither them nor their loved ones would experience the wrath of the Kelpie. Somewhat worried and also quite wearied from their day's work, the men began to return home, whereupon they spotted a man in the distance, riding a horse at a ferocious speed, heading straight for them and the river ford. All at once, the men now understood the Kelpie's words. This was the man, and the hour was not yet up. They called to the man and told him to turn back, as the way forward was not safe for him. But the rider paid no attention and continued upon his path. It was then that the 4 strongest Highlanders leapt in front of the rider and stopped his horse. They begged him to take another road, for if he did not, his life was surely forfeit. The rider paid no heed to these wild superstitions, and said he carried important information and must pass the ford immediately. The Highlanders were determined to save the man's life, whether he wanted them to or not. The men roughly pulled the rider from his mount and cajoled him into the old church house, which they quickly barred for the man's own safety. The rider screamed and banged up on the door for some time, but the farmers would not budge until the man was no longer in danger. When the fatal hour of the Kelpie had finally passed, the men unbarred the church and flew wide the doors, calling to the man that he was free and could continue his journey. But there was no reply. Once more they called, and once more only silence returned. The confused men entered the old church, and to their horror found the rider laying stiff upon the floor, his face resting in the water of an old stone trough. And I am sure you know full well which river fed that very trough. The Kelpie had taken his prey, and the hour and the man had finally met. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons who help keep these tales alive. The Doomed Rider is a short but somewhat classic tale of a Scottish Kelpie, and at one time it was very well known through most of the Highlands. Unfortunately, the days of remembering these stories seem to have passed us by. This tale seems to use a very common folklore trope, known as the hour has come but the man has not, which has a strong connection to British waterways and water spirits, and can be found in a handful of other Scottish Kelpie tales, as well as in many folk stories from England and Wales, like the Welsh tale known as the Man of the Green Wood. But it is not only found in Britain, as stories of these ilk seem to be quite prevalent on the continent as well, such as the German-told story The Water Will Have Its Sacrifice, and it appears in many of the Danish tales of the Knock or water troll. I wonder if there is some ancient connection between these stories and the spirits that they describe. Or is it perhaps that rivers, lochs and lakes have always been of great importance to ancient cultures and peoples? The Great Kelpie of the Conan appears in many other Scottish tales, one of which that I am particularly fond of involves an expert swimmer who would spend many hours swimming in the river and pools all down the Conan, never fearing the spirits or what he believed were old wives' tales of the Kelpie. But then on one afternoon, while he was resting in a pool, he saw a traveller in the distance trying to ford the river. When the travelling man arrived at the ford, he was met by a young, beautiful woman clad in a luscious green robe. She beckoned to the man and asked his aid in crossing the water. With much politeness, the man took the woman's hand and began to lead her across the ford. But when the pair reached the halfway point, the woman's alluring face changed into the devouring maw of a sinister beast. Her fang-like teeth sank deep into the traveller's throat, and before the man had time to scream, he was pulled beneath the water by the immense force of the Kelpie. The traveller would never return from his watery doom, but the horrified swimmer would leap from the pool and run home as if the very beast of the Conan was at his heels. And it is quite safe to say that that man no longer swam in the dangerous river. The Conan River, and the strength that is contained within its water, now powers Scotland itself, as there is a series of hydroelectric dams, which now stretch the entire length of the river, providing much of the county's electricity. It is as if we are now harnessing the very power of the ancient Kelpies, and perhaps it is their gift to modern Scotland. On the other hand, a sleeping spectral beast could one day awake and find that we have entered its domain without permission, bringing upon ourselves the one thing that all those of Scottish blood fear, the wrath of the Kelpie. Slàinte. To the west of North Uist, in the Outer Hebrides of Scotland, there sits a small collection of 3 largely forgotten islands, known as Ilan Huisce, or the Monach Islands. Legend tells that the lands of Monach were torn from Uist in a storm of biblical proportions. The wild winds and thunderous rains split the island apart and cast them out into the sea. It was at this point that many believe the spirit of the storm was bound to the future of the islands, and some would even tell that the wrath of the great storm would manifest itself as the dreaded Ichushka. Ichushka is the Gaelic term for water horse, and as a mythological creature, it is thought to be distinct from Scotland's far more famous water horse, the Kelpie. Oftentimes, these creatures are swapped and substituted for one another, and it can be hard to determine which creature any specific tale refers to. Yet, on the islands of Monach, we know for a fact it was the Kelpie's more violent relation, the Huisce, that ruled. For centuries, it was known in the islands that haunting the very depths of the Loch of Virtues was a monster among monsters, a water horse whose power and ferocity was unmatched in Scotland. Many a long, dark night was spent by the locals deliberating and debating the best way to rid their lives of this fearsome evil, but all plans had come to nothing, and with the beast left to roam free, the people were subjected to horror after horror. Eventually, it had gone on for far too long, and too many sons and daughters had been taken by the water horse, and the locals had decided to abandon their homes and flee for the mainland. It was at this point a voice was heard from within the crowd. A native woman by the name of MacLeod stepped forward and told the gathered locals that for many years she had been raising and feeding a bull, which she believed had grown so much in size and strength that it may even outmatch the Huisce. The people were not entirely convinced, but decided to put their exodus on hold until the bull had met the water horse. At length, MacLeod led the great bull forth to do battle with the water spirit. As the pair reached the bank of the Loch of Virtues, the woman hid herself some distance away, and the bull happily grazed at the loch side. As the agonising seconds ticked by, the woman sat with bated breath, waiting the arrival of the dreaded water horse. And after some time, the bull seemed to become restless, kicking and tearing the ground with hoof and horn, roaring out a challenge to the beast which lurked beneath the water. Then, as silence fell across the valley, the dreaded Huisce lifted its weed-strewn hair from the glass-like water, and step by step emerged to face his foe. The waiting bull saw the waterlogged creature covered in seaweed and decided to charge headlong at his rival. The water horse lowered his head, and the beasts connected with an immense thud as the bull hit the horse at full speed. The powerful water spirit took the initial hit with great resilience, and was only moved slightly as his feet were pushed backwards through the mud. Both creatures then began a battle of strength, each one pushing the other with all its might. Yet on the land, the heavy hooves of the great bull dug deep, and slowly the water horse was pushed back. It seemed as if the bull would easily win the fight, as the horse continued backing up. But this was all part of the cunning Ehushka's dreaded plans. The bull had now pushed the horse deep into the water, a place where the spirit was far more comfortable. Suddenly, the horse threw the bull to the ground, and beneath the water it fell, quickly followed by the Ehushka. A titanic struggle then took place, as water was flung high in the air. The waiting MacLeod woman could only occasionally catch sight of hoof or horn, as the two creatures flailed in the loch. Then, as quick as the commotion had begun, it ceased, with the water returning to its glass-like nature, and once more an eerie silence fell over the loch. The woman waited for some time, but no sign or sound was heard. As the sun fell in the sky, she returned home in the hope that the beast had been defeated. On the next morning, it was said that a bloody set of lungs washed up upon the bank. But the locals knew not whether the lungs had come from the horse or the bull. Yet as the days continued, there was no sight of either beast, and as the years went by, many now thought the islands to be safe from the evil creature, and it truly was bested by the great bull, before the poor bull itself succumbed to the watery depths. It is said by many in Uist that if you visit the Monarch Isles, you will see where the bull tore the ground with his hooves and horns, near the loch as he challenged the great Ehushka. But there is another possible version of events that was only told late at night and in hushed whispers. The locals knew all too well that the Ehushka was far more powerful than a common bull, and although the creature put up a valiant fight, it clearly lost, and it was the lungs of the bull that washed upon the banks, meaning that the horror of horrors, the spirit of earth-shattering storms, still lay hidden within the darkest depths of the loch, perhaps injured by the bull, and slowly regaining its strength, waiting once again to feast on locals and bring calamity and destruction to our world. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for supporting these videos and helping keep the tales alive. Slanjva. Throughout our history, humanity has always been fascinated by death. Some welcome the end of a life well lived, while others fear the unknown darkness of the other side. Either way, we have always hunted for knowledge on death and the afterlife. Some find comfort in religious and spiritual beliefs, others in scientific certainty. So it is not so strange that this subject appears all throughout mythology and folklore, whether it be tales that create fear or comfort, or the honest experiences of those who have taken a glimpse into the world beyond our own. In the land of Duns, near the English border, there sits many small villages, and every month the people of these outlying villages would bring all their goods to sell at the local market. One village in particular, by the name of Longformakis, was home to many farmers who often had cattle and milk to sell. It was said that there were two roads from Longformakis to the market, one which would take many hours, and one which would take but a few. On the short road lay a place known to the locals as the Foul Ford. Many in the surrounding area thought the ford to be haunted by some spectre of evil, and although this was by far the quicker route, it was seldom travelled for fear of the darkness that lay at the ford. Rumours and tales tell of many innocent men and women taking the short road at night, never returning home. In fact, they were never seen again. That is, until one cold night in Longformacus. It happened on one market day that the wife of a well-to-do farmer was awaiting his return. She had prepared food and sat patiently, wondering when her husband would arrive. As the night went on and the meal cooled, the wife's patience began to run thin. She thought her man must have left late, and no doubt he would have stopped in a public house for a drink. Getting more upset by the minute, the woman ate her supper alone and went to build a fire. There she would relax and knit for a while, all the time thinking of the great row she would give her husband when he finally returned. But as it got later and past midnight, the woman's fury turned to concern. It was then a sudden clatter at the door made her jump. Her husband burst into the room with a horrified and agonised expression. In a madness of words, he frantically explained to his wife that he'd come home by the foul ford, and that he will die by morning, and beseeched the woman to fetch the minister, for only he could help the man. The wife, now panic-stricken, raced out of the house to get the minister. She would also return with the local doctor for good measure, but her man told the doctor there was nothing he could do and bid him leave the house. For the remainder of the evening, the minister and the man sat talking in the bedroom, while the poor wife was refused entry. As the sun rose in a new morning, the minister would exit the room, and with a melancholic expression, he would embrace the woman and tell her her husband had died. The news of the death and the odd tale that accompanied it travelled quickly round the locals, instilling an even greater fear in the foul ford. Even the brave would not chance the shortcut now, be it day or night. For many years, there was no news of the foul ford. No villager was curious or foolish enough to test the rumoured evil. But as often happens in this world, there comes a day when change will inevitably arrive. One afternoon, a young man was sitting with friends in a pub near the market. He had went that day to sell wool, and rather than returning quickly to Longformacus, where his wife patiently awaited him, he was cajoled into the bar and a pint of ale was forced upon his hand. Or at least, that is how he planned on explaining the situation to his wife later that night. The young man sat well into the evening, making merry with his friends. But upon seeing the darkness outside, he thought he really must leave, for it would take him till near morning to reach home. It was then that one of the drunken few suggested the foul ford. It was far quicker, and not only that, but the reduced journey would mean more drinking time. The young man was apprehensive about the path, and worried about the old tales. "Surely you don't believe in that old nonsense about a dark spirit or curse?" called one of the men. "Ah, he is far too much of a coward to take that path," drawled another. The young man, like many young men, especially those full of drink, decided to show them all that he was brave. He would take the foul ford, and not only that, but he would take it again next month, and arrive at the market first to tell each of them his harrowing journey. As the pub closed for the night, the young man's friends each went their separate ways, back to their own villages, and the man himself would head off in the direction of the short path, all alone. During this time, the man's wife sat frantically watching for his return. But it was all in vain. The young man would not return that night. Early the next morning, the poor wife would report her missing husband to some neighbours, who banded together and headed to the market town in search of the man. But he was not to be seen anywhere. The patrons of the pub told of what had happened last night, and of the young man's foolish decision. The men returned to Longformacus and relayed the tale. On the next morning, a great troop of neighbours and family members decided to search the foul ford. There, in the bright midday sun, they found the body of the young man, laying on the bank beside the ford. Strangely, he bore no marks of violence, and although his coat was still on, his waistcoat was lying upon the grass, and in its pockets were the man's belongings and his money. The locals returned the body to Longformacus, and informed the now elderly minister there was to be a funeral. At the dead man's wake, the minister rose to give a speech to the gathered family members and neighbours. First, he apologised for keeping secret the tale he would now tell, for he thought it to be a dying man's madness, but now he believed it to be true. He finally felt justified in revealing what the old farmer had told him on the night he died. Whilst the farmer was heading home, he crossed the foul ford and was coming up the brae on the other side, when he was met by a ghostly procession of horsemen, dressed all in black, riding 2 by 2. As the odd beings reached the man and began to pass him by, he noticed to his horror that he knew each and every one of them. All of the black figures had been neighbours or family members from Longformacus, who had all died some time ago. The horrified farmer was fixed to the spot, and could do nothing but watch the haunting procession until he saw the last man, who was leading a riderless horse. As he reached the farmer, the man dismounted, and said that the final horse was for him. The farmer refused to mount, at which point more of the dark riders dismounted, and came towards the man. A vicious struggle then ensued, yet the wily farmer managed to slip between the hands of the black-robed spirits, and ran with all haste towards his home. But the dark riders called after him.
"It is of no use. Your life is forfeit. You will have want of the horse before morning."
And before the morning sun could rise, the man did indeed die that night. It would seem that some darkness truly did lay upon the ford, and if the minister had heeded the dying man's words, or the drunken man had been less foolish, perhaps there would be one fewer rider in the parade of death. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all my patrons who support my work and help keep these tales alive. This is an odd tale indeed, and it infuriates me to no end that there is such little information about it. I would love to know more of the Dark Riders and their connection to the Ford, where they came from, how many there were. Was it only members of Longformacus? Could these Dark Riders be found in other places around Scotland? As a quick aside, there is a place in Scotland, some distance from Duns, on the coast, by the name of Foulford, which some people confuse in this tale, and believe that the story took place there. I, for one, do not believe that Foulford is of any relation to this tale, not only due to geographical impossibilities, but for reasons I will mention a little later on. There are many tales in Scottish folklore that involve parades of the dead. In some, men are forced to join and return safely later on, or are found many miles away, or on different continents even. The spectral host is commonly known as the Slua, or Army of the Dead. In Scotland, it was thought that the unforgiven dead were doomed to join the Slua and march for eternity in the ranks of the dead. Some believe that the Slua was actually a host of the Doinashee, or fairies, heading to war. In other tales, these beliefs are mixed, and the Sidhe command the host of the dead to do their bidding and fight in their eternal wars. The Slua seems to be a Scottish take on the European wild hunt, and was thought to portend great catastrophes or ill omens. But returning to our tale of the Black Riders, there are of course differing versions of the tale. The most common alteration is that the young man was actually the farmer's son, which makes him even more foolish in my opinion. But then again, I could see why he may be drawn to that area to discover what had killed his father, or what he had saw on his final night. The man's waistcoat being removed is also not mentioned in all the versions, but it does seem to be more common than not, and implies not only that the man was not mugged or robbed, but there was an odd supernatural essence to his death. Some have compared this tale to one of a blacksmith by the name of Neil, who dies on the Greenlaw Moor. Then years later, his son also dies on the same moor. It would seem to me that these stories may be one and the same, as it was thought that the place, once known as Greenlaw Moor, is now the home of the so-called Foul Ford. But there is another oddity here that puzzles me. In the older tale of the smith, he meets the devil in the moor and not the slua. Perhaps this was two versions of the same tale, but one had been altered to become more acceptable in the new Christian society, and that is why the slua, or dark riders, were replaced by devils and demons. Either way, I hope you enjoyed the tale and will join me next time for more tales of Scottish folklore. Slán se bha. There's an old belief in the Highlands that certain metals could ward off evil spirits, ensure safety in battle, and in general, increase a person's luck in life. This practice could not only be found all over the Highlands, but also reached the remote islands of Scotland. The islanders, it was said, had the greatest of confidence in the protective properties of such metals. It was a common sight to see iron horseshoes above doors and barns all over the islands. Iron was the magical metal, the substance that could protect from all evil. Islanders who were struggling in life, or feared the fairies or Sidhe, could often be seen scouring cart tracks in the hunt for old nails or pins that had fallen from horseshoes. These would be collected and stuck into large pin cushions, suspended in doorways to prevent the malevolent Sidhe from entering the home. One of these islanders, who was particularly influenced and haunted by the Sidhe, was a woman known as Moar MacDonald, and this is her story. Morag lived in the town of Stornoway on the Isle of Lewis, and she first encountered the Sidhe many years ago while out digging peat on a local knoll known as Croc Dua. On that day, the young girl would allow herself to fall under the influence of the Sidhe, a decision she would regret many times in later years. Croc Dua was well known as a home for the Sidhe, and on many evenings it was told that the Fae would exit the mound in a great procession and make their way around the island, only to return home before the first light of dawn. Gifts and offerings were commonly left upon the hill to curry favour with the spirits. Yet by the time our story occurs, many in the land had forgotten or stopped caring for the old gods. Their tales were no longer told. All that remained was faint memories and old wives' tales. It is most probably for this reason that young Morag did not think of the offence she might cause these spirits as she dug the peat from Croc Dua. A sudden darkness overcame the girl, and as if transported to another dimension, she now sat in an odd-shapen hall, surrounded by many odd beings. She recalls tales of the Sidhe her grandmother had told her, and foolishly thought that the Fae may grant her a wish. The beings began to push and pull at the poor girl, and now at the centre of this chaos, she finally began to fear for her life. A tall Sidhe struck her hard, and Morag again returned to blackness, before waking up upon the hill. From this day on, the spirits and Sidhe would haunt and torment the poor girl. Morag would try and tell the locals about her strange encounter, but most of the stories were taken as the ravings of an odd young woman. Apparently, Morag would hear the Fae often. They would talk among themselves and plot their wicked deeds. But Morag would catch their faint words now and then. The whispering spirits seemed to surround her daily. In the beginning, the voices guided Morag, and every now and then one of the Sidhe would appear to her and offer to take her on a shortcut to her destination. This was all part of the devious scheme. Each shortcut would end up double the length of Morag's original journey. It got to the point that every step the woman took was only half of what it should be. Often, the unfortunate woman would reach her destination exhausted and struggle to return home. On occasion, Morag would get lost for days within the secret passages and trails of the Sidhe, only to exit exactly where she began. Morag told one local woman that she could no longer have butter, as if it lay unattended for any time, it was known to disappear. The Sidhe of Croc Dua would do all in their power to make the woman's life a constant struggle, and each day they would push her further and further into an inescapable madness. Another hindrance came when the woman went to dig peat. The Sidhe of the hill would escort her roughly to the moorland. There she would fill a creel of peat, but the very second she hoisted the creel upon her back, its weight would double. With great labour, the woman would trudge home, only to find that the amount of peat had halved, forcing her to retake this journey again. I am sure some of you think that you could handle these annoyances and distractions, but Morag suffered at the hands of the Sidhe every single moment of every single day for over 50 years. In that time, she tried everything to rid herself of this nightmarish plague. Often Morag, now an old woman, would be found hunting for iron to drive the spirits away. She would collect old horseshoes, and her outfit would be covered in iron pins and nails. In the town, she was well known for beseeching armed men to fire their weapons over her shoulder in the hope of scaring the creatures away, but there was no end to the harassment. In her later years, it is said that Morag became so well acquainted with the beings that haunted her that she knew each of them by name. One was Deacon and Beam, another was called Poplar, a third, Conica, and the fourth, Peligan. It was thought that Morag named many more, but these are the only recorded names. We are unsure if they are the true names of the Sidhe or merely titles given to them by Morag. The woman became more and more demented by the creatures. One day she ran to a neighbour's house, screaming and calling. The beings had drove her to the very end. In the house, she found a young man shaving, and begged him to slash the air behind her with his razor, in order to scare the Sidhe that bewitched her. It would seem that none of these attempts to free herself had worked, and soon after this occurrence, Morag, daughter of Donald, would be found dead, tormented to the very final second of her painful life. Could all this horror and wickedness truly come from digging upon a fairy hill? A long life in constant fear and pain is a horrible price to pay. Perhaps what we should take from this is to never again forget the old gods, and to grant the Sidhe the fear and reverence they deserve. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my patrons for supporting the channel. This is definitely one of the sadder and stranger tales. I included all the information I could find, but still it was not much. Perhaps poor Morag truly did anger the Fae, and there are many tales of the Sidhe being just as evil and sadistic. If anyone has heard this tale before, or knows more about it, I would love to hear from you. While researching this story, I thought on more than one occasion that the auditory and visual hallucinations experienced by Morag reminded me somewhat of schizophrenia or other forms of psychosis. That is, of course, if the beings were hallucinations at all. Whatever the case may be, stay safe and under no circumstances dig peat from the fairy hill. Slang Java. The Doine Sidhe, or people of the mound, are powerful, regal beings from the other world. They appear to us in a wide spectrum of shapes and attitudes, from the malevolent water kelpies to the powerful elven masters of nature. They can bring power and knowledge, but also terror and spite. These Sidhe were feared in Scotland almost as much as they were respected. Our old gods cannot be bound to simple traits or qualities. Each spiritual being had its own complex personality and place in the hierarchy of the fairy court. It has long been said that the way to this court, a place known to many as Elfheim, lay beneath the great burial mounds that blanket the ground in Scotland. At one time in this country, there was an incredibly strong belief that the mounds not only link the Sidhe to our world, but our dead to theirs. They are sacred grounds, paths upon which our ancestors may travel and ultimately find peace. To disrupt the mound was not only to attack the vengeful Sidhe, but also to dishonour and desecrate the path of those who came before us. Merlin's Craig, or Crag as it may be known to you, was a sheer rock face at the end of a long strip of moorland. It was said by the locals to have once been the site of an old wizard or enchanter's home, which has long since been enveloped by the bog. It was in this way the Craig came by the name of Merlin. Many years ago, in the county of Lanark, there existed a poor labourer who lived and worked on a local farm. The man was unskilled and didn't have a specific role, a jack of all trades, an odd job man if you will, what was known in those days as an aura man. On one chill autumn morning, when there was no extra hands needed on the farm, the man's master sent him to gather more peat for the winter stocks. He handed him a spade and sent him in the direction of Merlin's Craig. The labourer went quickly about his work and headed straight to the far end of the moor to dig peat near the rock face. But as the man hefted the peat from the ground, he was startled by movement from beneath his very feet. A small, ragged creature sprang from the hole in the ground. Now, standing before the man was the thin and gaunt figure of this creature, perhaps 3 feet tall, covered in coarse brown hair, and wearing an old tattered green robe. Although his general appearance was weak, he had the look of supernatural strength and power within his goblin-esque features. The man was astonished at the confusion that now stood before him. It was in this moment the little creature pointed a gnarled finger at the man and called, "How would you like it if I were to ging about lifting the roof for your house? You humans are all the same. You think you can do whatever you want." The small being now angrily stamped a bare foot upon the moor and warned the man, "Put back that tuft this instant, or you shall rue the day." The man stood in a stunned silence, but his mind began to race. He had heard many tales of the Sidhe or fairy folk, and of the retribution they cast upon foolish men who gained their ire. The man remembered a warning he received in childhood from his mother. "When out alone, watch what you do on the green mounds, hills with whispers and sounds. Beware the legendary places, for there lie the Fae. The Sidhe come in many shapes and sizes, grotesque creatures, unfathomable beauty. They are bogles and elves, unworldly masters. Do not run afoul of the Fae, as their great tricksters have led many men astray." With these words echoing in the man's mind, he fell to his knees and begged forgiveness of the creature. But as he looked up, the being was gone. The man's eyes quickly scanned the surrounding moor and crag, but there was no sign of the odd little figure. The man was unsure what to think of his strange, near hallucinogenic situation, but not wishing to anger the old gods, if they truly did exist, he quickly set about replacing every divot of peat he had lifted from the moor. Sometime later, the labourer would return to the farmer empty-handed, but full of odd tales of bogles and brownies, ancient elven warnings and paths to the other world. He told that in future, peat should only be lifted from the other end of the moor, so as to not anger the Sidhe. But the farmer only laughed. He was a strong, hearty man, logical of mind, and with no space spare for elves, fairies, or bogles. Although the man laughed at such preposterous tales, he was also rather upset that his workers should believe such superstitious nonsense. So with a thought to cure his labourer of his wild fascinations, the farmer ordered him to return to Merlin's Craig with horse and cart to lift all the peats he could and bring them to dry in the farmyard. The man would require much persuasion, but eventually he would return to the moor with much reluctance and begin to dig the peats once more. But this time no creature appeared, no fey warning or retribution. As the man piled the peat high in the cart, even he began to believe that the whole encounter had been a dream or vision brought on by overwork or tiredness. He would return with a great cartload of peat, and the farmer was relieved to see that the labourer's fancy for the fantastical had surely left him. Weeks would go by, and the peat began to dry, ready to be used in the cold winter months. And still, no harm or misfortune befell the man. If anything, it was quite the opposite. The crops grew well, the animals were plentiful, his wife and young children were as strong and healthy as any other in Scotland. Eventually, a whole year would pass by with nothing untoward occurring. But then came the anniversary of the very day the man had lifted the peats. As the sun went down, the Aura man left the farm and headed home to his little bothy. The farmer, being very pleased with his worker this day, had given him a pail of milk to take home for his wife and children. As the happy man trundled home with pail in hand, his road took him by the foot of Merlin's Craig, whereupon he heard strange music in the distance, and saw light peering from the top of the rocks. Filled with curiosity, he lay down the pail and climbed the crag. Then as he reached the top, the man beheld a magnificent sight. There, dancing in the moonlight atop the crag, were a circle of beautiful women. These resplendent beings whirled and turned in a mesmerizing dance of grace and elegance. The women were clad in long green dresses that stirred with an ethereal life of their own. The dazzling figures moved to the unearthly sounds, enrapturing the onlooker. Then, as if from nowhere, one of these women appeared in front of the labourer. Stunning the man by the mere sight of her beauty, she extended an arm towards him, and in an enchantingly powerful voice asked the man to join the dance. In that moment, the Aura man forgot all worries and connections to this world, and without speaking a word, he took the captivating lady's hand and entered the circle. Now the poor man was no great dancer, but in that very moment, some strange power surged through his veins, and he was soon waltzing and whirling, sliding and bowing, just like the women. All night long, the merriment and celebration went on. The women and the Aura man danced non-stop until the morning light flared over the hills, and in that instant, the revelry ceased. The women all came to an abrupt halt, along with the haunting music. With great haste, the Sidhe crowded together and rushed towards Merlin's Craig, dragging the mystified labourer in their wake. As they reached the rock wall, an ornate door appeared before them, and opened of its own accord as the fairy women trooped through with the Aura man. As the great door slammed closed behind him, the man looked upon the great halls of silver and gold which now lay before him. The Sidhe women all went their separate ways down the maze-like passages of Masonic beauty, but the man seemed to still be under some form of enchantment, for he could not move from the spot just beyond the door, and when he tried to call for help, he suddenly realised that he could make no sound. It was only now that the man's mind and body became flooded with a great fear. Would he stay bewitched in these grand halls for eternity? Would they ever let him go? He was unsure. As the day went by, the man saw all manner of wondrous and hideous creatures and spirits going about their daily chores, and all paid reverence to the noble elven figures of the Doyne. As it drew towards evening, the man felt a sharp prod at his stomach, and looking down, saw the tattered little creature who had scolded him the year before for lifting the peat.
"The divots you stole from our roof have grown once more,"
the little creature said.
"and once more they are covered in grass. Justice has been done. Your penance has been paid. You may again return home."
The man breathed a sigh of relief and began to feel his body waking up.
"But,"
the little spirit called,
"you must never speak of what you saw while in our company. Do I have your binding word on that?"
The man's voice now returned, and he gladly gave his word, and once more apologised for his transgressions against the Sidhe. He thanked the little spirit for allowing him to leave. The great door opened, and through it he walked, finding himself standing upon Merlin's Craig. The man was filled with joy at returning to his own world, and with all the speed he could muster, ran to his little bothy to tell his wife and children of his marvellous day trip to Elfheim. But when the man reached his home and opened the door, he found the true reality of his punishment. His wife looked at him with sheer disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost walk through the door. She yelled at the man, 7 years! 7 years you've been gone, and now you appear on the doorstep like nothing happened. You abandoned us, walked out, left us here to fend for ourselves." The man saw that the children he had left had now grown to young adults, and they were staring at him as though he were a stranger in his own home. It was then he saw the true extent of the Sidhe's vengeance. It had taken him away from his family for 7 years, although only 1 day in Elfheim had passed. The man had missed the growing of his children and lost the love of his wife. This was the heavy punishment that the Sidhe lay upon him. Over the coming years, the Oraman and his family would slowly be brought back together, but the missing time would never be returned, and the trust and love of his kin would never be as solid as it once was. Yet the lesson was well and truly learned. The Oraman would never again set foot upon Merlin's Craig. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons who help me keep these tales alive. The version of this tale I have told you is the one that I know, an older story before the fairies were morphed into these small insect-like humans, a notion that has destroyed many a great Scottish fairy tale. In many tellings, the little flying fairies appear and dance with the man, but this was not what the term fairy has ever or would ever mean to the old Scots, and I for one think it's an affront, not only to the Doyne of legend, those who came before us, but to the Scottish people who based their lives and spirituality around the very existence of these powerful spirits. As for Merlin's Craig itself, that is a very different story, as no one is quite sure where the area or the specific crag is. In the Scottish Fairy Book by Elizabeth Grierson, the story is set in Lanark, but from what I can find, there doesn't seem to be a Merlin's Craig in Lanarkshire. There is a place named Merlin Dale, south of Lanarkshire, in the Scottish borders, and it is believed that a castle once stood there in which Merlin lived and would eventually die in, that being the real druidic wiseman who was one of the inspirations for the Merlin character in the Arthurian legends. This seems to fit with what we already know of Merlin's Craig, and that a wizard once lived in the moor. But I think this idea loses some integrity when we look at older versions of the story, such as the one in the W. Gibbing collection from 1889, where the site of Merlin's Craig is given only as Scotland. Other texts and oral traditions are in agreement with this version, suggesting that Merlin's Craig could be anywhere, or quite possibly never existed in the first place, apart from within the narrative of the tale, which was used to teach children about the Sidhe and respecting nature and the old ways. Either way, just to be on the safe side, I'll not be digging up peat in the moors anytime soon. Sanjva.
The fairies have always been known for their love of music. It is said that wherever you are in Scotland, if you place an ear to the ground and listen very carefully, you will hear the enthralling sounds of the Doine Sidhe. The music from the other world would always become louder and more alluring the closer you got to one of the fairy mounds or homes of the Sidhe. The magnificent talent of some of Scotland's greatest musicians were thought to be related in some form to the powers of the fair folk. Perhaps they were granted the gift to create beautiful and enchanting sounds after a chance encounter with the masters of the craft. This is one such tale. Many years ago, on the Isle of Lewis, there lived two friends. One of them was a young man who was said to have some skill at playing the fiddle. On one night, the friends were invited to a neighbouring village for a ceilidh. So at once the young man grabbed his fiddle and a barrel of ale. Then he and his friend headed over the hills to the neighbouring village. That night the ceilidh was in full swing. There were songs and dances, poems and tales. A great celebration was had. Then come the end of the evening, as the barrels were drained dry, it was time to return home. The two friends, after saying their farewells, began their return trek over the hills. The night was dark and black, but the men knew these roads like the back of their hand, or at least they thought they did. Halfway home, the pair beheld a strange hill blocking their path that both swear they had never seen before. While staring in some confusion, the pair stood witness as a great tear appeared in the side of the hill, and from it, a dazzling green light radiated from within. The pair, now awe-stricken by the otherworldly sight before them, stood in astonishment. It was then they noticed an oddly gentle song surrounding them. Instantly, they knew this had to be the music of the Sidhe, for neither had heard such enchanting sounds before. So overcome by the melody, the man with the fiddle was drawn into the green light, and as he stepped foot inside the hill, the tear slammed shut behind him, forsaking his companion. The fiddler now beheld an incredible sight. A great expanse of mysterious woodland surrounded him, and in the centre, partaking in a ceilidh of their own, were the beguiling figures of the fair folk. On the near side of a great fire, there stood a collection of fey beings playing a wide selection of instruments. Some, like the pipes and harp, were known to the man, but many were odd contraptions that let loose sounds entirely unfamiliar to those of our world. Quickly the man removed his fiddle from its case and joined in with the music of the fairy orchestra. Once the man displayed his talents for the fiddle, the odd beings seemed happy to admit the fiddler into their company, and for many hours the man became enthralled in the music of the other world. Eventually, the dancing and singing would subside, and the orchestra played their final number. The ceilidh was over. As the final notes echoed throughout the woodland, one of the Sidhe held a beautifully crafted fiddle towards the man, and as he reached out to touch the ornate instrument, the man found himself back on the dark road in the hills. Bewildered and a little shocked, the man took in his surroundings and wondered if his time with the fairy orchestra had all been a wild dream. But as he checked his fiddle case, he found the master-crafted fiddle of the Sidhe. Then he knew a great gift had been bestowed upon him. As the first light of a new day appeared, the man headed home. Before reaching his own house, he called in at his friends to check that he had made it home safely. The fiddler rapped harshly on the door, and as it was pulled open, his friend looked upon him with wonderment, then threw his arms about him. "Where have you been for all this time?" the surprised man said to the fiddler. The man with the fiddle recounted the events of the past few hours and told of the Sidhe and their beautiful music. It was only then he was told that the night of the Ceilidh was well over a year ago, and the fiddler had been missing for quite some time. So long, in fact, that his friend had given up all hope of his return. It did not take long for the odd tale of the fiddler and the fairy orchestra to travel all around the local villages, and it was fair to say that many disbelieved the wild story. Some even thought that the tale was a scam invented by the fiddler to increase his bookings. But there came a time when there was to be another great Ceilidh, and all the locals from the area were set to attend. That night, in front of many a naysayer, the young man uncased his prized possession, the fairy fiddle, and played with such skill and proficiency that none who heard the performance would ever again doubt his time with the fairy orchestra. Similar tales to this one can be found all over Scotland, and the visit to the other world is commonly accompanied by missing time. In a previous video, I told a similar story, that of the Glendevin Piper, who was held in the other world for over 100 years. He too would learn a great deal of musical knowledge from the Fae. Music has and will always hold a sacred part in the heart and mind of all those who come from Scotland, and I can guarantee this is not the last time I mention its significance in relation to the other world. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my patrons who help support the channel and allow me to bring you these tales. Slán Java. The year was 1490, and the MacDonalds of Clan Ranald and Sleat landed on the Isle of Skye at Loch Ennort to make war with the Clan MacLeod. The MacDonalds began laying waste to the towns and villages surrounding their landing site. Messengers were hurriedly sent to Dunvegan Castle, the ancestral seat of the MacLeods. Hearing of the invasion, the MacLeod chief called his men to arms and set forth for war. The MacLeods were vastly outnumbered, but drew swords and charged all the same. This first battle was decidedly won by the MacDonalds. The remnants of the MacLeod force retreated to Glendale, where the clan would be bolstered by the MacLeods of Harris, but still they were outnumbered 10-1 by the MacDonalds. Now with their back against the sea, there was no further the MacLeods could move. So dressed in their finest battle regalia, the brave clansmen charged forward to almost certain death. The battle was horrible. Thousands of men lay dead or dying, and the hills of Glendale ran red with Scottish blood. The battle for the MacLeods was almost over, when at the top of the hill a man appeared. Tattered and bloodied, he raised a magnificent yellow and red banner and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Hold fast!" the words of Clan MacLeod. As soon as the words left the man, a great force appeared behind him, all clad in the MacLeod colours. With unworldly speed, they charged down the hill into the horrified men of Clan MacDonald. Although many lives were lost, the MacLeods won the battle. During the aftermath, the clan chief wished to reward those who had come to their aid in such a grave time, but the great mass of warriors was nowhere to be found. Only the blood-covered standard-bearer remained. The truth of what occurred dawned on the chief. The banner was no ordinary flag. It was the ancient and powerful artifact handed down through the Clan MacLeod for generations. The fairy flag of Dunvegan was an heirloom. It has always belonged to the chiefs of the Clan MacLeod. The flag has long been held on the Isle of Skye, at the seat of Clan MacLeod, the castle of Dunvegan. It is said to be made of a fine silk thread and is yellow in colour. the flag is covered in small red dots, known as elf dots. It is thought at one point in history there may have been more red pigment in the flag, but more importantly, it was known for its magical properties, which vary from tale to tale. Some say it has the power to multiply a force and win any battle. Others say it acts as a cure-all or can dispel dark magic. It was thought by the MacLeods that the flag was originally made by the Sidhe or fairies and somehow made it into the hands of the clan. What is known for sure is that the flag has a long history. So long, in fact, that no one really knows where the mystical flag came from, but there are a few theories on its origin. The first tells of a young chieftain of the clan MacLeod, who in ages past, who fell deeply in love with a fairy princess, one of the Daoine Sidhe. The pair were eager to wed, but the great queen of the Sidhe forbade it. The Fae were not to mix their blood with that of mortals. The power the Sidhe held was granted to them and them alone. The young Fae princess persisted with her pleas. She wanted nothing more than to marry the Scotsman. Eventually the queen relented. The marriage would go ahead, but under the conditions that it would only last for 1 year and 1 day. Then the Sidhe would return to her own in the other world and take nothing from the mortal realm with her. After much consideration, the pair agreed to the harsh terms and were quickly married. They both lived in harmony for many months, and late into the year, a son was born to the couple. Then, only a few months after the birth of their only child, the marriage was over. The devastated pair had to part ways, and MacLeod's mystical wife returned to the kingdom of the Fae. It is said they parted on a bridge not 3 miles from Dunvegan called the Fairy Bridge. Before the princess left, she made her husband promise that their son would be well cared for and that he would never allow the child to cry, as the haunting echoes of her own child's scream would find her in the other world and break her heart. The chief did all in his power to keep that promise. The young boy was never unattended and never allowed to cry. However, away from his son, the chief was inconsolable. Such grief had never been seen by his clanfolk, so in an attempt to lighten his mood, they prepared a great feast in honour of the child who would one day lead them. It is said to have been the most extravagant celebration the castle of Dunvegan has ever seen. The drinking and dancing ran long into the night. There was so much merrymaking and high spirits that the young nursemaid assigned to care for the infant quietly left her post to watch the revelries of the guests. The nurse was so taken with the festive atmosphere that it took her quite some time to hear the crying of the young MacLeod in the other room. In a panic, she dashed to the infant's room and beheld an incredible sight. A strange yet tall woman confronted her, clad in beautiful emerald green. The nurse did not recognize the figure, as it sat gently rocking the child in its arms. The green-clad woman began to sing a hauntingly delightful song as she lulled the young MacLeod back into a deep and peaceful sleep. She gently laid the child back into its cradle and covered it with a yellow and red shawl. Looking at the stunned nurse, the woman smiled and faded into the ether. Suddenly pulled back into reality, the terrified young nurse picked up the child and ran to the chief. There in the great hall of Dunvegan Castle, she retold her incredible tale to the clansfolk and the chief. They believed every word the nurse said, and from that day the MacLeods took the gifted fairy shawl as their most precious banner, and for centuries after, every nurse in service to the chiefs of Dunvegan would learn the lullaby of the Sidhe, and it was sung to every infant chieftain and protected them from illness or evil. The fairy flag was given into the charge of the MacLeod's Dún Bratach, or clan standard bearer, who bore the magical banner into battle and was his greatest honour. As with all tales, there are multiple versions of this story. In some, a Sidhe takes pity on a crying human child and appears to soothe it. In others, the MacLeods are granted the flag as a gift for helping the Sidhe. The more commonly accepted theory on the origins of the fairy flag is that it came into the possession of a young MacLeod warrior during one of the Crusades. It was said that the young knight-errant, while travelling through the Holy Land, came upon a broad river. It was here he met the Maidan Sidhe, or fairy maiden. She called to him and told the warrior he had been chosen to test his strength. She would not permit him to pass the river until he had wrestled with her, as Jacob wrestled the angel in Genesis. The bold warrior agreed, and a titanic struggle ensued. Deep in the river, the pair stood, hands connected, and pushing with all the force they could muster. Eventually, with a deep growl, the MacLeod overcame his elven opponent, toppling her backwards into the water. She agreed he had shown strength enough to be deemed worthy, and as a gift, she presented him with the fairy flag. She told the man that when this flag was unfurled upon the battlefield, a great host of armed men would appear to aid the standard bearer and defeat his foes. But she warned the young MacLeod the flag may only be used 3 times, and to use it further or under the wrong circumstances would lead to untold calamities. The warrior kindly accepted the wonderful gift and continued upon his holy crusade. On his return to Scotland, he informed the clan of this encounter and of the powerful artifact now in their control. The final origin story is traced back to Harald Sigurdsson, also known as Harald Hallrada, Old Norse for Harald of the Stern Council. Harald was the king of Norway from 1046 to 1066. During his final year as the king of Norway, he set out to conquer England, and with him he brought a magic flag emblazoned with a raven named Landravager. Many believed that this flag guaranteed victory to whomever possessed it. Perhaps the flag was missing or left in the care of Harald's sons, as on the 25th of September in 1066, Harald was slain at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, and the Raven banner was never seen again. But many years later, the Clan MacLeod claimed to have a flag of similar properties, and it is well known that the first chiefs of the Clan MacLeod are descended from King Harald of Norway. Perhaps the fairy flag and Landravager are one and the same, and still held by the old blood of the Norwegian king. In relation to the previous origin, it was said that King Harald spent 15 years in the east as the leader of a mercenary band in service to the Byzantine Empire. Perhaps it was at this time that his flag came into the possession of a mystical woman, who would return it to one of Harald's worthy descendants years later during the Crusades. Much later, in the early 20th century, the flag was examined by the Victoria and Albert Museum. During their research, it was determined that the silk was woven in either Syria or Rhodes, and repairs to the flag had been made in the Constantinople region. The flag was dated to the 7th century, so it is entirely possible it was a treasure gained during the Crusades or even earlier. Over the years, many miracles, strange occurrences, and unexplained happenings have been attributed to the flag. In one instance, there was a terrible plague which was killing all the cattle on the island. In a bid to halt the spread of this pestilence, the MacLeod chief ordered that the fairy flag be unfurled and placed near the cattle feeding grounds. Within 1 day's time, the plague was stopped and the cows were cured. Once the flag was flown above a local loch, in which there had been poor fishing of recent, it is said that overnight the loch became filled with herring and still is to this day. One MacLeod chieftain even claimed that if the flag was used as a bed cover, it would increase fertility and guarantee a strong male heir. It was thought that the very existence of Clan MacLeod was dependent on the preservation and protection of the fairy flag. It was because of this belief that only the greatest warriors would be selected to guide the sacred flag when on display. there were always 12 guardians of the flag. During battle, they would take up a position behind the clan chief, who always stood at the front. They were said to be powerful soldiers and fierce warriors. The name of the first standard bearer is unknown, but we do know that from the first mention of this fairy artifact, one family has produced the hereditary keepers of the flag. They were known as Clan Tormod, or the Children of Tormod, son of Murcha. The eldest living male of this family was the only man allowed to bear the flag into battle. It is said that the first standard bearer was buried in a church on the island of Iona. He was laid to rest in the same tomb as the MacLeod clan chiefs, a great honour. The second bearer of the flag was laid to rest in the Isle of Harris. Around his remains, there was built a great monument. Inside could be found a great stone coffin, over 6 foot deep, with an iron grate covering the top. The man's body was laid to rest upon the grate, and for many years after, all of his descendants were also laid upon the grate. It is said that when a new body was placed on the grate, the bones and dust of the previous bearer would be pushed through, and slowly over the centuries, the stone coffin would fill. Sometime in the 1800s, the tomb would be sealed, and the family were no more. In many of the old traditions, it's noted that the flag can only be used 3 times, and on the third use it would lose its power or disappear entirely. The first use of the flag in this tradition was in 1480 at the Battle of the Bloody Bay. A fight between John MacDonald and his son Angus MacDonald. Angus led the MacDonald clans of the islands, who were also joined by the MacLeods of Lewis. John, his father, commanded the Clan Donald, the Clan MacLean, the Clan MacNeil, and the MacLeods of Dunvegan. During this battle, the chief of the Dunvegan MacLeods, William Dew, or William the Black, was slain. This caused the clan to lose heart. A priest attending to the chief quickly called for the flag bearer to unfurl the fairy flag. Not only did this rally the remnants of the Dunvegan MacLeods, but it also caused the MacLeods of Lewis to switch sides and fight alongside their kinsmen. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the battle had already been decided. Angus had won and seized power from his father. Many clansmen now lay dead in the bay, and among them the 12 guardians of the MacLeod's legendary flag, along with the bearer and the clan chief. Angus MacDonald was named the new Lord of the Isles, but this title would prove to be just as pyrrhic as the battle. The MacDonald fleet had been all but destroyed, and with no boats and less warriors, Angus could not hope to control the Isles. As a result, the power and respect of the Lord of the Isles diminished greatly over the years. The second use of the flag I have already covered in the introduction to this video. It was during the Battle of Glendale in 1490, although it is thought by many Scottish historians that this battle actually occurred in 1513. It is said that the mother of the then MacLeod chief, Alistair, was the one who called in the flag bearer and ordered the fairy flag into battle. The appearance of the magical flag renewed the ferocity of the MacLeods and led them to victory, although it is said that before the battle came to an end, that Alan MacDonald of Clanranald had surrounded the flag bearer and his guardians, but just as they were closing in, a warrior named Murdo MacAskill severed the head of the MacDonald chief, raised it high impaled on a spear, and called for the MacLeod pipers to play the MacDonald's lament. Their morale shattered by the hideous display and the eerie music, the MacDonalds broke and fled. The day was won. However, on a side tangent, Alan MacDonald of Clanranald would avenge his leader, and he would defeat Murdo MacAskill in single combat later that year. According to this tradition, the flag was never used again, and still waits to this day. Many thought that the third use of the flag may bring devastation, so they feared using its power for the final time. The flag was sealed in a large iron chest in the heart of Dunvegan Castle. The only key was in the possession of the hereditary bearer. Even in the not too distant past, the flag has been protecting the clan of MacLeod. In 1938, a fire broke out in Dunvegan Castle. The castle was severely damaged, yet the 1,000-year-old silk flag survived intact with not even a scorch mark upon it. Slightly later, during the Second World War, many of the MacLeod soldiers fighting in France kept photographs of the fairy flag, and many of them reported it saving their life or granting them luck on the battlefield. The then clan chief, Dame Flora MacLeod, even offered to lend the flag to the British government to display upon the cliffs of Dover. There it would halt any attempt of a German invasion. To this very day, the fairy flag of Clan MacLeod can still be seen in a wonderful exhibit on the Isle of Skye in its home, hanging on the wall of Dunvegan Castle. Thank you for listening.
Many years ago, on the Isle of Arran, in the village of Lochranza, there lived a farmer and his wife. The farmer's wife was especially busy. Not only did she cook, clean, and work on the farm, but she also acted as the local midwife. But on one afternoon in the harvest season, the work-wearied woman happened to be out in the field with some of the other wives, cutting the oats. With each swing of the sickle, the wife would take a handful of oats and a step forward. But as she raised the blade for another swipe, her eyes fell upon a large yellow frog, struggling to leap away from her sharp sickle. The farmer's wife pitied the little frog, and before cleaving the oats, she picked the frog up and said, "There you are, my poor clumsy creature. You would be all the better with my help." "What a nasty wee beast," cried one of the other women. "If it leapt my way, it would quickly feel the point of my sickle." "Och, no," said the farmer's wife, dismissing the woman. "The poor creature is only gathering her own portion, much like we are." The wife then placed the odd yellow frog some distance from the field, allowing it to leave safely with its life well intact. This is the tale of the wife and the frog. A few days after the woman's odd encounter with the frog, a young man riding atop a grey horse thundered with all haste over the paths and fields to the farmer's house. There he rapidly struck the door with a switch he held in his hand. The farmer, a little flustered at hearing the horse and the loud rap, cautiously opened the door. The lad, still mounted, told the farmer to fetch his wife. She was required, as a matter of great urgency, to attend the man's mistress. The farmer called on his wife and told the young man to come inside and have some food, regain his strength while he waited on the midwife. But the man would have none of it. "We'll wait here, where I sit, until she's ready," the lad from the horseback called. The wife now exited the home and told the lad not to be foolish. "Have a bite to eat. It is tradition in these parts, and I will not attend your mistress till you're fed." "Not but a few days ago," the young man said calmly, "you offered your services to my mistress, while she took the form of a frog. Will you now dare to go back on your word?" The woman was instantly taken aback. How could this man know of the frog, or the words exchanged between them? It slowly dawned on the farmer's wife that she in some way offered her services to the spirits or she, and this man was to deliver her there. With some fear in her voice, the woman asked, "Can you promise that I will return home safely and soon?" The young man nodded in agreement, and a deal was made. With all haste, the woman packed for a journey into the unknown. Her husband reluctantly helped her upon the grey horse, and within moments, both the lad and the woman were carried off over the hill at full gallop. Within a surprisingly short time, the pair reached the summit of the hill, and the horse turned towards a great ravine that lay between the ascended hill and the one opposite. "What do you mean to do?" called the woman. "Surely your horse cannot leap the chasm." But before the last words exited her mouth, the horse leapt into the air with such strength it cleared the ravine and landed softly on the other side. "Well done, my grey kitten," the lad called to the creature beneath him. The woman wondered at this odd phrase, but when she looked down, the large grey steed, which the lad and herself rode, had become a giant grey cat. Before the woman had time to process this ever-increasing madness, the cat took off down the hill, and the lad called out, "You're going to the Elfheim, which is not far from here, and you are to attend the Grand Queen of the Doyne. Before we go much further, I must tell you how to proceed in the fairy land." The man went on to tell the farmer's wife that he could be trusted, and that he himself was human, and wanted the wife to be safe. It would seem that the she had enslaved the lad with powerful magical spells, forcing him to do their bidding for 21 years. The man told of how he only had one more year of service before he could gain his freedom and return home. "You will also have the power to return, if you listen closely to my instructions," said the man. He told the farmer's wife to be very careful while in the elven land. Things are not as they seem, and your eyes are easily fooled. Do as I say, and your vision will be clear. No longer will you be in danger of their deceitful nature, whispered the man as the cat bounded through field and forest. When you arrive, the she will give you 3 kinds of soap, one white, one yellow, and one red. When you find yourself alone, rub the white soap over your right eye only. This will remove the glamour of the she. But take care not to touch your face nor brow with either of the other soaps, or all your efforts will be wasted. When your time is up, I will come to collect you, and the she will gather around you, offering you a variety of amazing gifts. You may take anything, except that which is silver or gold. I will talk to you again and wish you all the best, but now we have arrived at the knoll. In front of the pair and their feline steed stood a large grassy knoll, and in its centre a great wooden door, which lay wide open. It seemed to the farmer's wife that the door was filled only with shining light, of a light she had never beheld. Slowly she allowed herself to be encased by the otherworldly illumination. The woman now stood in a great palace. The walls and floors were adorned with all manner of intricate gold and silver carvings. On the floor in front of her lay a long table with an abundance of fine food. Round the table sat a great company of beautiful young men and women, dressed all in green, who seemed to glow with an ethereal light. These were the fair folk, the fairies of legend, the noble Doyne. As the figures noticed the wife, they each stood and welcomed her to Elfheim. One of the men approached and politely said, "The queen awaits you, my lady. Please follow me," before he gracefully led the woman from the feast. As the wife entered the queen's chamber, again she was met with vast quantities of gold and silver, neatly moulded and crafted into shapes and figures completely alien to her. But her eyes were drawn away from the shining splendour to the remarkable beauty of the fairy queen, who was seated on an ornate throne not far from the wife. The Queen of Elfheim rejoiced to see the farmer's wife. "The day you pitied me on the field was the day I became confident you were the one to care for me," said the Queen in a melodic voice. She then explained that she was soon to give birth, and she would require an attending midwife. And due to the compassion and care the farmer's wife had shown the frog, the Queen wanted her to aid in the birth. The wife was a little awestruck, but eventually agreed to help the Queen. She would stay in Elfheim till the children were born, and would be at the Queen's beck and call every hour of every day. So busy was the woman that she did not have time to use the soaps provided. So days went by as the wife tended the queen and prepared her for the birth. Eventually, a day came when a child was born to the Queen of Elfhame, and it would be delivered by a simple farmer's wife. Both child and mother were safe and cared for, and for the first time since she had arrived in the elven land, the farmer's wife had a moment to herself in which to use the soap. She crept into the bathing room and discarded the red soap and the yellow soap. Then with the white soap, she gently rubbed her eye. In an instant, her surroundings changed. It was as if a veil had been lifted from the world. The grand palace was now a collection of pits and caverns, which seemed to be hewn out of a dark red gravel. The tall and ethereal beings that lived within were now gone, replaced by small, ill-favoured creatures, terrifying and horrible to behold. For the remainder of her time here, the wife felt as if every minute was a day. No longer was she in the luxurious palace of the queen. Now the wife was a prisoner in the cold, dark reality of the other world. Then on one day, the young lad, riding upon a large grey cat, came to Elfhame. He called on the wife and told her it was time to leave. He was here to keep his promise to her, that she would return home safely. Upon hearing this, the gaunt goblin creatures gathered around the wife, and each offered her a token of goodwill. Remembering what the lad had told her, the farmer's wife took each gift gratefully, except those which contained silver or gold. She mounted the cat and swiftly exited the knoll in the same manner as she had entered. Behind her, the woman could see the wicked gathering of the crippled beings as each of their warped faces twisted to a sly smile. The cat was now returned to a grey horse, and the rider drove it down a new path, away from the hills and the ravine. The pair rode straight through a patch of bushes and briars, which tore and ripped at both flesh and cloth. "Throw one of the gifts into the thorns," screamed the lad. The woman quickly did so, and not a moment too soon, as when the gift touched the sharp spines, it erupted in a great blaze of fire, engulfing the entire patch of bushes in a bright red flame. "Keep going," called the man, and one after another, the woman threw the gifts behind the galloping horse, and each time they erupted in devastating fire. With no gifts left, the woman and the lad arrived at the farmer's home, where her husband rushed to embrace his wife. The lad told them, "The flames would have taken both your lives, and your souls would be trapped for eternity in Elfhame. I'm glad you're safe, but my service is not yet complete." The grey steed turned about and returned in the direction it had first taken. The farmer's wife was now safe and free, all thanks to the lad. Unfortunately, the kindly lad was never seen again. His advice had protected the woman, and perhaps it could protect you, as even in our world, things are not always as they seem, and your eyes are easily fooled. Thank you for listening. And a special thank you to all those who support me on Patreon and help me produce these videos. Before I leave, I have a few extras. It is true that the Doinashi can be very odd beings indeed, and function on an entirely different plane of existence and thought than we do. But even then, I find this tale a little suspicious. I wonder if the farmer's wife never actually met the Doinashi, or men of peace, but instead was deceived by darker or more malevolent spirits, such as boggles or shellycoats. This tale, in particular, was quite difficult to find information for. In fact, the only place I could find it was the original text, in John McDougall's Folktales and Fairy Lore, which is also the reason for the quite abrupt ending to the story. I did come across some people suggesting that the frog or toad may have been toxic or poisonous, and caused some form of hallucinogenic experience for the woman, but it's a bit of a stretch. I think the only people who know the truth of this tale are the farmer's wife and the she. Thanks again, and until next time, Slang Shiva.
Many tales from Scottish folklore concerning the fairies tell of strange beings and spirits interrupting the mundane day-to-day lives of ordinary Scots. But very seldom does the opposite occur, where the lost or confused Scotsman interrupts the fantastical existence of the she. Sometime during the 18th century, far to the north in Shetland, there were two fishermen who lived in the land of Luna. One named Willie, and the other was called Tom. At that time, both of these young fishermen were rivals for the hand of a local beauty, a young woman by the name of Osla. Every fishing expedition between them would be turned into a contest, with the men trying to prove who could better provide for the woman they were both infatuated with. But these tiresome competitions would come to a head on one cold October evening. Both Tom and Willie decided to go out fishing, and this would prove once and for all who would win the fair lady's hand. The pair rowed the boat to what they knew was good fishing waters and began to bait the lines. But before any hook could be cast, a terrible wind rose and the sea became wild. The men began to row for their lives, heading for the nearest shelter, which happened to be the islet of Linga. After a short time of being battered back and forth by the rough sea, the men were thankful to reach land safely. Quickly they hauled the boat ashore and, grabbing their equipment, ran towards a small wooden hut. There the weary fishermen could finally rest and review their situation. They had no food and no means of kindling a fire. The island and the hut were only ever inhabited during the summer months, when the mackerel fishers would stay there. So all the pair had was their cold, wet clothing, some fishing line, and an old fowling piece. The pair decided to sleep through the night and hopefully return home on the next day. But as they woke on the following morning, the storm seemed to be worse than ever. With each passing hour, the situation looked worse and worse. At one point, Willie suggested that they could try and shoot a gull for food, but Tom quickly explained they only had one cartridge to shoot with, they had no fire to cook with, and the gulls tended to land during a storm. By late afternoon on the second day, the pair could not stand each other's company 1 second longer. Both decided that the other would have to leave the hut, and a wild fight broke out. But after an hour or so, it became obvious that neither man would win. Eventually the pair slumped to the floor, both black and blue. There they agreed to share the hut for another day, but this was not to be. Willie woke early in the third morning, and to his delight, discovered that the storm had gone. A wicked thought entered the Scotsman's mind. He crept slowly and stealthily out of the hut and ran to the beach. There he found the small boat. With much haste and great strength, he launched it into the sea. It was at this time that Tom woke from his slumber and was gladdened to no longer hear the howling of the wind. As the young man stirred from his spot upon the floor, he suddenly noticed that Willie had gone. With a sinking feeling in his chest, Tom threw open the door and rushed to the beach. The boat had gone, and with it his heartless companion. As Tom looked up from the marks in the sand where the boat had been, he could see in the distance the silhouette of a small manned rowing boat heading to Luna. The poor man sank to his knees in despair. The islet would not be visited for at least another 6 months. Tom spent the majority of the day kneeling on the beach, his mind lost in a world of disappearing possibilities. As darkness closed in around the island, Tom was pulled from his despair by an icy cold breeze. He got up and made for the hut. Upon entering, the poor man collapsed. and as he lay there, tired and hungry, he drifted off. At the very stroke of midnight, Tom was suddenly awoken by a blinding light. All around him, he could sense movement, and his ears were filled with the sounds of plates and cups clinking and clanking. Meanwhile, in the background to all of this, Tom could hear a strange form of music. As the man's eyes finally adjusted to the light, he beheld a great table covered with platters and jugs of silver and gold. Seated at the table were a collection of strange ethereal beings who were laughing and singing. Then the door swung open and the room turned silent as all the figures around the table rose. A female of an indescribable beauty walked through the door and slowly to the head of the table. As she passed each of the dinner guests, they bowed deeply. Once she reached the grand chair at the head of the table, the beings all sat in unison. A great splendour of food then appeared upon the table, and just as the feast was about to begin, a scream of horror erupted from the creature closest to the young fisherman. The atmosphere changed in an instant. The calm movements and eerie song was replaced by wild flailing and shouting. Tom finally became aware that it was his very presence that was the cause of this abrupt change. At a single unknown word from the beautiful female, the other guests began to rush towards the human intruder. As the strange creatures moved nearer the man, Tom, in a fit of panic, grabbed his fowling piece and fired. In an instant, the light was gone. All around him was now darkness, silence, and solitude. It was about this time that Willie landed safely back on Luna. There he would relate a tragic tale of his own making to the locals, which explained the untimely and accidental death of his beloved friend Tom. The story was generally believed, and Willie waited no time in continuing his quest to gain the hand of fair Osla. Osla's father had always regarded Willie with some favour, but the young maiden herself had always turned a deaf ear to many of Willie's previous proposals. She knew that she did not love him, and had become haunted by the uneasy suspicion that her true love, Tom, had been the victim of foul play. In spite of all of her objections, Osla's father had granted Willie his daughter's hand in marriage. The night this was all arranged, the poor woman cried herself into a sad and longing sleep. But there, she was met with a strange dream of a small islet and the man she loved. Early the following morning, Osla left her home and gathered Tom's friends and family. She proceeded to tell them of her dream and begged them to help her sail to the islet. Some of the friends, despite caring for the man, were still reluctant to help, supposing Tom was abandoned and Osla's divined location was accurate. By this time, Tom would have died from exposure and starvation, which was also their own worry in sending a boat out that far during the cold months. The young woman persisted and claimed that she would go alone if no one was willing to aid her. Eventually, her requests prevailed and a boat was launched. It was manned by Tom's friends and under the direction of Osla. She guided the boat far from the shores of Luna and towards the islet of Linga. As the boat got nearer the islet, Osla and the friends of Tom spotted a figure standing upon the beach. The man began waving his arms, jumping up and down as the boat came closer. It was only then that all in the boat recognized it was their missing friend, and a great cheer of joy went up. Tom met his friends on the beach, and after the first eager greetings passed, Osla and the men expressed their shock not only about finding Tom, but finding him in such good health. The deserted man had never looked better. Some even suggested that he had gained weight while trapped on the island. On the return journey to Luna, Tom recounted his strange adventure beginning with the storm, continuing with Willie's betrayal, and ending on his otherworldly encounter with the She. He then explained that after the odd creatures disappeared, they had left behind them a great banquet, almost untouched. So for the last few days, he had satisfied his hunger by eating the most delicious food he had ever tasted from the fairy feast. The party were received with much rejoicing upon their return to Luna, and that very week, Osla and Tom were married. Willie was outed for his lies and deception. As punishment, he was outcast from the village. Some tell that from that day on, Willie's life became sad, lonely, and desperate, which led him to an early and well-deserved grave. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my patrons who help support the channel and these stories. Many years ago, in the land of Sutherland, there lived a young man who owned a wild dog. The animal would growl and bark at anyone who was not his master. Because of this, the man would often walk his dog near the loch that sits on the south side of Ben Stack. Here he could let the dog run free without worry, as no one from the village ever came out that way. It was on one of these excursions the young man came upon a beautiful woman washing her clothes by the loch side. She had bright, flame-red hair and wore a graceful, long green dress. She looked at the man with her bewitching eyes and beckoned him to come forth. In a near dreamlike state, the man approached the temptress. In the blink of an eye, the once beguiling figure was no more, and in its place stood a hideous, scale-covered beast with long, sharp claws. Before the man could scream, the beast grabbed hold of him and began to pull his body into the cold loch. Struggle as he might, the man had not the power nor the strength to free himself. It was then that the sharp teeth of his beloved companion sank painfully into the scaly arm of the beast. With an inhuman howl, the dark creature released the man and began grappling with the wild animal. The dog ripped and tore flesh from the hideous creature, which fought back with equal ferocity. As the water in the loch turned red, both creatures collapsed and their bodies sunk into the murky black depths. The young man ran from the scene, lamenting the loss of his companion, but grateful to have survived. On his return to the village, the man told of his encounter with the nightmarish beast. It was only then the creature was given a name. An elderly man with a quiet voice spoke up. "It would seem you have met the Vua." The Vua is an incredibly odd creature from Scottish folklore, as it has no defined form or appearance. Vua literally means hatred, and the term is frequently used when referring to any nondescript evil creature or spirit. Some suggest that there were many subspecies or close relations to the Vua, such as the Shellycoat, the Boggle, some Urisk, and possibly even the dreaded Nucklevee. This makes it very difficult to give a general summary or history of the creature. What is known is that the Vua are shapeshifters and beings of evil. Their intent is almost always malicious, and it would seem that these dark creatures are sustained by the flesh of humans. They will use their great power to lure, trick, or enthrall, and when their prey is at its most vulnerable, the Vua will attack. The nature and appearance of the Vua is a hotly debated subject in the realms of Scottish folklore. John Francis Campbell, a well-known authority on Celtic folklore, suggests that the Vua refers to a class of malevolent water spirits, similar in many ways to the Kelpie. They dwell within the lochs, rivers and seas that lie throughout Scotland. The Vua commonly appear as green-scaled humanoids, but have the mane and tail of a horse. J.F. Campbell also claims that the Vua cannot smell, as they possess no nose, and rely solely on their keen eyesight when hunting prey. Another Campbell, namely John Grigerson Campbell, the renowned Scottish folklorist, disagrees almost entirely with his namesake. Gregerson believes that the Vua is not necessarily of aqueous nature or habitat, and points to many tales of the beast appearing inland or atop the hills, far from water. He also suggests that the creature is more metaphysical in nature. It exists as a form of dark energy beyond human perception. Yet, if the entity chooses, it can manifest itself in any form it wishes. Gregerson is firm in his belief that the Vua commonly takes the forms of young men or young women, with the aim to entice and enchant the opposite sex. When the unsuspecting victim is within the spirit's grasp, it will briefly reveal a bestial form while it devours its prey. This form is said to be more alien and goblin-like than the equine description of J.F. Campbell. The debate still continues to this day, so currently there is no specific description or habitat for the Vua. Other researchers have suggested the Vua is a mistreated fairy or she, and that this may explain its vengeful and spiteful essence. Some even think of the beast as a spirit of nature that would hunt and punish humans for their transgressions against the natural world. In the Outer Hebrides of Scotland, it was believed that if you caught and killed fish during the spawning season, that you would be cursed and hunted by the Vua. The same is true of those that burn forests or hunted for sport. This form of spiritual justice can be seen in the tale of the poachers and the Vua. Once, many years ago, there lived two young men from the village of Inverran, named John and Ian. The pair had the terrible habit of poaching fish from the local river. Each night, the pair, along with their trusty dog, would sneak out of the village and travel to the river Shin. There they secured a small net with which they would span the river. When the fishing was done, John would cast a weighted line across the river and Ian would haul it up, closing the net and capturing the fresh salmon. But one of these evenings was to change their lives forever. It was a dark and cold night, and a heavy mist had rolled in. Knowing the weather would obscure their actions, there was no finer time for the men to catch some fish. They quickly uncovered the hidden net, and accompanied by their loyal hunting dog, the pair headed to the Shin. John sunk his side of the net while waiting for Ian to reach the other bank. But with the mist surrounding him, the man could not see his companion. "I'm here," came the call from Ian eventually, and John cast over the weighted line. It took Ian some time to find the line as he pushed his way through the closing mist. He sunk his side of the net and called to John, telling him that everything was good. With the river now spanned by the net, all the pair had to do was wait for it to fill. The night grew colder and colder as the men sat isolated from each other by the heavy mist. Eventually, Ian called over the river, "That's us, John. Time to gang aim." But there was no reply, and to the man's horror, he suddenly heard a great splash of water. "John, you okay?" he cried out in concern. There was a moment of complete silence before a reply was heard.
"I'm fine, Ian. Throw her the rope."
The voice of John sounded odd and almost strained, but Ian put it down to the cold and hurriedly cast the line into the thick mist. He then made his chilling return across the river to the village side. And as Ian climbed the riverbank, he saw that his friend John was standing next to a great pile of fish. He had never seen the net so full. Joyously, Ian ran to his friend and called out, "What a catch!" But as John turned to face him, he could see the man's face was pale and withdrawn. His expression was that of torment, and a ghastly voice spewed forth from his mouth as his form changed to that of a hideous monster.
"It is a good catch indeed."
The blood-soaked claws of the beast wrapped around Ian's body and began to drag him to the water. But suddenly, there was a great bark from the dog, which must have taken the vile creature by surprise, as for an instant his grip loosened, and Ian struggled free and ran for his life back to the village. Upon waking the next day, the horrifying memories of the previous night came flooding back into his mind. The beast must have killed his friend, and would have killed him too if not for the dog. This was how Ian met the Vua of the Shin. The villagers say that from that day on, the poacher was always white of face and grey of hair, due to the terror he witnessed, and he would never again return to the Shin to steal its fish. Throughout most of the tales, one thing is consistent, and that is the intelligence of the Vua. They are cunning and manipulative, as seen in the previous tale. This makes them especially difficult to kill or banish. In the Highlands, it is said that the only method to deal with a Vua is to give the creature a wide berth, as trying to destroy or trap them would only serve to anger the beast and bring the full power of its hatred upon you. This being said, there were occasions when mere mortals would get the better of this terrible creature. One such tale comes from Sutherland, near the village of Migdal. There, a young man once laid a bet that he could capture the Vua of Loch Migdal, bind it, and take the beast to the local inn as proof. In preparation for his quest, the man procured a sturdy horse, then borrowed an awl from the local shoemaker and a needle from the tailor. Strangely, this tale does not mention the circumstances around the capture of the Vua. It only acknowledges that the man was successful, and picks back up as he rides to the inn with the female form of the beast bound to his horse. The Vua was incredibly fierce, and as the pair reached the river crossing, the beast would buck and thrash violently, trying to secure its freedom. The man decided to pin the beast down by driving the awl and needle into her flesh with considerable force. The creature screamed and called out, "Pierce me with the awl, but keep that hair-like blade out of me." The man took little notice and continued on to the village. Heading up to the inn, he called upon the people to come and see his prize. But as the locals exited the inn, with their lanterns held high, they beheld only the man upon the horse. With closer inspection, the inn-goers saw that the ground and the horse was covered in an odd substance, which they remarked looked like star jelly. It was believed to be the decomposed body of the Vua, which had died due to the wound inflicted by the needle. It was thought that the Vua, like many other fey beings, could be harmed with iron. But in this case, I am unsure if that was the reason, as the awl would have been iron as well. It has also been suggested that the light from the lanterns killed the beast, as in some tales, the Vua is said to detest light and will only appear under the cover of darkness. Due to the seductive and alluring nature of the Vua, many stories tell of the creature interbreeding with humans and producing powerful offspring. In one tale, it is told that a great chief of the clan Monroe once bred with a Vua, and that for many generations thereafter, the men of Clan Monroe would be born with webbed feet and long, scaly tails, but each had the strength of 10 regular clansmen. It is claimed that the ferocity in battle of the more modern Clan Monroe warriors could be traced far back to this mixing of bloodlines. What is perhaps far more dangerous and insidious than the half-breeds is a young, pure-blooded Vua. This larval form is known as a Brolican, which means breastling or young. The Brolican was said to have no physical form, as it had not the power in its young age to take shape. The creature would appear as a dark, cloudy smoke with burning red eyes at its centre. The Brolican was more timid than its adult form, and would tend to hide itself deep in the dark recesses of the Scottish woodland. What makes the Brolican truly terrifying is its ability to possess the form of others. The creature, in its gaseous manner, covets all those that take on physical shape. If given the opportunity, the formless mass will infect any creature of an appropriate size. Unfortunately, for this reason, the prey of the Brolican tends to be children. When possessed, the child will turn a pale grey colour, and its eyes will appear red. Often, such beings will exhibit wild, uncontrollable behaviour. Yet the Brolican cannot stay in one host for long. The sheer intensity of its power will cause the host to wither and die within mere days of possession. Occasionally, during this time, the sinister creature will use the dying host to lure and manipulate the grieving family in order to provide the spirit more prey. There is one very well-known tale of the Brolican that comes from the Scottish Highlands, but I am unsure whether to cover it or not, as it is another retelling of the Odysseus and Polyphemus story from Homer's Odyssey. This type of tale appears in folklore from all around the world, and has actually been covered on this channel a few times already. The tale of the Brolican is almost an exact copy of a story I told when covering the Urisk, and considering that the Urisk is sometimes thought of as a less malevolent subspecies of Vua, it's possible that they are the same tale, just told by different people. Tales of the Brolican and the Vua served important roles in traditional Highland culture for many years. The Vua served as a warning about the dangers of rivers and lakes. Also, they warned of trusting strangers, or sometimes even those you know. There was also an element of conservation within the tales of the Vua. The destruction of the village's natural resources would always bring the wrath of the dark spirits. This aversion to hunting young animals or spawning fish would be very beneficial for the longevity of the village and its people. The Brolican served much of the same purpose, yet also warned children not to wander off into the dark woods alone. It would seem that some tales of these creatures were used as a misguided explanation for various mental and physical illnesses throughout the past. The wild, near-convulsive behaviour of the possessed certainly seemed to suggest a variety of medical issues. The Vua have always been fearsome predators that stalk the lands of Scotland. Their wrath and power are only bested by their cunning and cruelty. In this land, it is hard to think of a more wicked and blood-hungry beast. So I leave you with a simple warning. Beware the Vua, as the beast always hungers. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all those who continue to support my work on Patreon. Before I go, I have a final detail on the Vua and a question for you all. The vast majority of the tales I told in this video, and of those I found while researching, specifically came from Sutherland in the north of Scotland. I would be interested to hear tales of the Vua from elsewhere if you know of any, or if you could shed any light as to why there are so many Vua in Sutherland. I wonder if there may be some Norse influence behind this creature, since much of that land was settled by Norwegian Vikings and under the rule of the Orkney Jarl for many years. Perhaps the Vua may also be a remnant of the ancient Pictish beliefs. But all this is pure speculation on my part, and I would love to hear your thoughts on the subject. Thanks again, and until next time, Slang Java. In Scotland, there exists a title that is given to any man who owns a vast estate or lands within the country. This title is that of Laird. The title has no formal status in law or court, but the Lairds were wealthy landowners and often employed many of the surrounding locals. There was a time in Scottish history when the local Lairds garnered great respect and were treated as a class above the ordinary gentleman. Today's tale tells of just such a man and the strange abduction of his beloved. The Laird of Balmachy was a young and gallant man who took his title with much pride and dignity. Unfortunately for this specific Laird, his beloved wife had recently become gravely ill. So ill was she that for the last week the poor woman had been confined to her bed and had not the strength to leave it. The Laird feared greatly for his wife and became determined to help the woman. On one day it was brought to the Laird's attention that in the city of Dundee there lived a wise woman with much knowledge on the subject of medicines. Quickly the man called upon the stable hand to ready his horse, as he himself prepared for the journey. So it was that early in the day the Laird set off for the city, clad in a fine travelling cloak, with his trusty sword and dirk sheathed by his side. In Dundee, he found the wise woman and told of his wife's ills. With some haste, the woman concocted a tonic, which she handed to the young Laird. The tonic would quell the fever and return the wife's strength. The troubled husband gave much thanks to the woman and returned to his horse. By twilight, the Laird had reached the Ker Hills near Carlongy and had not much further to go until he would reach the boundary of his own estate. It was then that he spotted an odd procession at the foot of the hill. As the Laird drew closer, he saw that a troop of elegant and ethereal beings were marching upon the road. Between them they carried a litter, and upon its bed was the bound form of a woman draped in a silver cloth. Almost instinctively, the man knew what he looked upon. It was those that dwell within the hills, the fair folk, or she, and it would seem to him that they had abducted a young woman. The taking of a woman by the she was a well-known practice. It was thought that the Fae would abduct young women and force them to work in the other world. The Laird would not stand for this, especially in his own land. Being a man of great courage, he rode his horse to block the procession, drew his sword, and in a firm tone called, "In the name of God, release your captive." To the Laird's shock, the beings disappeared in an instant, and the litter simply fell to the ground. The man rushed to its side and tore off the silver cloth. Laying beneath was the figure of a young woman, sound asleep, dressed in only her bedclothes. For a moment, the Laird could not believe his eyes. The woman, laying in front of him, was his wife. Lifting her from the litter, the man wrapped his wife within the travelling cloak and placed her upon the horse. The pair only had a short distance to ride before they arrived home safely. The Laird called for a maid to attend his wife and gave her the medicinal tonic. The man then immediately ran to his wife's bedchamber, where to all appearances the woman still lay, sick of the fever. As the man came closer, the woman in the bed spoke to him and told of how ill she was and how she had been neglected in his absence. The man feigned great concern for the being in the guise of his wife and pretended much sympathies upon her. He told her that she must keep warm, as it is the only way to clear the fever. The laird built a large fire in the bedchamber to warm the room, and bade that his wife leave the bed and come closer to the flame. But alas, the woman claimed she had not the strength to move. Ever willing to help, the laird lifted the impostor from the bed and bore her across the room to the great fire. It was then he gave a wry smile and threw the being into the flames. A great scream echoed throughout the estate as the woman within the burning embers changed form. Becoming a wild spirit, she blasted her way through the bedchamber roof and disappeared into the night. On the next morning, the laird's wife had recovered, not just from her illness, but also from the shock of her harrowing trip with the Sidhe. The wife then told what had happened. On the very day that the laird had left, around sunset, her attending nurse left her side to fetch a candle. It was then that the window blew open, and a mass of strange creatures filled the room. They lifted the woman from her bed and carried her out of the window. As she began to scream and yell, the Sidhe cast over her a sparkling silver cloth, after which she recalls nothing until she saw her husband standing over her on the Car Hills. The hole in the ceiling where the enraged Fae made her exit was mended, but it is said that it would never be fully repaired. Each year since, on the anniversary of the wife's abduction, a great storm rises, and in the tempest, the hole in the ceiling is once again uncovered. Perhaps this odd phenomenon is the return of the Sidhe, looking for new prey. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to all those who support me through Patreon. Slán Java.
The Slua, or fairy host, known in mainland European mythology as the Wild Hunt, has always played a large part in Scottish folklore. This army of spirits was linked with the Fae realm and often thought to be comprised of the Doine Sidhe, or the fair folk. It is said that they would amass great spectral armies, and the Grey Host would travel west to wage war in unknown lands and in unknown realms. But as this folk belief evolved, it began to incorporate the souls and ghosts of the Scottish people themselves. It was believed at that time that the deceased warriors whose lives were taken in battle would serve as the rank and file soldiers in the Legion of the Damned, led to war by the magnificent and powerful Sidhe of the other world. Yet as time went on, and the belief in the Sidhe became more hidden, and in some areas completely outlawed, these tales of the Slua would adopt a new form. It was said that the spectral host would be comprised of clan warriors killed in battle, and on calm, frosty nights, the rattling of armour and the clatter of blades could be heard upon the cold air. The fallen soldiers returned to this earth to settle ancient grudges and wars. It was said in the Isles by many an old Scot that when there is deep darkness on the night and the burden of anger on the tide, the Slua will arise. The spirit host is nimble and quick, and will never cease in its endless hunt for revenge. The war is against Clonranal. On Itilan Skianach, or the Isle of Skye, there has always been friction between two clans, the MacLeods and the MacDonalds of Clonranal. It is believed by some that this feud dates back to the 16th century, where three young MacLeod men became stranded on an island owned by Clonranal. The men were initially welcomed, but after some time, one of the clans became increasingly disrespectful. The perpetrator of this unpleasantness is unknown, and both clans claim that the other was at fault. But either way, the MacLeods were filled in, they got a hiding, they were battered. By this I mean that they were thoroughly beaten and sent upon their way. When the bruised men returned to the MacLeod chief, he was enraged at the disrespect shown to his people, and instantly set out to settle the debt. The MacLeods arrived on the island with an army that far outnumbered the MacDonalds of Clanranald. The islanders ran to what they believed was the safety of a cave and planned to hide from the warriors and outwait them there. But soldiers from the MacLeods spotted a Clanranald scout and devised the location of the others. A great fire was lit at the entrance of the cave, which trapped the men within, killing all 395 MacDonalds. When the news of the MacLeod's savagery spread throughout the islands, the MacDonalds of Clanranald vowed to destroy the MacLeods, and for hundreds of years, through many generations, that battle has taken place in the Scottish Isles. And it is in these turbulent times that our tale takes place. Many years ago, there was a short but strong man, native to the Isle of Skye, who belonged to the clan of MacLeod. When not engaged in battle and soldiery, he made a good living for his family as a sheep farmer. It happened that on one evening, while the man was flaying a sheep in his home, that he felt an overwhelming compulsion to step outside. So, very much still bloody from his task, the man exited the home and was instantly pulled into the air by two spectral warriors. Before he had time to think, the man was flying through the sky, followed by a small host of ghostly MacLeod clansmen. The haunting group would eventually descend and land in the centre of an old graveyard. There a rallying cry would go out, ordering the MacLeods to war, and as the words rang in the air around the terrified man, he beheld an incredible sight. All around him, spectral hands began to sprout from the earth, and following them was all manner of bent, twisted, and broken warriors. The host of the dead had risen, and one thing they all had in common was allegiance to Clan MacLeod. One of the grey warriors addressed the man, and told him that this was the spirit host of the MacLeods. Every soldier and warrior killed by the MacDonalds of Clanranald now stood before him and demanded to be avenged. The host had chosen him, a mortal, to lead the army of the dead and bring them victory and glory on the battlefield. The man was shaken, but instantly knew that his duty was always to the clan, and agreed to captain the spirit host. The Slua then sped across the sky, heading to South Uist. When the ghostly legion once again landed, they were met by a very similar yet opposite rising. Thousands of ghostly warriors stood before them, mustered from all the graves in South Uist, and all bearing the constant hope of the MacDonalds of Clanranald. A great tall, mortal man ventured forth from the Clanranald host, and our MacLeod captain went to receive him. At the meeting of these commanders, an agreement was made that in order to solve this very old dispute, the two mortal men would wrestle, and the winner would claim victory for their clan. The rival spirit hosts would supervise this challenge of strength and ensure that there was no foul play. With thunderous calls from the spectating spectres, the battle began, and instantly the short MacLeod man was overpowered by the great stature of the Clanranald man. He knew he could not win this fight, and soon he would lose not only the match, but the honour of his clan. It was then that the man remembered that he had been flaying a sheep when the spirits took him, and reaching into his stocking, drew the Scotsman's black knife, or skean dhu. When he believed that the Clanranald men were not looking, he surreptitiously thrust the blade into the chest of his opponent. And as the large man lost power, the MacLeod threw him to the floor. Then rose from the MacLeod host a great cheer, and Cogga and I Clanranald, or the war is against Clanranald. The abrupt end to the struggle in MacLeod's favour was the signal for the spectral hosts to disperse. The grudge had been settled. and so the ghostly figures would soon return to sleep beneath the earth in their respective territories, and the young MacLeod man would find himself once more upon the threshold of his own home. But as he ventured inside and set about the sheep he was flaying, the man could not find his blade. The black knife was gone. Some days later, a group of men were out collecting their cattle from a pasture in South Uist, and came upon the lifeless body of one of their kinsmen, and found a skean-dhu thrust into his breast. The carved antler handle of the black blade was marked with the clan crest of MacLeod, and once more the old Clanranal vow was renewed. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons who support my work and help me make these videos. Officially, the feud between the MacLeods and the MacDonalds of Ranal would be stopped by the Scottish Privy Council in 1601, as the war between the clans was so brutal and so many men had lost their lives that the Scottish Crown grew worried it would destabilise the Isles, and more importantly, both clans were due the Crown large sums of gold. In 1608, the island clan chiefs were all called to attend a meeting with Lord Ochiltree, the king's representative. There, the king's plans for the Isles was unveiled, and all the chiefs whom disagreed with the king's vision were thrown into prison until calmer minds prevailed. Eventually, most of the chiefs would submit to the King of Scotland and were released, but now them and their men were in the ranks of the Royal Army. Of course, the official end of the feud was never truly recognised, and even though the two clans would fight side to side in the upcoming Anglo-Scottish War, they would once again return to opposing sides during the Jacobite Rising. From then on, the old feud was continued in secret for many, many years. There are tales from those of an older generation which mention that in fairly recent times, the animosity between the clans could cause a fight in almost any pub in Scotland. But these days, the old clan feuds seem to have largely disappeared. But if ever clan hails you, I hope you will return to hear more tales of Scottish folklore. Slanjva. Many years ago, in the West Highlands, there lived a farmer by the name of McKelvey. The harvest had recently ended, and the farmers were all readying their boats to transport their goods across the Black Bull of Loch Linnhe. McKelvey was a giant of a man, known far and wide for his strength. He owned a small farm some distance from Loch Linnhe, and there worked with the power of 3 men. Yet it was due to his farm being more distant than the others that on one day he found himself by the banks of the loch, alone. The other farmers had arrived sooner and quickly left, worrying about the storm clouds on the horizon. McKelvey, in all haste, packed his wares within the small rowing boat, but he was not quick enough. By the time the goods were stowed, a wild storm had arisen, and the commonly glass-like water of the loch was now heaving to and fro in great wind-battered waves. McKelvey, a little apprehensive, began to push the boat out when he spotted a young woman clad in a long green dress walking along the bank towards him. She greeted the farmer and asked if she could get a lift over the loch. The farmer was more than happy to oblige, but only if the water was not too rough for the woman. "If you're happy, then so am I," the young lady replied, climbing into the boat. The farmer then took hold of the oars and began to row into the storm. As the pair ventured further, the storm only became worse, and even the strong McKelvey began to struggle against the waves. The young woman asked if she could help. She could take an oar, and they could battle the storm together. The farmer only laughed and shook his head. Looking at the woman's thin build, she would be more likely to be hauled over the side than be of any aid, so McKelvey struggled on, with each pull of the oar sapping more of his strength. Eventually, the strong farmer could no longer propel the oars through the raging waves. All out of ideas, and fearing the dark depths of Loch Linnhe, the man gave in and passed an oar to the young woman. Instantly, she plunged the oar into the waves and heaved with such strength the boat turned to its side. In complete shock, and with more than a little embarrassment, McKelvey heaved on his oar in time with the woman, and the boat was off. The farmer, even with all his strength, struggled to match the power of the woman, and soon the boat was skimming over the loch. In fact, so quick was the boat moving, that when they hit the other side, the boat slid up the bank and clear of the loch. McKelvey looked in awe of the woman, and invited her for dinner as a thank you for saving his life. But the young woman declined, and with a curious smile, left the boat and began to walk off down the bank. The farmer emptied his goods and gazed upwards for a final glance of the mysterious woman who had saved his life. But by then, she had completely vanished into thin air. It was only then McKelvey realised he had met the mysterious Scottish Glastig. The Glastig, or Maidan Uanya, the Green Maiden, is a solitary, supernatural spirit, sometimes described as a ghost, that appears all over the Scottish Highlands. The traditional description of the Glastig has her appear with the upper half of a woman and the lower half of a goat with cloven hooves. Although in many later tales she appears as fully human, albeit with a hint of the fae or she. The spirit was known to have pale, near grey skin and long golden hair. Often she would be clad in green, in the form of a long flowing robe or dress. This links the Glastig quite firmly to the Doineshi, or fairy folk, as the green colour has always been seen in Scotland as a sign of the old gods or fair folk, and was thought to have magical properties. The Glastig was said to be the strongest of Sidhe, and could summon to herself great power for feats of strength. She was also known to have a scream that could awaken the echo of the most distant hills, and was matched only by the Irish Banshee, and much like her Irish cousin, the Glastig is more commonly heard than seen. Like many Scottish beings from folklore, the Glastig is often found near rivers and lochs all over the Highlands. Many think that the Glastig is a water spirit, and considering the common translation of Glastig is water imp, it is a fair guess. Yet the original translation shows us differently. Glass meaning grey, pale, sickly, dark-hued, and tig meaning sneaking or crouching, suggests the ghostly, quiet nature of the creature, which may be a reason that the Glastig is not only seen as a water spirit, but a creature of both earth and water. Then again, there are many theories on the origin of these beings, and considering the various traditions and roles that the Glastig inhabits, it is no surprise that many points of origin can be pondered. Some claim the Glastig to be pure Sidhe, one of the fair folk from the other side, possibly an outcast of the fairy realm, sent here as punishment or as a willful traveller, a being from beyond the fairy hills, come to help and aid humanity. Others believe that the Glastig could be a form of hybrid, not unlike the Urisk. Perhaps the Green Lady is the offspring of both men and Sidhe, trapped between both worlds, yet belonging to none. It is said in some tales that each Glastig is very individual and unique in both temper and attitude, something that is very common of the Urisk and may suggest a clash between Sidhe and human nature. In some tales of the Glastig, it is a human woman touched by the Sidhe, or given some form of enchantment by the fairies. This most commonly happens at death, and will bind the person between worlds, giving the Glastig their characteristic ghostly visage. As I mentioned earlier, the Glasstig has taken on many roles throughout Scottish history, and as our folklore and traditions have changed over the years, so has the place of the Glasstig in our culture. Some tales of the spirit show her as a kind and well-meaning creature, while others display a cold and malevolent being. On some occasions, the Green Maiden is seen as a trickster, using her powers to make fools of simple humans, or leading travellers astray. This again shows a connection to the Urusk, and even displays many similarities to the Brownie. In her more positive role, the Glasstig is closely associated with the herding and care of cattle, and on occasion wild deer. In many Highland households, an offering of milk would be left each night for the Green Lady, in the hope that she would protect the cattle and keep them free from illness. This offering was always left outside the house, commonly in the barn or out in the grazing pastures. This can be seen in the tale of the Glasstig of Ardnadrochit. On the very eastern edge of Mull, not far from the castle of Duart, sits the small farm of Ardnadrochit. This farm was under the ownership of the Lamont family, and they had in their service a Glasstig, who would care for their cattle in return for a share of the milk. For many years, the enchanting green woman would bring the cattle to pasture, help with birthing, and generally keep them from harm. Under her dutiful watch, the herd flourished, and produced only the finest of milk. The news would spread far and wide about the magnificent cattle of the Lamonts. So far, in fact, it reached the ears of some undesirable raiders from Lorne, in the land of Argyll. One day, the raiders from Lorne would land in the Isle of Mull, with the goal of stealing the famous Lamont cattle. But the Glasstig of Ardnadrochit had been gifted foresight of this very occurrence, and with all haste herded the cattle high into the safety of the mountains. Unfortunately for both her and the cattle, the Lorne men would make it across the land and began to scour the hills and mountains, searching for the elusive cattle. Soon it became obvious to the Green Lady that the men would find the cattle and they would be taken from their home. There was nothing more horrifying to the Glasstig than to lose the very creatures and friends she had cared for and reared for so many years. She was determined that the herd would not leave the Isle of Mull, and so one by one she struck the cows with the flat of her hand, and one by one they turned to stone and remained forever on the hillside. When the raiders searched the area, they could find no cows to steal, only an abundance of large boulders. Eventually, the men of Lorne would leave the island empty-handed, but this was also the last day the Lamont family would ever see the Glasstig of Ardnadrochit. The family deeply cared for the spiritual helper, and from that day on, they would always leave offerings of milk in the field of cattle-shaped boulders. As for the Green Lady herself, some tell that her job was done and so left the isle, but most believe that the guilt and sadness of turning the cows to stone broke the heart of the Green Lady, and it was by that means she died, never to be seen again. The tale of the Glasstig of Ardnadrochit reveals that on some occasions milk was poured over specific stones that may have been linked to old or even present spirits. This can also be seen in many other areas of Scotland. It is thought that in this role, the spirit is worshipped as a goddess of fertility and a guardian of animals. In some areas, the Glasstig was also seen as a goddess of the hunt. There she would herd wild deer over mountains and through dense forests. She could be a great help or hindrance to local hunters. On occasion, she would use her powers to disappear herds that men had trapped for many days. According to some, she would become violently angry if a hunter was to kill a doe rather than a stag. In some circumstances, the Glastig may aid the hunter by granting permission to hunt or guiding their arrows, but only if the hunter was worthy or gave a significant offering to the Green Maiden. This can be seen in the tale of Donald MacIan. Donald was a young man from the land of Lochaber. He was a farmer, but also at times a hunter. During the warmer months, he would take his cattle to the summer pastures in Benbreck, on the north side of the Blackwater. It was on one of these warm summer days that the young man, while relaxing in a meadow, would hear a strange voice in the distance. Glancing upwards, he saw to his amazement a young woman wearing a dark green shawl running towards him with an unworldly speed. This was the Glastig. With no delay, he scarpered out of her path and hid himself by a green bush. Yet it would seem that young Donald was not quick enough, as the spirit altered her bearing and made straight for the man. In a flash, she was at his side, standing with a mischievous grin upon her face. The Green Maiden then began to leap forward and back again over his body, clapping her hands and repeating a strange rhyme. Do you see the wee colt and the sweet gale, lying in the mist of the kine? A stroke he would strike between two strokes, and a stroke between two blows, in the meadow between two groves, and the grove between two meadows. The nonsensical song and dance continued for some time, as the Glastig only quickened the pace. Donald was struck with fear and confusion. It was all he could do to hide his face and wait it out. Eventually, the odd woman would leap away from the man, and in 3 more great leaps, leave his sight entirely. A worried Donald herded his cows back to the small shalin where he lived in the summer months. There, waiting patiently for his master, was Donald's black dog, left guarding his home. Donald was grateful to see his companion, as he had heard tales that the Glastig feared dogs over all else, so from now on, he would not let the beast leave his side. Later that evening, as Donald and his dog lay sleeping, the latch on the shalin door was lifted, and slowly a beautiful young woman entered. The Glastig, now within the home, crept to the bedside of the sleeping man, and just a moment before she could lay her cold hands upon him, the dog woke and rushed the woman. Barking and gnashing, the beast bowled her onto the ground and stood atop the Green Maid, baring his sharp teeth. The Glastig let out a great scream and begged the half-wakened man to call her the dog. She promised that she would never bother him again if only he removed the beast. Donald, in a daze, leapt from the bed and took hold of the dog, allowing the Glastig to stand before him. The fair maiden of the fairy realm said to the man, "On the morrow, go early to Benbreck, and you will find the white hind, the greatest of all beasts, and an unparalleled trophy for any hunter." She then ran to the door and disappeared into the night. Early the next day, Donald travelled to Benbreck, with both bow and dog by his side. There he saw the young woman for the final time. She was surrounded by a herd of deer, and at the head of them was a beautiful white hind, a creature of myth and legend. The man drew his bow and let loose an arrow, and as it flew, the Glastig cried out, "Stick in the stomach, arrow." And true enough, the arrow pierced the stomach of the noble beast, and it fell to the ground as the hunter's greatest prize. The Glastig was never seen by Donald again, although in future he was always sure to take the dog with him to the summer pastures. The final famous role I will talk about is that of the castle-haunting Glastig, more commonly referred to as Green Maidens or Green Ladies. In this role, a once mortal noble or affluent woman was cursed by the Sidhe with immortality and a portion of the fairy nature. This left her trapped between both worlds, a ghost or spectre, doomed to haunt a house or castle for eternity. This is where we see many stereotypical accounts of malevolent ghosts or vengeful spirits appearing in castles or the great houses of Scotland. Although not all tales of the Green Lady show her as evil, some display a caring creature, helping with household chores. Much like the brownie, the Glastig would sweep, tidy, and secure the home when the residents retired for the evening. Some say that the lady would scream or yell to portend good or ill omen, depending on her affection towards the residents. It was also thought that the Green Lady would warn of intruders and of arriving guests. This helpful house spirit, Glastig, can be seen in a short tale from Denali Castle. The castle sits on a hill north of Oban and has seen its fair share of fighting and horror. According to Irish records, it was attacked and set ablaze 3 times, once in 686, again in 698, and finally in 701. These attacks were carried out by 3 separate kings of Dalreta in a war for the lands of Oban and Argyll. It was also the setting for many other battles in the 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th centuries. My point being that the lands surrounding Denali and the castle itself have been bathed in blood many times, and so it is no shock that ghostly spirits haunt the area. Yet it is nice to note that in this area, the spirits tend to be kind and helpful. The Green Lady of Denali was thought to have been a chambermaid or servant at the castle when she died. Perhaps due to her innocence, the Sidhe allowed her to continue her task for many years. Some would call this a blessing, yet others would call this a prison, and I am not sure whether the Sidhe are benevolent or malicious in this decision. It is far beyond my remit to suggest what knowledge and foresight could be used by the old gods. It was said that any dirty clothes left overnight would be washed and cleaned by the Glastig before morning. During the night, she would sweep and tidy the rooms and ensure all the residents were safe in their beds. One tale in particular tells of a mentally ill child who was a resident at the castle and whom the Glastig would take special care of. He would always receive extra food and drink, and it would be of the highest quality, while others in the castle, of far sharper wit and far higher nobility, would find sawdust through their bread. Not only that, but the kindly Glastig would guide the boy and ensure that he never strayed too far or got lost in the surrounding hills. The Glastig of Denali seemed to genuinely care for her castle and required no payment for keeping it clean and safe. She was last seen in the 18th century, when the clan of MacDougall left the castle for good. It is thought by some that the clan leaving represented the end of the maid's employment, and that once her work had finally finished, she was released from her otherworldly toil. Other Glastig could be far more mischievous and would often play tricks upon people or make nuisance of themselves. A common trope of Glastig in this role is harassing tradesmen or smiths. They would use the workmen's tools throughout the night, and the poor men would often wake to find chisels blunted and saws broken. This was also the case for blacksmiths, where the Green Lady would cause chaos in the smithy. It is thought that these men were harassed for their use of iron, a substance that all of the Sidhe fear greatly. This can be seen in the tale of the smith and the Glastig. Some centuries ago, there lived a smith by the name of Macpherson. He was a hard worker and kept his smithy in good order. At the end of each day, he would put away his tools and sort his projects into neat sections, ready for work the next day. But every morning, the man would arrive, and the smithy would be in disorder. Tools and iron bars would be scattered about the floor. Nothing would be in its right place, and the whole smithy would be covered in charcoal and soot from the forge. This maddened the poor smith to no end. Not for the life of him could he understand what had happened, and why every morning the door was locked just as tight as he'd left it the night before. So in order to resolve this problem, the smith decided to stay all night in the smithy and wait for something or someone. He took a great hammer in his hands and hid in the corner behind the door. At around midnight, he heard the lock on the door turn, and it was pushed slowly open. Then in sprang a young woman dressed in green, with golden hair reaching the floor. She danced and frolicked and skipped over his tools and iron, sending them rattling about the smithy. He now knew what had been happening. He was besieged by a bothersome Glastig. It was then he noticed a younger girl at the doorway, looking directly at him. She too wore green and was blessed with the same shining hair. "The ghost is in the corner," said the young girl in a lyrical tone. While still dancing around the forge, the Glastig replied, "It is only a little shambler," and continued her graceful destruction. The smith could take no more of this, and wielding his hammer in both hands, he swung at the dancer, catching her hard in the back and laying her low. He raised his hammer for a second swing, but the woman cried to him, begging him to stay his hand. She promised that no longer would she trouble the man and his smithy. Macpherson yielded and laid the hammer down. The Glastig took hold of the man's strong hands and told him that every one of his descendants, pulled by the beard through the smithy door, would henceforth be perfect smiths. Then she and her young companion left into the night and were never seen again. In the years to follow, her words were proven true. All of the man's descendants acquired great skill in his art, and the name of Macpherson was renowned all over Scotland as the greatest of blacksmiths for many generations. This phantom green lady would commonly be tied to a home or area in which she lived. Some say the Glastig is created by murder, and it is that vile act which binds the spirit to the place of death. Either way, the ghost is seemingly eternal, and will commonly reside in the area for a long, long time, even once it has turned to ruin and the land is now barren. This can be seen in a specific tale from the Highlands. Many years ago, there was said to be a vicious and wicked Glastig that haunted a bridge in the shadow of Ben Nevis, in the land of Lochaber. Many whispers and rumours surrounded this particular green lady, some telling she drowned in the river while washing, others say that she was pushed. Some even believe that she was murdered upon the small bridge, and that is why she haunts it still. Whatever the truth may be, it was well known that whomever dared to cross the bridge, especially after nightfall, risked both their life and their very soul. Many men from the local villages had been lost while trying to cross the bridge, and it was becoming a large issue in the villages and towns of what they should do about the Glastig on the bridge. It is here we are introduced to a local blacksmith by the name of Big Kennedy. He was a powerful man and was said to have crafted weapons of such brilliance that they were imbued with the magic of the Sidhe. He told the locals that he did not fear the vengeful spirit, and more than that, he was determined to kill it. So on one dark night, the brave or foolish blacksmith, depending on your point of view, headed to the cursed bridge on horseback. There Kennedy met a frail young woman, clad in a robe of green, She looked tired and travel-worn. She pleaded with the man to share his horse and allow her tired feet to rest. Kennedy agreed and hoisted the woman up onto the horse, but he knew her to be the Glastig, and before she could enchant him or attack, he bound her with a charmed sword belt of his own design. The spirit was now trapped. She pleaded with the man to let her go, but he outright refused. This was his chance to prove his bravery and strength to the whole village. But then the Glastig offered the man a herd of outstanding cattle and the finest house in Lochaber, if only he would release her. Kennedy mulled the subject for a while, but would eventually agree to the Green Lady's offer. But he added that the house must be built before the sun rose, and upon completion, they would shake hands and go their separate ways, never again to meet. The Glastig did not look overjoyed by the amendments to her proposition, yet she agreed nonetheless. The Fey spirit would release a scream so loud and piercing that it nearly deafened the man. He drew his blade, believing this to be some trick, but then his eyes beheld all manner of radiant figures appearing as if from nowhere. The Sidhe had been summoned to do the work. The man heard the elven creatures working throughout the night, and as dawn approached, he would enter the finest house he had ever seen, and stoke a fire and place an iron in its embers. As the sunlight covered the surrounding hills, a herd of beautiful cattle entered the barn adjoining the house. Then the Glastig appeared before him, still bound in the charmed belt. The man released the belt, and the Green Lady offered her hand to shake and seal the deal. But Kennedy had a different idea. He grabbed the red-hot iron from the fire and thrust it deep into the heart of the Green Lady. A scream emanated from the creature, which shook the very foundations of the Sidhe-built house. And as the spirit withered and died, she lay a curse upon Kennedy and all his family. He would grow old before his time, yet still live to see all his sons die before him. His family would end, and the name of Kennedy would no longer be found on Lochaber. This was the price the dishonest man would pay for both the herd and the house. There are an almost unprecedented amount of tales concerning the Glastig in Scottish folklore. If you look hard enough, you will find that one resides in almost every castle, river or loch in the country. So let me know in the comments if you would like to hear more tales of the Glastig in the future. Until then, be wary in your Scottish exploration this summer, as even if the castle appears empty or ruined, you may still upset an immortal tenant. Thank you for listening, and a special thank you to my wonderful patrons for supporting my videos and helping to keep these tales alive. I am not sure of what appendices I can really put to the end of this video. There is so much still left to be said about specific Glastig and how much they differ from each other. One thing I would like to mention is that the Glastig is still a very popular spirit even in modern Scotland. Although commonly now referred to as a Green Lady or Green Maiden, people have been hunting these ghosts in old abandoned stately homes and castles all around the country for hundreds, near thousands of years. And in the modern day, this still occurs. There has been a giant ghost hunting scene that has manifested itself in Scotland, specifically in the hunt for Green Ladies. I can think of many castles within mere miles of myself that are said to have been haunted and have been home to ghost hunting expeditions. In fact, I know of quite a few people who have tried and failed to capture evidence of the Green Lady, and it is something I have always been interested in going to see. So maybe one day in the future, I can return to you and tell you either a magnificent tale of the Green Lady and my personal haunting, or a long cold night spent sitting in a castle or ruined stately home. Either way, I'll let you know. Thank you all again for watching, and I will see you next time for more tales of Scottish folklore. Slán va.